Welcome to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, here in the Denny Sanford Premier Center, live at Summit League Media Day. My name is Rob Dauster. I have Jeff Goodman with me, and Jeff, we have a lot to talk about. It's Summit League Media Day. We have the preseason Summit League Player of the Year that's been announced. We're going to get to that in a second. We have the preseason All Summit League team. We're going to talk about that as well. 6 players on the first team, mind you. It's not just me, guys. It's not just me.
You're going to complain about this?
And I'm happy about it. It's
more,
great.
More the better?
Great.
More the merrier.
I am justified.
All right.
All I'm going to say is I'm justified. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. Yeah. We're going to get to the Summit League preseason poll. I don't think anybody's going to be surprised who was picked number 1, who was picked to win the league. But before we do all of that, it's our first time in Sioux Falls.
I've been here years and years ago when I was driving cross country to Arizona. I've been to Sioux Falls before. Great city. Great. Honestly, this is awesome because, again, we give attention to a lot of the high majors throughout the season, right? We know that. The Kansases, the Kentuckys, the Carolinas, the Dukes. I don't think we give enough to the mids and really good mids like the Summit. So when we talked to them about coming out for this, it was a no-brainer in my opinion. I still say, listen, my favorite game I've ever covered, Butler at Southern Illinois years ago in Carbondale. Brad Stevens, it was like his 7th game. I love mid-major basketball, and I love the Summit League. And there's great players that have come out of this league. There's great players that are in this league this year, great coaches, and we're going to talk to all of them today. So, again, make sure you stay with us for the next 4 hours, Rob.
More than 4 hours.
More than four hours. So
we get Summit League, and I'm going to spoil it here. Summit League preseason Player of the Year, Zeke Mayo, live at 2:55 Eastern Time, 1:55 Central. So we got to talk to Zeke. How can you not talk to Zeke?
Do you know where Zeke grew up?
Where'd Zeke grow up?
Lawrence, Kansas. Isn't that crazy? So I can't wait to ask him about why Bill Self didn't recruit Zeke Mayo, because if he had Zeke Mayo on Kansas, I would have him a preseason number 1 and not 2.
All right, so let's obviously Zeke Mayo, preseason Player of the Year.
Yep.
South Dakota State, preseason favorite to win the league. What is it about South Dakota State that has allowed them to have the success? I want to run through it with you real quick. In the last 12 seasons, South Dakota State has finished either first or second in the Summit League in each of the last 12 years. In 11 of the last 12 years. The only year that they didn't finish first or second, TJ Otzelberger won the Summit League tournament with Mike Dom, the Dominator. Why?
The Dominator.
Why South Dakota State? Why have they had this level of success?
I mean, obviously, they've done a great job evaluating and developing talent, right? With Nate Walters to Mike Dom. Obviously, they've got resources. Great college town in Brookings, not too far away from here. I wish we could have made it over there on our trip. Hopefully, we'll be able to do a Field of 68 game in Brookings at some point, or here in Sioux Falls. But yeah, they've got the resources, they've got the tradition, they've had great coaches. Eric Henderson, to me, is a guy that's on a lot of high major radars right now when I talk to athletic directors. He's a guy who, again, I think versatility is so important in today's college game, and Eric Henderson can coach, he can recruit, he can connect with players. We'll talk to him later today about how important it is in the changing landscape. But, yeah, I mean, listen, this is a program that's been able to sustain success in this league.
Mm-hmm. 2 South Dakota State Jackrabbits on the preseason first team, all Summit League team, the other being Luke Apple, who, of course, had a lot of the injuries last year. Oral Roberts, I think the biggest storyline to me in the conference as a whole is Oral Roberts is going to not only be replacing Max Asmus, not only going to be replacing Summit League Defensive Player of the Year Connor Vanover, they're also replacing Paul Mills, your guy, Russell Springmann, is stepping into that role. How do you fill that void? How do you step in there and come in and fill the shoes of a guy that is going to end up scoring 3,000 points in his college basketball career and a coach that did everything?
You can't. It's a rebuild. Like, nobody's going to want to call it a rebuild, but it's a rebuild.
It must be nice to rebuild and be picked second in the league.
I know, but I'm not sure that's fair. I'm not sure that's fair to be. The hardest thing these days is to try to do a preseason poll. We did it for the Almanac. Even a preseason top 25 nationally. But when you go to each league, really difficult to do right now because, again, with all the roster upheaval, going on because of the transfer portal exploding and the extra COVID year and everything like that. You're talking about we didn't have a great feel 5 years ago. Now we have no feel. Again, they don't return a whole heck of a lot. Isaac McBride obviously is going to be one of the top players in the league this year. But other than that, there's a lot of question marks from the new guys they brought in, from the guys returning that didn't play huge roles last year. So, again, I understand it because Oral Roberts has had success. So you're going to pick them automatically. Mm-hmm. But, I think it's going to be important for ORU fans to understand that it may take time. This may be a rebuilding, a little bit of a down year. Wouldn't be shocked if they finish towards the middle of the league this year.
With the amount of talent that they have in their backcourt, I don't know.
McBride's got to be an player of the year candidate.
Yeah, I also do think that when you are Oral Roberts, you go to that program to kind of thrive on the expectation. And what I actually think is really interesting is the different ways that you can attack being a new head coach, right? Like what we saw Chris Crutchfield at Omaha, right? Yeah. He hasn't really gone into the portal the way that other guys have gone into the portal. He is more about bringing in guys who are going to be there 2, 3, 4,
JUCOs,
5 years,
some
going the JUCO road.
With eligibility,
yes.
with a few years.
Has the advent of the portal, has that made it easier for someone like a Russ Springmann to step in and be able to keep a program like Oral Roberts at the level that – I'm not saying they got to go 18-0 again.
It gives you a chance, but it also you're especially with Russ Springmann, right? He takes over and he doesn't know who first you got to find out who you can retain, mm-hmm. right? And then you're going to the portal and you don't really know what you need at that point. So I think a lot of it is throwing darts if you're a new head coach that takes over, especially a program that's had so much, again, you never want to follow the guy. Well, the guy is Paul Mills right now at Oral Roberts. Let's face it. Now, the good thing with Russ is he's been in the program at least. So he's not a new coach in a new environment where he's got to rebuild a culture. The culture is already strong. So I think that gives him a better chance this year. Again, you just wonder with so many new faces and so many guys in different roles. If, again, I know people, the rebuilding word is like taboo. Right there, right now. But I think they're in a little bit of a rebuilding mode this year.
Yeah, when you have Isaac McBride and Kareem Thompson, I don't think that you think about rebuilding. I think you think about winning. Speaking of winning, North Dakota State has played in the last 5 Summit League title games. Dave Richman, it's hard to believe he's heading into year 10.
Yeah.
What will it take for him to find what is he going to have to win a game? Like how? When you see guys at the mid-major level take that next step, like what will it take?
Well, obviously, again, it's continuity, and I think he's got that this year. Mm-hmm. Last year they had some young guys. They kind of paid their dues.
You know what? It's amazing. You're talking about continuity with the program, and they also lost Grant Nelson.
Yeah, they returned everything else.
Yes.
Right? Grant Nelson's obviously a huge loss. You're not going to be able to compete with Alabama's NIL. Mm-hmm. But if you return everybody else, I think that's the biggest thing right now for him and them. And Nelson was a huge loss, but didn't shoot it great. So the spacing could be a little bit better on this team. And everybody else kind of has to take a jump up. So they still have enough to compete for the league title.
Mm-hmm. The rivalry, South Dakota State and North Dakota State.
Yeah, we want to get there. Yeah. We've talked about this all last night, all this morning. Can Field of 68 get there for the rivalry game next year? South Dakota State, North Dakota State, right? It may be fun.
Yeah, where we might have to play it?
Where?
At the Pentagon. We got a tour of the Pentagon today.
So good.
And we're going to be joined here by Denver head coach Jeff Wilbrun here in just a second. But before we do, we found somebody.
Who did we find?
We spent a long time. We went to Purdue, and we spent days and days and days searching for a statue of Robbie Hummel.
Yeah.
We go to the Sanford Pentagon.
We see a picture of him.
And there's
what was
a
he
picture
doing?
Of him right up there on the wall.
Brandon Knight shooting the ball. Hummel
not playing any defense
in a Timberwolves uniform. So Rob, shout out to Robbie Hummel. Still doing what you do, my man.
Not playing any defense.
Not playing any day.
Should he be upset that Purdue has not built a trophy for him? But you go into the Sanford Pentagon and you see him in a preseason game with the Timberwolves up there on the wall.
Painter told us there's just no money in that. He can't get $1 for that thing. And who can blame him?
No, in all seriousness, though, the Sanford Pentagon is
great spot.
It's an awesome facility. I love the vibe there. There's only 3,200 seats in the building, but they built it in this idea of like a 1960s gym. You walk in there. This was the coolest part. I didn't know this.
Yeah.
The scoreboard there, it has like a clock.
Old school.
Digital hand, like old school digital hand, not digital hands. The you actually got to read the clock to know how much time is left in the game, which is awesome.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's the whole facility here, the way they've set it up, and I didn't realize that Joe Krabenhoff's former Wisconsin star, now assistant coach, his father kind of spearheaded all this and built the whole area here, which is, again, football fields. You have in the Sanford Pentagon, you have a bunch of basketball courts as well, so they use it for AU tournaments, youth league events as well. This area has exploded, absolutely exploded, and I can't wait to get back here for a game.
Yeah, South Dakota is a basketball mad state. I remember one of the things that they had at the Pentagon was a little bit like a South Dakota high school basketball Hall of Fame setup.
Yeah,
and the Miller brothers were there. Well, not the Miller brothers, just Mike Miller. Rhino. We couldn't
find anything from Ryan.
We couldn't find the Rhino, the Ryan Miller jersey, but Mike Miller's jersey was there. And I remember doing a story about South Dakota State like 7 or 8 years ago, and he described it as like a mini Indiana in terms of the way that they view basketball in this state. So
I mean, the league tournament here is supposedly insane. Sold out, everything like that. I also want to mention everybody that's watching Summer League this year. Starting their own network, Summer League Network.tv. Most of the games are going to be on that, which is going to be great. They're also getting some national games on, I think, CBS Sports Net as well, Sports Network. So I think people are understanding, again, how good this league is, that there's pros coming out of this league, that there's coaches coming out of this league. That obviously are being watched by a lot of the high majors. There's just really good basketball.
Yeah, we'll talk about this a lot throughout the day, but just look at the players that have transferred up out of here.
Right.
Grant Nelson to Alabama, Max Asmus to Texas. Baylor Shireman is at Creighton. We're about to be joined here by Denver head coach Jeff Wilbrun as he makes his way to the stage.
Coach, got your coffee? You all set? You all set? Is that cup number 1 or 2?
I've exceeded 2.
You're already exceeded 2. We're only at 10:12.
Got up early.
All right. I don't blame
you. Need multiple cups of coffee to deal with you, Goodman. I think everybody this by now.
Yeah, they know.
We appreciate you being here.
No, it's great being here.
Jeff.
Really good being here. Good seeing you. And good. Listen, for you, I think people that know you know when you got this opportunity, what it meant for you, because you have waited. You have waited a long time for this opportunity to be a head coach at the Division I level. Tell us a little bit about the Denver program and what you've now entering year 3, what you've been able to do, and obviously taking a step each year.
I use the term, as a coach, you're a builder or you're a sustainer. And, are you at UCLA where Mick is trying to sustain the success of the storied success the program has had? And I've been in programs where I've been a builder, where we've taken a program that has been down and we've taken it to a level that they haven't been to maybe ever, or at least in a long time. And the Denver job was just that. We inherited a job where they'd won 1 division game prior to our arrival. And we've made progress. We've made progress in so many ways. We won 11 games our first year. We won 15 our second. I think that we're poised to continue that progress. And, how do you sustain that progress, and how do you build a foundation in the world of college basketball now, where retention is elusive?
Yeah,
you're dealing with NIL, you're dealing with the portal, all of those things. But yet, I believe the most important component was our culture and the core values that we implemented, the type of young men that we've brought in. You asked about the appeal there. Part of the appeal, honestly, Jeff, was that it was a building job.
Really?
I've enjoyed doing that in the places that I've been. And,
You've been around for a while. How about this? Jason Kidd. Coach, right?
Yeah.
Jason Kidd. When you were, how old were you then?
Well,
you didn't have gray hair then, right?
No. My first year at Cal, Kevin Johnson was our point guard, 11, 12 year, the mayor, NBA player. And my last year, Jason Kidd was our point guard.
That's crazy.
So, there was a wonderful time for Lou Campanelli at Cal. And Lou passed away just this last year, and wonderful man, gave me my first opportunity. And but yeah, that's going back. That was my first college experience.
It's amazing.
Give me your best Jason Kidd story from when he was playing in college. What was the craziest?
I'll tell you this: I've never seen such a fierce competitor in practice every day as Jason was. You've heard the Michael Jordan stories about how hard he went in practice. Jason was the same way in college. Just, the energy, the intensity, the competitive spirit. I've coached some great players over the years. A lot of players who've made it onto the NBA, but in terms of competitiveness, he was the best I've seen. And I'll never forget that year. Gosh, the first month, he's throwing balls 10 rows up into the stands. He's hitting the back of the guys' heads in transition.
Guys just aren't ready for him.
They never played with a guy as creative and as good and as fast and quick and strong as he was, and it took a little while. But, it's interesting as you look at his career. The knock on him was that he was a terrible three-point shooter.
Couldn't shoot. That's right.
You would know better than I, but he's among the best ever that have shot
amazing,
the three in the NBA, right?
Well, they always say, like, with work, that's the one skill you can get better at, right? If you're in the gym enough, which I'm sure he was in the gym plenty, working on that three-point shot. Speaking of three-pointers, you guys didn't shoot it well last year from three. Great transition there. Thank you. What did you do in the offseason to make sure? Because let's face it, these days, you have kind of a ceiling on what you can do. If you don't shoot the three well these days, there's only so much you can do. What did you do in the offseason to make sure you can bring in more guys who can space the court?
Yeah, Jeff, you're spot on. That was the biggest deficiency of our team from a year ago. The season ended, and as we did our self-analysis, we said, man, we've and it was due to a lot of injuries a year ago, and so what have you. But we needed to improve it dramatically, and I think we've done that. We earmarked that or targeted it in our recruiting efforts, and I think we'll be a very good three-point shooting team this year. That was the most important thing. We've brought in Jaxon Brenchley. Jaxon is a 4-year player at the University of Utah. Just for 4 years.
32 years old or something by now?
Yeah, right? You're going to speak to him in a little while. You can ask him.
Yes.
He's married. He's
more mature than either one of us.
Yes, for sure. What tremendous qualities he brings to a team in terms of experience, in terms of savvy. He competed at such a high level. Jaxon does everything at a high level, whether it's valuing the ball, assisted turnovers, whether it's shooting the threes, offensive or defensive rebounding. He just does a lot of things at a high level, but he's a very good shooter. We brought in Devin Carney, who redshirted at Duquesne. Devin was a prolific three-point shooter in high school, averaged 30 points a game. We brought in Isaiah Otto Ankra from Texas San Antonio, a career Division I 40% three-point shooter. He's an elite level shooter. We brought in Tyson Garf, Salt Lake City Community College, another very mature player, 21-year-old sophomore. Tyson shot 40%, in college.
So there's something consistent here of what you did, right?
Yeah,
and if you can't shoot, you're not bringing them in right now.
It was really hard to beat teams with twos a year ago, and we had a center, Lucas Kasunas, who was a transfer from Stanford, and Lucas had 27 points in his last game here in this building, and it's just you can't beat people just making twos, and probably the biggest beneficiary from all this will be Tommy Bruner. So Tommy can get to the hip of his defender almost at will. He's a tremendous playmaker. Problem was, because we didn't have a great deal of shooting surrounding him a year ago, guys were just loaded in the gaps and waiting for Tommy. And he still managed. He was second in the league in assists a year ago, and he averaged 16 points a game. And I'm really excited to see what he can do this year, where we can space the floor around him. And he's the third leading scorer returning in the conference. So, he absolutely will be a beneficiary of the shooting.
Tommy Bruner was a second-team preseason All-Summit League selection, averaged 16 points and 4 assists last year. I want to ask you about Jaxon. We're going to be talking to him in about 5 minutes here. You mentioned he's married. You mentioned that he's 32. He's actually 25. He's not quite that old yet. But when you're trying to grow you mentioned developing a program, right? When you're trying to build in a league where, let's be frank, it's a little bit top heavy, right? There's 3 teams at the top that have had the most success in the recent seasons. What is the value of bringing in a guy like Jaxon? What is the value of going out and finding some of these older players that are going to take advantage of a 5th or a 6th or sometimes a 7th year if you get lucky enough?
Well, you said we only have 5 minutes, so I won't be able to cover all of the advantages, and it really is the truth. He helps you in so many ways, from the leadership in the locker room. He's played 4 years at the Pac-12 level. I mean, the lessons that he's learned during that. Took a 2-year mission out of high school, lived in China with his family for 5 years. Like these are, when you get to my age, you say, I remember my dad telling me, like, I'm older than you, and with that age difference, there comes a lot of life experiences. And with all those life experiences comes just a little bit of wisdom. And certainly he has so many life experiences that can bring wisdom onto your team, and leadership and savvy. So many things. And that's in addition to the basketball experience.
Well, even you bringing him here shows, right, what you think of his role, what it's going to be leadership wise, and probably production wise on the court, right? He wasn't a big time producer at Utah in terms of on the court. What do you see his role being here?
Very similar to Lucas Kasunas a year ago. Lucas was recruited at the high major level for a reason. Jaxon Brenchley was recruited at the high major level for a reason. In Jaxon's time at Utah, he underwent a coaching change, and that impacted his role. And the guy that recruited him was no longer there after 2 years. And the bottom line, he didn't have the opportunity that he wanted to. Coming here now, fast forward, he's going to have the opportunity here. And I can tell you, after the Lucas situation a year ago, Jackson's fired up to take advantage of the situation. He's got a year to be all he can be as a college player, and to lead a team, to an area that we'd like to progress to. And I will tell you this, we talked about building the program and all of that. I told you that it was alluring to me. It's been attractive to the players that we've recruited. And honestly, I've said to them, we have a situation here where we're trying to do something that's never been done before. And that excites me. It motivates me every day. And that has excited the players that we have in our program to put their mark on something, do something that's never been accomplished before.
I'm going to ask you about Tommy. Point guards that can produce the way that he can produce are valuable at every level of college basketball. Were you, in the day and age of the transfer portal, in the day and age of immediate eligibility, in the day and the age where you see guys like Grant Nelson, you see guys move up to the high major level, were you worried about this offseason with him?
I will, just to address that. It's the age that we're in. It's the landscape of college basketball, and I will tell you as a coach, that obviously most of these rules really significantly benefit the student athlete. And I think that's great. And as a head coach, you have to find ways to navigate it, and you have to embrace it. It doesn't do any good to complain about it. It is what it is, and now it's my job and my staff's job to find ways to navigate it. We're going to navigate it differently than Alabama does, and we're going to do it differently than Purdue does. We may do it differently than South Dakota does, but we have to find ways, and whether recruiting high school players, recruiting junior college players, international players, we've done all the above. And so Tommy's situation, actually, he's going to get his degree this year. And
by the way, Denver is a very, very good academic school.
Thank you.
Yeah,
yes.
I probably could have gotten in.
You could not have gotten
6.5 years of college over
Zero
here.
chance.
Goodman was getting COVID years before COVID.
I did 5.5 at Arizona. I wasn't stupid. I mean, who would want to
Cal
go back?
State Fullerton. So
right. Who would want to go back
group.
to Boston if you're in Arizona and that weather? So
no, you're spot on, Jeff. It's a very prestigious academic institution. That was part of the appeal to me after spending 5 years at Stanford too, and that to recruit the kids that chased excellence in everything they did, not just on the court but in the classroom. And we found that and that's a good fit for me. Heck, you talk about players always trying to find the right fit. This is the right fit for me. I enjoy being there. So in Tommy's situation, he's so close to a degree that it made all the sense in the world for him to solidify that at Denver this year.
Give me before we let you go here and we bring Jaxon in, how did you celebrate when you finally? How old were you when you got this job?
Oh, we don't need to discuss.
It's okay. I'm almost
specifics.
as gray as you. It's okay. We're in that same age bracket.
Yeah, you are as
But-
gray as me.
I know I am. I know. My daughter reminds me of that all the time. How did you celebrate? How did you celebrate?
You know, it came. It's a difficult question. You know, a lot of thought, a lot of time when had passed, and it was finding the right opportunity. I had the best job in the world with my best friend Jared Haas.
Great guy.
I don't know if you knew. I recruited Jared out of high school to Cal.
I did know that. I did.
So Jared started in our backcourt at Cal with Jason Kidd, and they were freshmen together. And so, and that was the beginning of a 35, 37-year relationship with Jared. And my son's named after Jared Haas.
Really?
And, I mean, it's that close of a relationship. So I got to work with my best friend, you know, and it was a wonderful situation. So I wasn't in a hurry to leave, but the Denver situation was an opportunity for me to move on to a great fit as a head coach, impact a program as a head coach. And
So was it a glass of wine or a beer?
Yeah,
That's what I'm getting at here.
Might
What
have
was
been
it?
both.
Might have been both. All
Both.
the above. I like it.
All the above. Listen, Jeff, we appreciate the time in. It was great.
Oh,
to
my
catch up
pleasure.
with you.
It's great
seeing
to have you
Oh,
guys
it's great
here.
being here.
This
Really
is a
good.
wonderful event.
No, it's awesome. Awesome being out here. Good luck this year.
Thank you,
And
guys.
great to see you.
Yep.
Now we got to bring on Jaxon and have some fun with him, right? I think he's going to be entertaining. Is he? Is he not?
He's got a great story. You know.
Yep. All right. Well,
here
we
he comes.
Appreciate your time, Jeff, Coach. Thank you. Coming up, we have Jaxon Brenchley, as Goodman put it, a 32-year-old graduate senior for Denver.
That's right.
A transfer from Utah, and he's going to be making his way up here right now.
Well, you've been
Jaxon?
around forever, you know? Yeah, you've been around. What's up, man? How are you?
Good to be here.
All right, here he is, Jaxon Brenchley, formerly of Utah, now with Denver.
Yes, sir.
And first of all, listen, I got a lot of dirt on you from Craig Smith.
Oh,
Lot of dirt,
oh,
lot of dirt.
What's-
He says your hair is receding and you're going to be like him soon. I don't think so. I like the hair because I think you can just get up in the morning and go.
yeah, I just
Right?
got up and came here.
You don't have to nothing,
Nothing.
no brush, nothing.
No brush. Just gotta get my headband for the games.
I know. Well, that's the key, right? You need
that's
the
what
headband.
that's what Coach Smith is referring to, right?
Yes,
You probably like all the
yes.
headbands we were wearing. In
No
Utah.
question,
Yeah.
no question. So, all right, what's it like now? You come in 4 years at Utah, and you come into a Denver program now, and Coach Wilbrun can't stop saying enough good things about you from a leadership standpoint, from a standpoint of on the court, what you're going to bring to the table. He brings you here. So obviously, you know, you're going to figure in heavily here
Hopefully,
into the, yeah, hopefully. Right.
Never know,
Exactly.
man.
That's
Just
right.
about
That's
4 years at Utah.
Yeah.
I never know.
very true. But how do you envision your role on this team this year?
Yeah, I envisioned myself being a leader. You know, coming in as a fifth year, a lot of maturity. I've been around the block, you know, played in, you know, big games throughout my career. So, you know, a lot of these guys are freshmen or haven't played in some games. So I'm excited to be that leader for them and someone like they can talk to and lean on, and, you know, on the court too, you know, be, you know, a guy that can make plays and, you know, help our team win. And that's what we're trying to do is win here. So that's kind of a couple of things that I think I can bring to this program.
What value do you think that you provide being the older guy, right? You're married, you're a little bit more mature than some of the freshmen that are coming in that you probably made some of the mistakes that they're going to be make when they're coming in now. Like, how do you provide that leadership that you're
Yeah. I mean, talking about me being married, it's kind of a joke. Some of the guys are like, hey, what should I send? How should I text this girl? What should I send this? Like, you're married. Like, what's your advice? Like should I go out with her? Should I take her to this restaurant, or should I go to the club with her? What
So
should
you're
I
like
do?
the team
So,
dad.
yeah. So I mean, I guess so. I mean, I got that advice for, you know, for basketball, for academics, for you know, life. So that's kind of a team joke. But and in all seriousness, I think they look up to me to provide, you know, a sense of, you know, what's every day going to look like. You know, what's today's practice like? You know, 3 hour practice. Maybe we're going to go shorter. Maybe, you know, let's bring it today. You know, kind of thing. So that's kind of some of the things that I can bring to the team.
You know what his wife's a cheerleader. You know that?
At Denver or Utah?
Well, she's a
Right?
dancer.
Dancer. I'm sorry. Dancer.
Don't get those.
Oh,
confused.
okay. That's bad. All
You made that
right.
mistake
She's a
before, huh?
dancer. I'm sorry.
She's a Denver Nuggets dancer.
Right.
She's Utah Jazz last couple of years when I was in Salt Lake, and now she's here with the Nuggets. So it's pretty fun to have that transition and to see her, succeed as well.
Yeah, I've been told he completely outkicked his coverage here. That comes from Craig Smith also.
Are you a dancer too?
No. She's trying to teach me, but it goes away quick. Yeah,
it's bad.
Not very good, yeah.
You're not good.
I don't got the rhythm like she got. Maybe you got it more.
No, I didn't get it. Trust me.
I have video of him dancing at a wedding.
It's bad. Yeah, it's really bad.
It's not good.
Why Denver? Why did you choose Denver? I'm sure when you went in the portal, what was that process like, and why Denver?
Typically a grad transfer, it's pretty typical to transfer maybe, after graduating. But I was in there with 1,000 other kids trying to get the same spot. And so, but my list of what I wanted was, someone I can trust and someone I can play a lot and good environment, good culture. And that's what, Coach Wilbrun and the staff brings. I got a great opportunity to play. I'll have great people around me. My teammates are awesome. I'm getting my master's from Denver, which is a great academic school. So that would add on to my, finance degree and my Chinese degree. So I'm excited for that and, keep that going.
Yeah. So you lived 5 years in China, right?
Yeah, I lived 5 years in China, and then I served a 2-year church mission in Taiwan.
Wow.
So I have 7 years overseas. I speak Mandarin. So I'm trying to utilize that in my career after basketball.
Can you teach me how in Mandarin to say, my back hurts from having to carry my co-host?
We'll get that ready for you.
Can we do that?
Open up with that every time you start.
Exactly. What was that experience like, though, living over there for as long as you did?
Yeah, so I was there ages 5 to 10, a little younger, but I remember a lot of that. Got to travel around, see the good experience growing up, different people. And then my mission was also just an amazing experience to serve.
Explain to people, because I think a lot of our viewers may not understand exactly what goes into a 2-year mission and and it's different for everybody.
Yeah. So my religion, I'm Christian. I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And when you turn 18, you have a decision. You can, if you want, you can serve a mission and you pay for it, and it's your decision. You submit an application, and then the church selects a destination for you. So I didn't pick Taiwan. I got sent to Taiwan.
Okay.
So I served there for 2 years. Every day my goal was to serve the people, teach them about the gospel, help them in whatever ways they need.
Knocking on doors,
serving, picking up trash, going to church, helping them understand more, learning Chinese the whole time. I do this all in Chinese. I didn't know very much at all before I went there. So, that was a great experience for me and a great learning point.
And can't talk, right? You can write letters back home, but can you call once or something?
They changed the rules lately, but I can only talk. I called my mom on Mother's Day and Christmas. You can email once a week. Now you can talk a little more.
Can you?
But that was 4 years ago. So, but I loved it. It was a great experience for me and very beneficial for my life.
I think the most impressive part of that is, what you're doing was great, but then you come back and you're going and you're playing basketball in the Pac-12, after not doing anything for 2. How do you stay in shape? Are you working out over there? Is that?
Yeah, you get 30 minutes every morning to an hour. You wake up early, as early as you want to get that in. So I wake up and run. I try to go out the outside courts, so it's different. Playing outside with the weather and stuff. Try to get your shots up, but coming back, I was just lucky to have a good staff at Utah that got me going and in the right state of mind and body. So.
Give me what it's going to be like playing with Tommy Bruner, one of the better point guards, really, that people don't know a lot about. They do in the Summit, but nationally they don't. What's your first impressions of Tommy?
Yeah, he's a really good player. He can get to the paint anytime he wants, no matter who's guarding you. He's getting the paint. He'll find you. He'll score. He can finish over anyone. We got 7-footers in practice. He's making tough lefties, righties, floaters over him. If he's drawing 4 guys, bang up for a 3. He's a great player to play with.
He's going to make your life easy, huh?
Yeah, he'll be a great guy to play with. And I'm, a great friend of mine. I'm excited to team up with him.
All right, we got about a minute left here. What has to happen for Denver to be able to make that push to compete for a Summit League championship this year?
Yeah, I think we got to stay together as a team. Trust our culture. We have a really good culture that Coach Wilbrun has, put into all of us. And as long as you trust our work and trust our guys, I think we'll be able to make a run and hopefully make it the big dance.
You know who likes this guy? Bill Walton.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's my guy.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
The hair? Is that what it was?
Well,
what was it?
Firstly, like my sophomore year, I made his all-hair team. It was like me and Tiger Campbell and
Really?
all these guys on the all-hair team for the Pac-12. So I don't know if that's what started it, but
Love it.
yeah.
Bill Walton, the best, right?
The
Comes
best,
up
man.
to you, no matter who.
Jaxon
no matter who
Brenchley, my hero. You know,
with a big firm
Yep,
handshake, right?
Yep.
So, well, listen, hey, great
Thanks,
meeting you
Jeff.
here. Good luck.
Awesome, Jeff. Yep.
Can't wait to see
Thank
the
you.
expanded role here with Denver and Coach Wilbrun, and we'll be watching.
Awesome,
we'll be watching, all right?
Appreciate you.
You
Yep.
got it,
Please
man.
don't
Thanks
teach
so
him
much.
any Mandarin. No
Yeah,
Chinese,
I want
no
that.
nothing. No
Send me like an audio or
All right,
something,
I'll
how to
text
say
you
it.
how to say it.
All right, perfect. Thanks a lot,
Thanks,
Jackson.
Jackson. That
Appreciate
was,
it, man.
Jaxon Brenchley, transfer from Utah, 5th year, 6th year, 7th year senior at
I'm having a
Denver
blast
now.
already.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I'm having a blast. I don't know. There's something about a story like that,
Mhm.
right? And a kid waiting his turn, maybe coming out of high school thinking, he's going to be a guy at Utah and has to fight for minutes there for 4 years, sticks around.
Well,
and
it's what makes college basketball great. Is
Yeah,
stories like that.
yeah,
and
and
then,
then he gets an opportunity now this year. And I'm
Yeah.
telling you, I can't wait to see what he does this year.
Yeah, we're going to be joined here by Kansas City head coach Marvin Menzies here in a minute when he makes his way over here at Media Day. I want to circle back on Denver because I do think that they are one of those teams in that tier where they're trying to break the top three. Like the
Yeah.
Summit League to me reminds me a little bit of the WCC in terms of the hierarchy, right? Like
Yeah.
you got
That's what it's been.
the 3
Sure.
teams at the top
Yeah.
that's kind of top heavy,
Yep.
and everybody else is trying to crack that level. We got Marvin Menzies making his way over here right now, but how difficult is it for teams like that to be able to make that leap?
Yeah,
We'll find out. We'll find out.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Here's a
we'll
guy
find out right now.
that'll be really good to talk to about that. And here he is, Marvin Menzies, a veteran, another veteran. We go from Jeff Wilbrun to Marvin Menzies, two guys who've been around for a long time, a lot longer than I have. And Marv, good to see you.
You too,
How's
my
everything?
friend. Life is good.
Yeah?
Life is good. Yeah. Tammy said to say hello.
Good. Well, I appreciate that.
I got no complaints, brother.
Good. Kids are older, and you're ready to go here to build this program.
Yeah. Kids
Right?
are older. Empty nester brings a whole new set. Now we got a new dog, Champ. We named him Champ on the things
puppy?
to come. Yeah.
You got a puppy?
4 months. Yeah.
Oh,
What kind of dog?
good
Don't
luck.
ask me how to pronounce it. Weinemer or Weinemer. Or
Don't even
something.
know.
Weimaraner.
This is the-
Yeah,
Weimaraner.
Weinemer. Yeah, that
Yes.
sounds good. See, I still can't say it, and you said it, and I still can't repeat it. But yeah.
So is it easier to train the dog or coach your players these days?
Great question. I'm going to go with the players.
The players. All right.
This
All right.
dog
Good
is
answer.
very intelligent when Tammy's talking to him. I guess I just don't have the connection yet. I
Oh,
don't
not
know.
yet. Let her deal with the dog, right? Let her try to train the
As
dog.
long as he doesn't bite me, we're good.
You
You
gotta
stay
worry
in the
about
house.
What you've been in this how many years now?
41 coaching.
Yeah.
Division 1. Oh gosh, 23.
All right. So all the changes recently, Marv.
Mm-hmm.
NIL, transfer portal, realignment, the extra COVID year. How do you navigate this at this stage of your career? How difficult is it?
Really good question. I think that it took this past season to figure it out, right? Because I had a consultant deal I was doing and mentoring some head coaches when I was out during my COVID year, and I thought I had all the answers when I'm giving them some suggestions, right? Then I get back in, and now I'm like, yeah, that might not have been a good suggestion.
Things have changed.
Things have changed
Yeah,
a lot. But
yeah.
what I've like you say, what is the old saying? You don't step up, you fall back on your values and so forth. So I'm just focused in on UMKC, and I'm not complaining about the things that I think are suspect in our profession. When you start talking about the mention of the transfer portal and NIL and all these things, I have a problem giving a young man money for something that he hasn't done yet.
Like a freshman.
Yeah,
Agreed.
right.
I'm right with you there.
Yeah, so that's
Based on their ranking.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm following Dion or he's following me. I don't know. And in that perspective, I'm not.
You're older, so he's following you.
Yeah, there you go. Let's roll with that. But yeah, no, I agree with that philosophy. That if you come and earn it, we have a great infrastructure to reward people for their name, image, and likeness.
Right. Earn it.
Yeah, earn it. Yeah. So that's kind of how I'm approaching things. But at the same time, I get it. It's a new landscape. And there's families. I mean, let's dive into it. There's families that need that money that are in tough spots. And so moving from one place to another, if that it's a life-changing kind of deal, I kind of get that. But when it's just a short-term money, you know, to stay committed, stay loyal, and grow, you know.
You guys are losing 2 17-point scorers, but when we published the Almanac, one of the quotes that your assistant Joe Esposito said is that it's not just going to be 2 guys this year, right? So how do you balance losing that level of productivity with also developing the rest of your roster?
Good question. Here's the deal. We lost 2 guys. Actually, I'm still very close with to this day. But we had 2 guys because we had 4 injuries. So we had more guys that we thought were going to give us a much better win-loss record. But at the end of the day, we're on this floor starting the conference tournament with four freshmen. Mm-hmm. So now we're back to what our original plan was, which is layering the roster in a way where you still have depth and development, but you do have experience. And I think we've recruited some great kids of high character. That's one of the things that I'm doing differently. I'm you know, we always say you want to do that. You learned that from Boden years ago, right? But you really kind of leaned more towards the talent, I think, in my earlier years as a head coach. Now I'm realizing that, character really does.
You don't want your phone ringing at 2, 3 in the morning anymore? Too old for that?
Too old for that, brother.
I don't blame it.
That thing.
But you're right. You are right, though. Like early in your career, you say it, but then you get a talented dude in front of you that may be, I'm not sure. I'm going to take a shot.
Right. And because you think, until we have egos, right? You think we could change them, right? Yeah. I've had gangsters to all kind of different guys that I thought were ready to make changes in their lives, and several of them did. Yeah. We've changed some guys' lives, and those are very, very rewarding. But I'm gonna leave that to the younger coaches right now. I'm gonna stay with some guys I enjoy being around.
I've spent the last 3 years trying to change Jeff Goodman for the better.
Good luck with that.
It has not worked at all. It has not worked.
I do want to ask you about the shooting. You guys finished 362nd. That's second to last.
We won't tell anybody.
3-point shooting percentage.
That's great.
But that gentleman right over
great.
there. That gentleman right over there, Henderson Kopp, coming in. He didn't play last season. You mentioned the injuries.
Right.
What will that provide you this season? How does that help?
He's one of the guys. So we obviously knew that was, I don't want to call it a blemish, more like a round of ammunition that just hit us. It was crazy, but never had a team that shot it that bad. But and you remember we had all those big boys in New Mexico State. So we were pounding it inside anyway, right? From Pascal to Simbular to Chile and all those guys, we were dominating the conference with size. Here they dominate the conference with shooting. So I think there's a chance, an opportunity to have that size that's impactful with really quality. I have to have more quality shooting. So we went and recruited. AK is he's an assassin but AK is a great, initials for him, like because he can really shoot.
I'm writing that one down. I like that one.
And then you have we added Jamar Brown, who was Player of the Year in his division. We signed the #1 shooter out of junior college in the nation. A kid by the name of Cameron Foss. Mm-hmm. I don't know how we got him. Like
50%. Shot 50%
from the 3. Like, do you realize
how hard that is?
Yeah. We're going to give it to him every time, right?
He's got the ultimate green light.
But you add him, like I said, Jason Petty, who's a really talented post grad, and then the guys that were injured that are coming back now are much improved. Yeah. So, I'm optimistic. I saw the polls that came out, and I go, how do you figure out
you can't do a poll now? You can't.
Yeah, like
how
do you
It's based on honestly probably what guys have done. What the programs that have won, because there's so many new faces.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's generally what you're doing for the most. They didn't mean anything 5 years ago, 10 years ago. They mean nothing now.
Yeah, no, that's true. And they're motivational.
We're throwing darts.
Yeah, they exactly. You got it, Jeff. That's what we're doing. It's good. It's good motivation for us. I think we were picked 8th, and I'm like, cool. We couldn't shoot it last year. Cool.
Right.
That's in the
that's
past,
what you want.
right? Yeah.
Right. That's what you want.
They're gonna say, boy, that boy Marvin Menzies really can't coach. I'll tell you what, he improved.
Who else has made who's been the biggest surprise, I guess, of preseason? Now we're into the actual practices. Mm-hmm. You guys have been able to work with these guys all summer, which is still fairly new. Right. Who's been the biggest surprise so far?
You know what? On my roster, there's honestly, that would be a tough question because we just have so many new guys. We added, 6 guys
Yeah.
or whatever it is. And I'm pleased with all of them. I'm trying to figure out, we have 16 on the roster.
You have 16?
16 guys on the roster.
Good luck keeping them all happy.
Yeah, well, that has to be identified before the year starts.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about going back, right, to how you used to give guys their roles, right?
Yeah.
So it's usually middle of the non-conference when you're like,
Right.
hey, man, this is where you fit in right now. We're doing that before November 6th. We're saying, hey, here's where you're at.
Yeah.
If you can't handle that,
Yeah.
then we need to have another conversation.
Right.
Because
Otherwise, you're going to have trouble in the locker room.
And I think kids, and especially in this generation, they want to know why.
Yeah.
And so if you're just transparent with them,
Right.
and you just let them know, and hey, this is what you got to do to climb up. But if you can't embrace your role as a part of this team, as being a plan 8 or plan 8 will be easy to embrace, right? But it's that 9 through 11, and then the 11 through 16. You got to pick out a couple guys, maybe in redshirt them. Hence the development, hence the roster.
You have
building.
16 on scholarship right now?
No, we have 13.
Okay.
13 on scholarship, and then we have
3
a
walk-ons?
few guys that are financing their own journey,
Yeah.
and but are really talented, and some of them will come
Play.
in. I don't know if you remember this, but we used to have this deal at New Mexico State where we had a junior college.
Oh,
on
I know
campus,
this.
right?
Oh, yeah.
So we would have our recruits were on campus. So we had guys that were literally already attending the school through this.
It's like a feeders, and it was a good academic deal too, right?
Yeah,
it helped.
It was great. It helped them to get closer to their degree, extra. So I'm still trying to use that formula as far as if you can find some guys that are in a position to finance themselves or, for a year or two, and then on the hope.
So you just opened up Menzies Junior College in Kansas
Keep
City.
Keep it down. We can't let the world know, brother. But yes, that's our next chapter.
I do want to ask you about New Mexico State because you made 5 tournaments in 7 years while you were there. You were one of the best mid-major programs in college basketball, point blank period, while you were there.
Right.
What do you replicate from that job? Because they're different jobs in different leagues, right? But what are you replicating from that job with Kansas City to try to get them up to that same level in the summer?
Well, there's a plethora of things as you operate as a CEO that you feel like have to be like staples, right? The character piece, when you look at their recruiting a certain type of player that will embrace being at a mid-major and not come in and go, well, I'm going to play here for a year and then try to get to a Power 5. So now I go out and I'm looking at, I'm like their family and how they were raised and what their beliefs are is so much more valuable as a tell for me on whether they are a good fit for us. I mean, if their parents are doing pretty good and they're solid and they get it, like the parents, the older folks get it, it's like, hey, listen, and I appreciate the transparency. We've had some kids that come that we've recruited, and the NIL at a high level was just something that we couldn't achieve. And we just got off them real quick. Best 2 things we can hear as coaches. Yes, I'm coming. No, I'm not. Right. And so we get those no's out of the way a lot earlier. But back to your question, I feel like there's the leadership. It all starts with, my athletic director, Brandon Martin. He's gets it. He's been at the highest level, Oklahoma, USC, he's got his doctorate, sharp guy, played the game. And so we collaborate a lot. We have a true partnership. So we're figuring out, okay, things that normally I would complain about as a head coach to my boss, like we're problem solving. Like, and I'm figuring out how to compliment him, and he's figuring out how to give me the resources, tools that I need to win the summit.
Last one I got for you. How many years did you do under Rick Pitino?
Just 2. Well,
how many did it feel like?
Years.
How many? Yeah, I was going to say, how many did it feel like? Imagine if he had you right now, and I see how you're moving.
Yeah,
what would he do with you?
He'd be a little disappointed, to say the least.
He'd be having you on the treadmill anyway.
I would have to explain, right? Coach. It's a new knee. It's a knee replacement, coach.
I can't go on the treadmill.
I didn't get like a meniscus tear. It's actually a titanium metal in there.
Give me your favorite story. Give me your favorite story working for.
Oh Lord, let me see. For Coach, Coach B.
Yeah.
I've got about 8. I'll give you about.
Give me a good one.
I'll give you 7 of those off camera.
All right, give me a good one.
Let's see. I don't know if it's a story, but it's something I learned underneath him. It's probably more of a lesson.
Okay.
His pride and passion for development of his players and his staff was unparalleled.
Yeah.
Like he would, I mean, he still guiding me. He's still a mentor to me.
Yeah.
And I've been away from him for 12 years or whatever it is. So I think that's something I took from him, and I'm trying to, now at 61, I'm trying to do with my guys as well. I never did as much professional development for my staff as I'm doing now, things of that nature. But really, when you ride off into the sunset, you gotta find out where you're going to go, what games you're going to, and you better hope to have some coaches out there working for you. But no, I think that I will give you one quick one. He understands family better than most people think.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not only in love with his family, obviously that's natural unconditionally, but his staff, his players, they have a connection with him that goes on for years and years. I remember one time, or my first year there, we get there, and I mean, we're working crazy hours. We're up at like, I'm running on the treadmill at 5:30 in the morning trying to lose some weight and just do all this stuff. And so we're not home a lot, right? So Christmas time rolls around, and all of a sudden the wives open up their gifts, and I'm not going to tell you what he gave the wives, but they gave me a hall pass for the rest of the year. Let me just put it like that. He looks out for
Well, listen, he gave his SID, Kenny Klein, a car.
Yeah.
A car.
Now, Kenny deserved it.
He did. Dealing with Rick that often, that many years?
You would have thought Kenny was a player the way he used to jump on us. Yeah.
No question. Marvin, great seeing you, man.
You're the best, man.
Glad you came out.
And
Glad we came out.
Yep.
And good luck this season.
All right, brother. We'll see you guys around.
And we're gonna bring Anderson up here. AK coming up here in a minute, and can't wait to talk to him. His brother's one of my favorite.
We're gonna find out who the best athlete is in the Kopp family.
Man, this is a tough question because there's a lot of competition for that one. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Four brothers. Two played hoop.
One of them played Indiana
football
last year, Miller Kopp.
Yep, that's right.
So,
Here he comes.
Yep. Bringing up Anderson Kopp right now, guard, graduate senior, redshirted last season.
What's up, man?
Hey,
how are you? Good
Anderson.
to see you.
Good.
Rob Dauster, Anderson.
Nice to meet you.
How are you?
I'm doing great.
Yeah,
It's been a great experience here so far, ending up here in the next hour. So it's been a great experience.
Well, it's good to have you healthy. I know last year was not easy for you. What, game 4 or 5, you break your wrist?
Yeah.
And you're playing well.
It was an unfortunate event. I took, I think, 4 or 5 charges that game and got the calls on.
That's more than your brother took in his whole career.
That is exactly true. I don't think he took a charge his whole career.
Wow. We're going to have to tell him. We're going to have to play him this clip.
Yeah.
He's not going to be happy.
No, I never even thought about that. He never did. Not once.
I didn't see one last year.
He may have fell in accident, but I don't even remember at Northwestern him taking one.
I love already the shit talking. This is tremendous right out of the gates. If you don't know, Anderson is Miller Kopp's brother, Miller, who played at Indiana. And he's also got 2 other brothers. I don't know if you know, Rob.
Yep. We got to know, Anderson, who is the best athlete in the Kopp family?
His other brother, one of them is a quarterback right now at Miami of Ohio, transferred in from Colorado. And your other brother, your oldest, was a tight end at Vandy?
Vandy, yeah. Graduated from Vanderbilt. I think the best athlete.
Yeah.
And it'll kind of give him some, this is a big question, you know what I mean? It'll probably be Maddox, so my youngest brother at Miami of Ohio. He's one of those guys that, like, he 100% could have played college basketball.
Really?
Mid-major, probably high major. He's 6'7", 4-man. But he's one of the guys that could, like, just walk into a basketball arena, throw up a ball, and do a windmill off of one leg.
Really? Oh, so he's clearly the most athletic of you guys.
100%. So he definitely gets that nod.
Your story's amazing because you were a tennis player growing up, right? You're a tennis player. I think you went to a tennis academy going into your freshman year of high school. How about this? Comes back home. Tell me if I'm wrong on this story. I might have got a little bit of it off, but you come back home, you watch Miller play hoop, and you're like, tell your parents, like, all right, I think I want to play hoop now.
Yeah, it is a wild story, and I convinced my parents to go to a boarding school out in California.
Really?
And just kind of say, hey, I'm done with basketball. I'm done with these other sports. I'm gonna train because my dad played professionally a little bit, and so I was kind of following his footsteps. I came back for Christmas break, and I saw Miller play a high school game, and it's like, man, this is what I've always loved. I've always loved basketball more. And when I came back, it was immediately, obviously I had to go homeschool because it was in the middle of the year. Yeah. And then started training with John Lucas, and twice a day he took me under his wing. We're really close with him, and for the next year and a half trained with him. and Jared Sellinger was training with him at the time, and so had great training. I had to catch up with the time that I missed. So super grateful for John.
What was your parents'
wait.
reaction?
I got one first.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
got one first. I got some good dirt on him.
All right.
All right. Tell me, ready for this? Tell me John Lucas's nickname for you.
Oh, he calls me A-Train.
No, I got another one. Big Loogie.
Oh,
is that true?
You're saying
true?
for John's.
Is that?
nickname,
Oh, that was.
He called me that multiple times, but he wants people to call him that, but you can't fall into that trap. So he'll tell people, "Hey, call me Big Loogie." Yeah. You can't do that.
Can't do it.
No, you can't do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, go ahead.
No way.
I just want to know your parents' reaction when you're convinced them to send you all the way to California for a tennis academy, and after like 3 months,
I'm done.
like, yeah, you know what? Just kidding. I'm going to come back to play basketball again.
Well, the reaction was even more shocked because I had won 2 tournaments in a row before that. So everything looked like I was on track to reach the dreams and the potential. And when I come back, they're like, "Wait, hold on. You just won 9 matches in a row. And I said, "Hey, I just am not.
Don't love it.
I'm not having fun with it. I was burnt out completely, and I love basketball more. I'm more of a team sport guy. What I realized, and it's tennis and those sports. It gets really lonely and it gets really hard at times.
So Jeff thinks he's good at pickleball now.
I actually am. I played about 15 times. I'm pretty good.
It's an amazing sport.
Great sport.
Amazing sport. I'm a huge pickleball guy.
Yeah, I just played the other day. I got to get there. I don't know what I need somebody to evaluate what they got like the numbers.
You're not
I
good.
think I'm like I think it's somewhere between a 3.5 and a 4.0. If that means anything.
Just to put that in context, Goodman has told us that he could still dunk a basketball.
That's not true.
And
I
that
said
he
I
could throw a
could
football
dunk a
65
basketball.
yards right now if he had to. So I want you to have that in your mind when you talk about
I'm old
this.
now. I'm old.
Yeah.
I could do it years ago. When I was your age, I could do it.
You said throw a ball 65 yard
Yes.
football.
Yeah.
You had an arm like that?
Yeah.
No.
Were you a quarterback?
No. But I could throw it. I could throw
Well,
it.
if you threw
These are
65,
lies.
wouldn't you be a quarterback?
No, I
though?
wasn't accurate. Who said I
these are
didn't
lies.
mean I could throw it like accurately to somebody
Yeah.
65 yards, but I could throw it.
He doesn't
65
believe. He doesn't
yards.
believe a word. Just look at his face. He doesn't believe a word you're
I have to
saying
be
right
honest.
now.
I'm not.
okay.
I'm not a believer.
That's okay. That's all right. I'm okay with that.
I like him, man. I'm on.
I
I'm
know.
on the AK bandwagon.
He's a member of the family, so that's okay. Give us a little bit about this year's team. And again, obviously, you guys lose 2 key pieces. You were banged up last year. What's this team going to look like, and what are you going to look like now? Back healthy after a year off.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm really excited for this year because we were lacking shooting last year, and that was obvious just in the numbers. And we recruited 2 guys that shot over 45% from 3 last year, and so I feel like we kind of added that piece, shored up that piece, and then we retained some guys that are growing and are going to be really good. And so yeah, we did lose Shamari and Ray, but I really think that we're more together this year than ever. And then just personally, I feel recharged. When you don't have competition for a full year and it's going to be more of like a year and a half, man, I'm excited to get out there with the guys to compete. And just give it my all. It's my 5th season. I don't know what I'm doing with my 6th, but I want to be in the present with this year and just get the most out of it.
You guys were picked 8th. You're not on any of these preseason all-league teams. How much of a motivating factor is that? How much do you pay attention to stuff like this?
Yeah, I used to be a big pay attention to all that stuff guy. And I think as I've grown just from freshman year now to my 5th year, I don't look at any of that stuff. And it's more of a chip on my shoulder as a chip in my pocket. And Miller tweeted that out actually this morning. I saw that. And the chip on my shoulder just comes from myself. I've got expectations for myself, but honestly, Coach Menzies, as we've had multiple conversations lately, is the expectations and pressure is a great thing when handled correctly. And but I can't lose the joy of the game. And I'm a competitor. I do know about those things, and our team does know about those things. But ultimately, if we continue to grow, all those things will work itself out.
Yeah. I got one more. Who's the best TikToker in the Kopp game?
Well, Maddox has a lot saved in the drafts. He's not one of those guys that puts it out.
Yeah.
But Miller's so comfortable in his.
He'll
in
throw
his,
anything
he'll
out
throw
there.
anything out.
Anything. The
And
dancing. I mean,
and that's what everybody respects about him.
Yeah.
You know, because
he can just be a complete
he's
knucklehead,
himself,
right?
You know?
Doesn't care.
So
Give me your best. Give me your best Miller story. Like, he gave me a lot of ammo on you. All right. So I just want you to know that going into this story. Give me something good on it.
Well, I'll give you a really recent one.
Okay.
And so I was back in Houston actually 2 weeks ago, and he's got a new thing where he wants to become one with the earth. So he'll go out in our front yard, take his shoes off, take his shirt off, and just lay completely in the sun in the grass, because he thinks that the grass and being in touch with the earth is beneficial for him. And honestly, I've been picking it up lately, just walking in the grass and stuff, just those things. Yeah. But that's one of those things, you know, Miller, he always has the little thing he's doing.
Did we get any video? Can we get something, please?
We may have to put something out on Twitter.
Let's let him make the OKC roster first.
Exactly.
And then we'll do it. We don't want to hurt his chances with anything, you know.
Exactly. So he's a trip, but I love him and love all my brothers.
Well, listen, we appreciate it, man. Great seeing you. I'm glad you're healthy. Really, really fun to come out here, and we'll be following you this year.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Looking forward to it. Appreciate you guys.
All right.
Best
You too.
luck this season, Anderson.
Yes, sir.
That was Anderson Kopp, Kansas City Roos. Coming up, we are going to be talking with a couple of people from Oral Roberts. We got head coach Russell Springmann trying to replace Paul Mills, and we will be talking to Isaac McBride, who has to fill the very large shoes of none other than Max A. Smith. And we have Russ coming up here right now, a guy that you know.
Russ doesn't even use his
he doesn't need the stairs.
He doesn't even need them.
He
He doesn't need them.
Goodman, a guy you know very well, Russell Springmann, Oral Roberts. First and foremost, congrats on getting the job, man.
That's right.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I told Russ this. And again, listen, I know we're supposed to be objective in this business, okay?
Goodman, objective. Come on.
But I will say this. This guy getting the head job this past year was one of the coolest things that I've ever seen doing this job. I mean that. Like, we've known each other for I don't know how many years, since I first got into this thing, and your road has been a little bit windy, right? Little windy?
More than windy.
More than windy.
I think there's been some drops.
There have been a few drops, but to get this opportunity at, I think you're my age, right? 52?
54.
All right, you're older.
Yeah.
You look younger, but you're older.
I appreciate that.
But to get this opportunity at this point in your career, when, again, it's been documented, I wrote it a couple years ago, you know, you passed up on Mississippi State head job. There were other jobs that you passed on because they weren't the right fit for you and your family. Right. More than anything, it wasn't even really for you. It was more about your family. Yeah. What makes this one the right fit for you and your family?
You know, that's a great question. I think the main thing is it's a place where faith is prioritized. You know, we're thankful to be somewhere where you're open about your belief in Christ. To be at a place where they're very intentional about developing people. You know, Oral Roberts really is a university that's committed to every form of development, right? So it's not, and I'm not saying other schools aren't committed to developing their student athletes, but in my opinion, it's really intentional and it's for the whole person. So we're excited as a family to be a part of that. And I think the other part is just the timing. Right, you know, God's timing is always perfect. In the past, the time wasn't right, like you had mentioned, for my family and the different situations that we were in. And this is really the perfect fit at the perfect time as we see it. So really, really thank you.
How do you go about replacing Max A. Smith?
the question.
It's the easy.
It's like the first question Russ gets at every station here, probably.
I don't think you can replace somebody that's had that kind of impact. And I think what people do is they look at a statistical impact, and I think that is short-sighted for everything that Max provided. I mean, he was a leader on and off the court. His basketball IQ was, in all honesty, I think the highest that I've ever been around. There were so many intangible things that don't show up on a stat sheet, but then you add all of the statistical things that he provided. So I don't think it would be fair to expect any one person to absorb that kind of loss. But the expectation is collectively that we will do the best we can to really handle all of those pieces. Like some guys have to grow into leadership roles, some guys have to expand their roles as players, and then we as coaches have to help in all of those areas as well, so we can absorb that kind of loss.
Well, you were with the program for the last couple of years as well. How much does that continuity help that? Like, you already know a lot of the guys that are here.
Mm-hmm.
You already know how you played last season. It's not a new face, right? That all of this, not a new voice that all of this is coming from. How much does that help?
I believe it helps. I think the players would be the most important people to ask. That
We'll ask guys when he gets up.
Yeah, I think the main thing is the returning players have already grown in a leadership capacity. I mean, McBride's been tremendous. He's an amazing example, and I've said this publicly. He's not just an example for the athletic department. He's really what Oral Roberts is about. He's an incredible human being. He's got an old soul. He's got a very strong faith. And Kareem Thompson is an alpha. He's a very strong leader. So to have those guys returning, it's not just their experience, it's their leadership, because we have a lot of new faces, and then we also have guys transitioning into new opportunities, new roles, and they're going to need help. They need to be able to talk to somebody that's done that. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a huge advantage. Again, we're losing a lot of experience and a lot of good players, but having really good players back along with that experience.
Yeah. Goodman, one more, and then you can mess with Coach Springmann as much as you want. When you take over this job, right, the Summit League has kind of been top-heavy recent years. There's 3 teams at the top that have kind of had the most success. Mm-hmm. You're stepping into a new job, right? And there's going to be a certain level of expectation. How do you embrace that? How do you go about handling? We were talking about it earlier, and you were picked second in the league, and it's like you're losing the coach, you're losing the best player, a guy that's going to score 3,000 points. How do you kind of manage those expectations with your team, with the program, with yourself? Because I know that you have, you're gonna have a belief in yourself.
Yeah, a lot of melatonin. I think the first part of that is it's a blessing to have that responsibility, right? Because you're in a situation where they embrace winning and they want to continue to win. That's important. That's where you want to be. I think the next part of that is, and Tim has helped me with this. I think as a coach, you focus on what you need to get better at, right? And that can become very myopic. That's all you see instead of the other things that you're doing well. And I've got to be more mindful of that, because there are times where I walk out of the gym and I'm like, man, we found new ways to turn the ball over. I think we were allergic to the daggone thing today, and you don't feel like you got any better. And then you watch film, you're like, oh, well, these things were better than I thought. And I think the main thing is the belief in your players and that they're going to stay committed to getting better every day. And, the reality is I want to win every game, but we need to be at our best 3 days in March, right? So just being able to manage that mentality, back to, the winding road and the ups and downs, I think that's really, really important. Because it's going to be a long season. It's going to be filled with those ups and downs, and getting through them. So God willing, you're peaking at the end of the season and you're playing your best basketball those 3 days in March. That ultimately is what this is about.
McBride, like you said, I mean, he's not going to be Max. He doesn't need to be Max. Mm-hmm. But what does he need to do this year in terms of, again, maybe it's from a leadership perspective? Obviously, he's going to have to score. What have you talked to him about in terms of maybe his mentality this year?
I think the biggest thing with Isaac is him really understanding how good he is. He's incredibly talented, and he's also his harshest critic. So him maintaining a constant belief in himself is what's most important, because I think his standard is so high, and he's such a perfectionist that, if he misses a shot, he can start analyzing. And it's like, look, what I've talked to him about is Steph Curry arguably is the greatest shooter of all time, right? Yeah. And I think it was a year ago, maybe it was 2, and I sent him the article because Steph Curry was literally telling himself, next one's going in, next one's going in, next one's going in. Yeah. And having Mackie play with that mentality, because what I've told him is,
you need to do two things. You need to believe in yourself because you're extremely talented, and you need to trust in your work because he is a daily worker. Like just as an example, and I'm not saying this for any other reason but to commend him. Before we get up here, he's like, Coach, my only concern is I'm going to miss a day, right? Not a day of anything but working out. I'm going to miss a day. I can't make this up. So yesterday I'm trying to find where he is to make sure we can get to the next spot. Yeah. He's across the street from the hotel. He's in the Pentagon. And he's working
last
out.
night.
He's working out.
No way.
Yeah. So I'm like, I get off the phone because I was going to go over and meet him. I get off the phone, I'm walking, and he's walking back. And he's got a basketball under his arm.
It's great.
He's coming back to him, but that's who he is. So when you work that way, you should believe in yourself at the highest level.
So I just put this together. I don't know if there's some connection here, but Max transferred to Texas.
I had nothing to do with it. I had nothing
but literally,
to do with it.
I just thought about this. I'm like, you, Kevin Durant, like, come on. Like, did something happen here?
No,
Nothing?
No.
There was no tampering going on here with you sending him to Texas back to your old spot?
No, Max did what was best for him.
And you said, like, the deal always was Max was going to leave after last year.
I mean,
no matter what. He was either going to be done with college or he was going to transfer.
Yeah. I mean, Max graduated.
Yeah.
We've been blessed to have talented players stay until they graduated, which in this day and age is not normal.
Right.
I mean, you go back to his sophomore year, he leads the country in scoring. We come off a Sweet 16. How many kids, young men, do what he did?
Nobody.
And then stay at a mid-major program. Right. So, like, I think the first part of this is commending him for staying and being loyal. And, you know, Kevin O'Banner graduated from Oral Roberts. Connor Vanover graduated from Oral Roberts. So we've been blessed to keep guys through graduation. So we're like, I just want to make sure people know we're thankful for what those guys did. I think as fans, sometimes you can get agitated.
Right. He left.
Critical. And it's like, but in terms of Max, I mean, Max is from Rockwall, Texas. And I think the final three schools he was looking at were all very close to home. And I think that was a big part of his decision.
Do you have any worry how good he'll be at that level playing against that competition every day?
No, I mean, he's proven it.
Yeah.
I mean, he proved it in the NCAA tournament. He proved it multiple times against Power 5 schools prior to being in the NCAA tournament. And when you know who Max is, how competitive he is, you expect that he's going to be successful no matter where you play, no matter who you play. He's an incredible competitor. And I think sometimes, I said this earlier, people are misled by a level of competitiveness based on your physical response. Yeah. Right? So he's not a demonstrative person. He's not a yeller.
At all.
But he is a fierce competitor. Yeah. So I would expect him to be incredibly successful there, just like he has been in everything else that he does.
So we've talked about Isaac. We've talked about the guys that you lost. But there's another player on the preseason All-Summit League team here. You mentioned him earlier, Kareem Thompson. You called him an alpha. Talk to me about him. What makes him special?
A lot of things. I think, first of all, is who he is as a person. And again, I'm just sharing this so you guys have a feel for who our players are. So we adopted a kid basically into our program. His name's Beckham. He's 6 years old, and I think he's had 5 heart surgeries already. You know, again, back to perspective, right, as a dad. Yep. So Kareem texted me the other day, and he said, Coach, are we practicing on Saturday? And I said, no, we're not. We'll practice on Sunday. Why? What's up? And he said, well, Beckham's got a game at 10:30. This works out perfectly. So Kareem goes and watches Beckham at a local YMCA, and then is videoing part of the game. And he's like, Coach, you know how you talk about max effort. Beckham just went in the lane, turned it over, and then sprinted back and knocked the ball out of bounds. I wish I had it on film to show our guys. That's the kind of person he is. So, like, having that kind of character and the character I mentioned with Isaac earlier makes a huge difference in your program. But beyond his character, beyond his leadership, he's a very talented player. He's versatile. I don't think he got credit he deserved in the past. I'm not sure people realized all the little things that he did. He created extra possessions. He was a relentless rebounder. He was a versatile defender. I believe he was second on our team in assists last year and didn't have the ball in his hands a lot. I think he provides a lot of things that show up statistically, but as well as things that don't. So we're excited that he decided to stay.
When you have the leaders of your program that do things like what Isaac does, that do what you just mentioned, that story you just told about Kareem, how does that set the culture for your program? How does that set the expectation for everybody else, all the younger guys?
I think that is exactly what sets the culture. Is there's an understanding, first and foremost, who you should be as a person. Right? Like we talk about the hard right or the easy wrong. It's part of the cadet's prayer at West Point. And you go through it, and there's a lot of great learning opportunities in that prayer, but that's something we do talk about. So what choice will you make as the day goes on? Are you going to choose the hard right or the easy wrong? So Mac, you could have chosen, right, which would have been understandable, right? Hey, we were up at a very early hour in the morning, roughly 3:15 yesterday morning to get up here. So you had every reason to not do something. Would have made sense, like during that window, hey man, take a nap. But what did he do?
That's what he would have done.
And I think, the fact that these guys consistently put in extra time, but more importantly, I listened to something about Hard Knocks the other day, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing his name, but Coach Sala had referenced 4 different levels of competitors. Well, the top level is a commander. So that person is intrinsically motivated. But in addition to being intrinsically motivated and trying to be the best version of themselves, they get somebody else to come along and do the same. That's what Isaac does. That's what Kareem does. They establish the culture based on who they are and what they do. I think we get this twisted sometimes. We put, phrases on walls and we make cute little shirts that say things, and that, like, all that stuff sounds good, right? At the end of the day, it's who you are and how are you living. That's your culture. So we're blessed that we have guys like those two that are consistently living the standard that we are hoping to create and sustain.
Yeah, well, listen, Russ, they're flashing the done sign at us, which means we got to
done.
kick you out.
We're done.
We got to
We're
get
done.
we got to get your star,
Great seeing
Isaac
you, man.
McBride. He's coming up over here.
I hope y'all have fun.
Great
with
seeing
it.
you.
Yeah.
Great seeing
Congrats
you.
again.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And tell the family I said hello.
Do the
All
same,
right.
man.
Russ, always a pleasure, man. Thank you. We have now coming up Isaac McBride, a first-team preseason
What's up,
All-Summit
Isaac?
League
Jeff
selection.
Goodman, how you doing?
A first-team
Rob Dauster over there.
Almanac preseason Summit League. Isaac, how you doing, man? Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I guess the first question I want to ask you is that Coach Springmann was with the program for the last 5 years. He obviously took over for Coach Mills. What does that provide you guys? Like, having that stability, it's not a new face, it's not a new voice, it's a guy that you already know.
I mean, basically everyone talks about keeping it in home, keeping it familiar. And what a perfect pick. None other than Coach Springmann. Coach Springmann is a guy that provides experience. He's a great high character man, a believer in Christ. And in our university, that's what we stand upon. So when you have a guy that's high character, we have a man that's Coach Springmann, we have someone that actually cares about kids and it's not just trying to get wins out of them. I mean, you saw how it did. You have the John Thompsons of the world. You had other coaches where they took the approach of, I want to care about these kids. I want to care about this university before I care about these wins or these losses. And that creates a program where you're able to be successful and you're able to have guys go out in the world and make a difference. So we kept it in home, but the pick in home was an amazing pick.
Easy pick.
None
Right.
other than Coach Springmann. Who else would you want to pick? And not just Coach Springmann, but we have Coach Peterson in there too. Offensive guru, offensive mastermind. Could go anywhere in the country and make a difference. He's an amazing man. He's a believer as well. We have Coach Bostic, Antonio Bostic, our assistant. Coach Lewitt coming in. Great high character men. That's building great high character young men to go out in the world and make a difference. So yeah, that pick was amazing. And our AD Tim Johnson does a great job of being able to make those decisions. And he doesn't go wrong, and his experience hasn't gone wrong yet. So the pick that he had, like, no other than Coach Springmann. That's who we chose, and that was the right pick.
Yeah, I've known Russ for 20 plus years, so I'm with you with that one.
No,
on
sure,
on
yeah.
character, you're not going to find any better.
No, you're not going to. Yeah,
So, all right, your road has been interesting, my
for
man.
sure. Yeah.
This is finally, it's your turn. It's your
Yeah.
team. You've kind of waited for this, right? Kansas, Vandy,
Yeah.
now waiting here.
Yeah.
Max leaves.
Mhm.
It's your team.
Well,
Like,
to
what's
be
that
honest with you,
like?
like, I mean, everyone wants me to say it's my team.
Yeah,
But let's be honest, though. We got guys in Kareem Thompson. They've been waiting.
Yep.
You got Deshane Weaver. He's been waiting. Trey Phipps. You got people coming back. This isn't my team. This is our team. And, I look at it like that, truly. In the Bible, it says, like, if you exalt yourself, you will be humbled. But if you humble yourself, you will be exalted. That's the thing that I've been standing on since I've been 3 years old.
Really?
So at the same time, I'm looking at those guys. I'm like, let's work together, because I don't want to make it look like I'm the dictator or it's my call. Because when you have that type of environment, you aren't successful. So I believe that we all are under the same thing, that, hey, we're going to work together, 15, 16, 17 guys. We're going to link together, and we're going to make sure that we play together as a team. Yes, my role has changed on the floor, but also my mindset has stayed the same. I want to be able to go to those guys, and those guys look at me and say, we're going to fight for that guy. And I want to look at them and say, okay, I'm going to fight for them. Because when it gets tough, it's not just Isaac McBride's team. And I don't want this to be no Jordan effect. You know, I want those guys to look at me.
This answer,
no.
This is, hey, that's about as impressive of an answer as I think I've ever gotten from asking a question.
But that's true.
Seriously.
That's genuine. That's what I feel from
Well,
my
I can
heart.
tell.
Yeah.
I can tell, but a lot of guys aren't thinking that way.
Yeah.
They're thinking, when I ask that question, they're
sure.
thinking, yeah, this is my team.
But it will be
I
tough,
waited.
though, because obviously they're throwing the accolades and things like that.
Yeah.
And there's going to be some games early on where I got to figure it out. I might go 0 for 9.
Yeah.
I might go 0 for 27.
Well, Russ
It might be
said,
like that.
but Russ said that is probably
part of
going to be your biggest issue, might be the wrong word, but like, how do you handle that?
How do I
Because you
handle
are a
that?
perfectionist.
Yeah,
And how do
I
you
wanna be
stay
great.
even keel instead of getting frustrated?
So that's where Max comes in. You saw Max, if you watched him, even keel.
Yeah.
Motions. I talked to Max for hours upon hours trying to figure out, like, how do you do that? Because I know I have the talent and ability given by God, but like, that's going to be tough, because I say this now, but who are you truly when you're 0 for 9 and you want the glory and you want to perform well? And so asking God how to deal with that right now is the biggest thing that I'm trying to transition. But I'm a perfectionist, but I know they're going to fall, and I know I'm going to have monster games too. And I believe in myself. So, I mean, it's a game
You
within
got me
the game.
believing in you too, man.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm ready. No, I'm ready.
I'm ready to run through a wall.
Me too. Me too.
But I appreciate you guys for allowing me to be on here. I know you have more questions and things like that.
No, it's
But
a
that's
blast
just something
talking to you,
that-
man. It is. I can't wait to see again this kind of new role for you, because I know you've waited.
Mhm.
You've waited for this opportunity. Not
Yes, sir.
again, maybe not to be the guy, but to be,
take a bigger role.
correct.
Yeah, for sure.
Correct. I mean, it's been, you come into Kansas,
Mhm.
then you go to Vandy.
Yeah.
Like you finally found your spot.
Yes,
Am I
sir.
wrong?
No, you're right about that. And my spot was, to be honest, I thought my whole life would be basketball. And basketball was that. But really, to be honest, I encourage the younger kids to go out and find a college that fits you as a person. And I feel like when you get in an environment that you're already comfortable with, I came from a private Christian school, small. Oral Roberts is a private
Small,
Christian school,
yeah,
small.
yeah.
So being able to interact with students, being able to interact with staff, Oral Roberts is amazing.
You feel more at home.
University, I feel more
Yeah,
at home.
yeah.
So that carries over. So whatever happens in one stage of life carries over to another stage, which I've seen is allowed me to be successful on the basketball court and for our team to have success. But for me, that was the perfect fit.
So, in this newer role that you're going to be playing, right? You're sliding over. I don't know if you want to reveal any of the secrets, but when you lose a guy like Max and the amount of time that he had with the ball in his hands, what have you been doing this summer? We just heard Coach Springmann talk about the amount of work that you put in, your work ethic. You got up at 3:00 in the morning yesterday. You still got your workout in before you, in between all of the media day stuff. Which, by the way,
We were drinking and eating last night while you were
normally
getting
we're
shots
up until
up.
3:15.
All right.
I mean, I understand.
I was getting
though.
wings downtown Sioux Falls.
I feel you. I
But-
understand.
How has your off-season work regimen changed? Are you focusing more on doing ball screen stuff? Are you focusing more on reading taggers or reading rollers? Like, what has any of your process changed?
It's really trial and error, but also too, I made sure that iron gets with iron. There's a kid, I want to shout him out because he works very hard. His name is Bryson Warren. He was with OTE, and he's having an opportunity to sign with the G League. And I went. That was my church member. I grew up with him since I was young, and so I knew that how he trains at the point guard position and being able to distribute the ball and also run a team. I was like, let me get in the gym with you. So it's really trying to find people, ask questions, things like that. There's a guy, Dre Burns. He comes back. He's an alumni of ORU. Taking that role, I have to not only work on my game, but I have to ask questions, to ask other people, like, how can I take that next step? So that's really the steps that I took in preparing. I won't know until I get out in the game, but intense film study and sessions like that, that's going to prepare me to be there. And that's just what it's going to be my whole life. If I want to be successful, I'm going to have to ask people before me that have done it, what steps can I take? What practices, what exercises can I do to be successful?
That's a really good mindset to take, because you're not going to know everything. He thinks he knows everything, right?
I do not.
But you're not going to know everything. Like, you got to learn, and being able to accept not just criticism, but it's like coaching. It's
You know what I
accept
know?
Advice.
You know what I know? This dude can sing.
You can sing.
I got a little bit in me. My dad, my mom, my sister are all in choir. I had to be in choir for the credits, but I fell in love with it. Don't know how to read music, but I feel like every person.
Nothing here?
Yeah,
No,
I can't
I
do
put
it.
you on the spot.
Yeah, I can't.
That's
do that.
wrong to
Yeah,
do.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
wrong
But
to
I
do.
appreciate
All right.
you guys
All
for
right.
spitting out that fact.
The other thing he loves, he thinks, I'm told, he's a big Malik Monk. Grew up in Arkansas. Huge Malik Monk guy.
Huge.
Thinks Malik Monk is like Jordan.
And in Arkansas, Malik Monk is Jordan.
Listen,
Malik
on
Monk.
a certain day,
Yeah.
I remember seeing him in AU.
Single best performance I've ever seen at Peach Jam.
Oh, he
was
went for like
Malik
50.
Monk in
Everyone
50.
has him. If you're in basketball,
Yeah.
everyone has a Malik Monk
Oh,
story.
no doubt. No, he could score.
light it up.
He
He
could
went
score.
for 50.
The next morning, though, he went for 4.
Yeah,
I was watching both games of Billy Donovan.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went for that was
It
Malik.
happens.
Malik was either
But-
like he could be incredible.
But as you said in the first question that we had, he
Yeah.
went for 50, he went for 4, but
Yeah.
he's still dealing with that. And look where he's at.
I know.
You
He
he
didn't
deals
stop
with adversity
shooting.
well. He didn't
Hey,
stop.
Isaac, take that from him. He didn't
Yeah,
stop shooting.
right.
He did.
No, he did
That's
not.
one thing I
He
need to
let
learn
it
from.
fly.
If I learn anything from
That's
Malik,
right. Let
Malik,
it fly.
Yeah.
But listen, great meeting you, man.
Sir, nice to meet you.
You too.
It
You
was
too.
a
Good
privilege
luck.
and honor to be interviewed by both of you. I
Likewise.
just want to say I've seen clips of the show on Twitter, and I appreciate the work that you do, how you get other people's stories out there. And it's an honor as a person that wants to kind of step into you guys' shoes and be able to feel that too.
Listen. When you're done playing,
Yes, sir.
he's gone. He's gone. I found my replacement for him.
I
So
appreciate you,
the
man.
moment you're done, you call me, you let me know, and he's out.
Man,
All right.
I don't want to see it, but hopefully we can all work together. But I appreciate you guys.
No, we
Thank
don't
you.
need him.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, man.
Isaac,
Good luck
pleasure,
this
man.
season,
It was
Isaac.
great meeting you. Good luck this season.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We got coming up next. That was fun.
He
That
was
was great.
phenomenal.
That
I
was
mean,
great.
listen, this day so far, everybody's been great.
Yep.
Everybody's been great.
Um,
Again, like this is
Coming up
the
next,
refreshing.
we got another great coach coming up next.
We do.
Uh,
There he is. He's looking at his
Richman,
watch.
Head coach of the North Dakota State Bison.
What does this mean? We're late? Dave Richman. How are you? What's up?
Great.
How's life? Good to be here.
Coach? I want before I ask you a question, I want to ask Goodman a question. Pronounce the nickname of this team, North Dakota State.
If you get this
Pronounce it,
wrong,
maybe?
Jeff,
Yeah.
Pronounce
there
it.
is going to
Yeah.
be people in Fargo all over your social media. Let me
Just
just give you a heads up.
I'm going to screw it up. Are you telling me?
Yeah.
Really? I don't know. The Bison. I don't know.
Bizun.
Bison. The Bison. The Bison.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm
You
in
did
trouble
good. You
already.
did good.
I'm in trouble already. How are you?
Great.
You know, I spent all morning, and he can attest to this. I spent all morning trying to dig up dirt on you.
I heard this was
You
going to happen.
did you hear this?
Yes.
Yeah, I was looking around.
I got my people, like they're padded, right?
They're in.
Yeah, they know.
Like Tim Miles had nothing on you. Nothing. He's a choir boy.
Yeah. He
I mean,
said,
come
ask him
on.
about
But-
his shoulders. He said
Right.
he has
But
great
I
shoulders.
have all kinds of things.
Right. We all do.
Scars.
Right? We all do. We can get him fired in about 5 minutes.
I was raised in this profession by Timmy Miles and Saul Phillips. I mean,
Like, how are you normal?
Yes. How?
You're
How
not
did that
normal.
happen?
You're not normal.
somebody had to be normal.
You
in
can't
that
be
room.
normal with
Somebody
those
had
guys
to be
around.
normal in that room. Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about the program you have here because you are picked third in the preseason poll. 2 people picked you to win it, and all of this is
My
happening.
mom and my dad?
Your mom and your dad. All of this is happening after you lose a guy that transferred to Alabama, and Grant Nelson. How that level of continuity and that level of expectation of success, despite losing a guy that averaged 17, 9, couple blocks, couple assists. How do you maintain that?
We're fortunate. We have when you come to North Dakota, there's certainly that perception, right? But in the same sense is we're a big fish in a small pond, and we have unbelievable support. We have unbelievable resources, and we're very fortunate. We're very proud of those things. Our shack, our Sanford Health Athletic Complex, our Shields Center are gorgeous facilities. I challenge anybody in mid-major basketball to come and check those things out. And so it starts from there, and then I'm not the most intelligent guy in the world, but I know this. I'm going to surround myself with people that are better, more talented, smarter than I am. I think there's such a narrative where you need to coddle your kids or you need to do this and this. Like, at the end of the day, you still need to coach them, and you still need to have kids that want to be coached and get better. Tim used to tell me about an attitude that craves improvement. And fortunately for us, I enjoy games, right, immensely. the competitive fiber in you, right? But just as fun for me is Monday mornings. And we talk about just getting better. And you sit here, and I hope this event is terrific. To have you two here and to do these things is great for the Summit League. And I hope at some point we can get to a point where we have multiple bids. But right now the reality is it's a one big league. Yeah. And we need to be playing our best basketball in February and March. The only way you do that is to have the right kids. And the lifestyle that is college basketball this day and age with 365, all that. And so we've got wonderful, wonderful young men. They come from terrific families, and certainly blessed to be their coach.
You talk about playing your best basketball at the end of the season. Last year, I believe you had one Division I win heading into the December 30th, right?
My bosses are right over there. You're not supposed to remind me of those things.
But you finished, I believe it was third in the Summer League last year, right? How do you improve over the year like that? Where did that come from?
Well, I'm going to go on a narrative here in the soapbox, not just for us, but all the mid-major basketball. You can, and I said this earlier today, you cannot judge a book by its cover in mid-major basketball. Non-conference scheduling is the hardest piece of our job right now, and there's parameters that need to be met. There's, we spent 14 to 17 days on the road. I remember when we're in New Mexico last year for an MTE, we had sick rooms and not sick rooms. There's all kinds of those things. And now you throw into account that we got a bunch of freshmen on the floor.
You were young.
We were really young, and so. But fortunately, you go back to the character, the integrity of the guys in the room. Was it tough? Absolutely, it was tough. Did I have a few more bourbons at night to survive? Yeah, I did. But the guys kept sticking around and getting better and showing up, and we won 5 in a row at one point and played some really good basketball here. And fortunate the way it ended. Good, not great.
All right, with Grant, I think a lot of people want to know, like, what's it like for you when you find a guy like this, you evaluate him, you develop him, and then you lose him because of NIL. Yep. NIL and the chance to play, obviously, at the high major level. How difficult is that to swallow these days? Or do you just have to be, hey, you know what, Grant? All the best, man. All the best, and you earned it. What do you do?
Yeah, Jeff, and I appreciate that question, and you guys have a job to do, and I understand it. And every single young man that's played for us, I don't like them. I love them. Yeah. There's just no possible way to not love them. Today is about 14 guys that are with us, and just extremely, extremely excited to coach them and get better with them. And it's just a terrific guys that continue to reflect a blue-collar community in Fargo, and the way they handle their business in life, the way they handle their business in the classroom, the way they continue to get better on the court. That's what we're excited about. There has been players that have left North Dakota State in the past. There's players that are going to leave North Dakota State in the future. And guess what? The expectations, the standards,
you'll be fine.
Are going to be the same.
Yeah.
And what we are is we're going to love everybody. We're going to continue to love everybody, but we're going to pour ourselves into.
Totally dodged my question.
Darn right I did.
Totally dodged it. Like that was elite.
Yeah.
You've done this a few years, haven't
Once
you?
or twice. And listen, there's the transfer portal, NIL, it's here, gentlemen, as you know. And,
I just wonder how you like some coaches are telling me now, hey, I'm recruiting dudes and I'm basically telling them, you know what? If I can get you to a high major level in a couple of years, I've done my job. Like they're almost selling that, which I think is really hard, right? Like you don't want to sell that. You want to coach them for 4 years.
Like, listen, my father was a junior college football coach. He was a junior college president. I sat the bench on a junior college team for a year. I coached junior college. There is that. As long as I'm a head coach somewhere, that will never be our message. But like I said, someone's going to leave. Like I'm not naive to that.
That's reality.
That's reality. But the cool part, what hasn't changed, is there's still 5 dudes competing against 5 dudes. Yeah. And you can talk Hoosiers. Like there's 2 hoops, 94 feet. We still get to play basketball.
Coach them up.
Yep. Darn right.
So you guys bring back the 16th most minutes in Division I despite losing Grant.
After last year, what was it? Right.
So I heard
last year, wasn't there
earlier? Yeah. Rob, like someone said 15, and I'm like, there's no way. Because we still only have 1 senior on the roster.
It just shows you the rest of the country.
It tells you what's going on across. Yeah.
Well, my question was going to be that level of continuity. Should we expect a better start this year? Like if you had a December,
You better. Hey, you better, or else
Yeah, I know.
you're going to be done.
I mean, I hope so. I really do. Now, you spend 3 hours in the car with Boden on the way down, and you talk politics, you talk social media, you talk faith, you talk about everything. But one of the things we talked about was obviously our team. And Robert, to your point, we're light years ahead of where we were last year. I mean, it was John Wooden. Let's figure out how to put our socks on, tie our shoes, and do all
to help him with that.
Do all those things. I did see I got 4 girls.
Yeah.
You're a girl dad.
Oh
right?
yeah, I only got one. I could only handle one.
The drip, but the drip factor, like they'll tell you if it's not
everything,
real.
everything.
Everything.
She'll tell me, the bald spot on my head.
You know what I always
whatever
get is my eyebrows. They always pluck
Really?
my eyebrows. Yeah.
All right, that's good. You got 4.
Well, it's really good because I don't want to be that guy.
What's wrong with your eyebrows?
My eyebrows are great, but that's because my
of
girls
them.
are plucking them. Yeah.
How old are your girls?
16, 14, and for the fun of it, we threw twins in at the end.
I heard this. I
Yes.
heard this.
Yeah.
You 2 girls.
Yep.
And you're like, I'm gonna try again, see if we can get the boy. Instead, you get twin girls.
No.
Is that
So
true?
I married a Catholic farm girl,
Okay.
and she wanted 4. I wanted 2.
Okay.
We did the marriage thing. We settled on 3. She
her
prayed
way.
harder, like they always do. You guys know the deal.
You got 4.
We got 4. Wouldn't change it for the world. Twins is the
Listen,
coolest
4
thing ever.
girls, man. All the power to you. I
Yeah.
got enough.
And here's the deal. Like I've heard it all. No, we're not having another one for a starting 5.
Yeah.
No, we're not shooting for a boy. We've got everything
done.
we need.
We're done.
We're done.
Man.
So we are going to talk to Boden here in a minute, but before we do, you mentioned when we talked to you for the Almanac that Jakari White is night and day difference from last season. Talk to me about him. Talk to me about what you hope to see from him.
I want to let Jakari tell the story, and at some point, I think and hope he's going to be able to tell the story. But Jakari's got a story. I'll leave it at that. And when you go through that story that he's had, you're looking to establish roots, right? And I told Jakari, like again, you
Did
go
you say
back
roots?
when you talk about like the narrative of the transfer portal.
I didn't understand the word. The word there.
Roots, like
Roots.
establishing roots.
I was trying to make fun of you for the word roots.
See, I told you
instead of roots.
I'm slow.
Like Bison.
I'm slow.
I'm kidding.
I'm slow. You got to just.
He doesn't
can
know
you-
words.
Can you write that down here,
Roots?
please? Yeah.
Can you
roots.
read anything
Yeah,
there?
Yeah. No.
Can you read any of that?
Your chickens. Are you a doctor or?
No,
are you,
no, I'm not a doctor.
Ah.
Trust me, I'm no doctor.
Yeah. So, but I think what we told Jakari is his greatest decision wasn't to come to North Dakota State. His greatest decision was to come back to North Dakota State and allow some people to invest in him, for him to gain some trust in some people. And because of that, he's matured. He's physically stronger. There's a level of security and comfort in his life. And just really, really proud of that young man.
I hear Boden likes to talk a little trash. Is that true? And and sometimes you get on him about it. Sometimes a little bit much.
Boden and I talk trash to each other. I mean, you got to come to it. We finally had a moment in practice the other day where he's yelling at me, I'm yelling at him, and
Really?
oh, it's beautiful. It's
That's the way it should be.
Exactly,
right?
It's conflict. How do you get
Exactly.
better?
No.
I'll tell you this, and I will stand on this table. I will bang my fist for Boden Skunberg, a very, very misunderstood individual. And I think there'd be some people in Fargo that would tell you the same thing about me. That we
How are you misunderstood?
well, because for 30 or 35 times a year,
Yeah.
for 2 hours a day, we're competitive, we're intense, we don't smile very much,
Yeah.
right? Get to know us outside of those things, right? That Boden Skunberg is in hospitals all the time with kids with cancer. There is nobody deeper in their faith than Boden Skunberg. Now, when he gets on the court, like he's a changed man. And you know what? I'm glad he's on our team for that. Yeah, absolutely.
I need your best Tim Miles story.
Oh, jeez. Here we go.
Yeah.
Tim
We'll just-
Miles,
I just
Saul
wanted to
Phillips. We'd be here all day.
Yeah. Some of this like can't be on air. Like I tell you, the majority.
No, it doesn't matter.
Majority of
Tim
this,
doesn't care.
I'll tell you real quick. The first time that I met Tim Miles was at the Final Four in 2014.
Yeah.
Sitting at a table, Goodman's there, a bunch of media guys are there, a couple other coaches are there.
This is
And he
great.
comes strolling up with a backpack on. He sets the backpack on the table, and we're just looking at it, and we notice that the backpack is like leaking. It's dripping. There's
Coors Light.
water coming out of it. So we're like, Tim, your backpack is leaking. Like, what is happening here? He's like, oh, check this out, guys. So he opens it up, and he's got a 12-pack of Coors Light on ice in his backpack.
Unbelievable.
That's Timmy Miles for you.
That's not unbelievable.
Dripping.
I mean, that's
He's
him.
walking through the
Oh, yeah.
hotel lobby dripping.
Leaving a trail
The
of
wrong
water.
kind of drip.
Yeah, the wrong. He has no real drip.
Yeah. So we host we opened our facility up 7-8 years ago, and the people at Sanford want to do a coach's clinic. So Tim Miles, Saul Phillips, Tom Billiter, myself. It was the worst 48 hours. Like, I'm babysitting. That's all I did was babysit.
Really?
Like, as soon as they got back, they said they want to do this again. I said, that's fine.
I'm out.
I'm out. You know, San
deal with
Jose's coming to North Dakota State this year.
No,
We're-
you're bringing them in?
November 27th, we're there.
Oh, come on.
December 4th, they're coming back.
Wow.
Which is, hey, kudos to Tim. Everybody's ducking and
Yep.
dodging everything.
Yep.
Like, he's coming. So his son Gabe is running track at NDSU, and he's helping us out as a
Oh.
manager.
Oh, that's cool.
It's full circle for me. It's awesome having Gabe around. But I just told people when he comes back, I'm going to compete against him.
Yeah.
40 minutes. I got no part of babysitting him when he's in Florida, because that's what it is. Yeah. It's babysitting.
Listen, great seeing you.
Hey, you
man.
guys do a
Great
terrific
seeing
job.
you.
I appreciate
it's
this.
great to be here.
Yep.
Really
Thank
good
you
to
very
be
much.
here. Great to
Hey,
see you.
Always a pleasure, man.
And
Hey, you know, Fargo's the next stop on your.
I know we got to get there. We do. We got to get there.
We were talking
Write that down.
earlier.
I know.
Write that down.
All right.
South
All right.
Dakota State, North Dakota State. We got to get to a game.
Yeah,
Brookings?
yeah.
No,
No,
Fargo.
Hey, both. I'm talking about the rivalry.
I
As
know.
you guys play,
We
gotta
are
be
going to
there.
do it.
Good.
I'm telling you.
I'm gonna hold you to
All
that.
right. All right. We're in.
Appreciate
We're
you,
in.
gentlemen.
Great seeing you.
Coming up next, we are going to be talking to the guy that Coach Richman told us he loves to yell at in practice in Boden Skunberg here. And I do think that the North Dakota State program overall, they've been in the last 5 Summit League.
Yeah, it's
championship
amazing.
games. They've lost the last 3, which is probably why he was saying that he they ended the season strong, not as strong as they would have liked. But I think it's underrated in terms of what people the way that people view it. And then look at the coaches that come through it too.
Oh, it's amazing, right? Absolutely amazing. There he is.
Yep, we got Boden coming up here.
Boden, Jeff Goodman, nice to meet you. How are you?
Good.
Rob Dauster, good to see you, man.
Nice to meet you.
How's everything? Yeah, good day so far?
Great day.
How's practice going?
Good. It's been grind.
Yeah. We hear you and Coach have, had a few battles here, going at it a little bit.
Hey, we've been kind of on a little cold streak of going at each other, but I think last week we got after it. I mean, when the season gets going, we get after it.
You do.
Fights. Oh, yeah.
Because you're similar. Is
Oh,
is
yeah.
that part of the
I
deal?
feel like we know it's out of love.
Yeah. Yeah.
It kind of sets the tone for practice. We compete, and he's a dog too.
The word I got is you are an elite trash talker. Is this true?
I like
Elite.
I like to consider myself the best. The best
Really?
trash talker. Hey,
Really?
I'm the self-proclaimed best trash talker I know. So.
I'm not even going to ask because I think I'll get you in trouble what your best trash talking
Oh yeah.
moment was. I'm not sure we can repeat that, right?
I guess one moment I remember Dave was talking, using my huddle, he's saying stuff to me. I was like, something in practice, and I had like the game-winning shot or something, and I got to say a lot to Dave, and he shut up real quick. So
Who else? Who can give you a run for your money in the league that you play against? Who else is really high-level trash talker maybe that you've gone up against? Anybody come to mind?
There's some dudes on Omaha.
Yeah.
I don't remember who it was, but Omaha will.
They can get after it?
Yeah, they'll clap back.
Really?
Yo.
That's fun though. Hey,
Oh, yeah.
listen,
Hey,
it's what makes college part of, not for everybody, but if that helps get you going too, which it sounds like it does.
I think it's part of the game, and I think players, coaches, we know it's all love.
Right,
At the end of the day, I'll see him in the hallway or something.
Yeah.
All love for sure.
What is the key to a good trash talker? Like what is the most important part of being a good trash talker?
You can't trash talk and not be good,
Right, right.
or you can't back it up.
Yeah.
That's the thing. If you're a trash talk, you gotta back it up.
This year, obviously, last year you guys were so young, so inexperienced.
Oh, yeah.
This year it's kind of flipped, right? I mean, other than one key player,
Absolutely.
which it's almost like taboo after talking to Richmond to mention his name. He
Oh, yeah,
deflected
that was a question.
but I'm gonna with you. We're gonna hit you the question after, but how different is the mindset of this year with kind of everybody coming back and most guys know what's to be expected?
Yeah, I mean, Grant's probably one of my best friends.
Yep.
You can't ever really replace a guy like that. But we don't really care, honestly. Like we got 13 dogs in the locker room every single day. We're not really worried at all, for sure.
Mm-hmm. So North Dakota State, you've played in the last five Summit League Conference Championship games. Lost the last 3. You're a senior. How much is that weighing on you? How much is that motivation to get back
I'll tell
or
you
to
what,
get to the dance motivating you?
Dave likes to say that we've been the bridesmaid for, every year I've been here, we've taken second. We hate it as a
Brutal.
competitor. It sucks. But I think, going into this year, it's like a chip on your shoulder. Like, I like playing with a chip on my shoulder. I like playing with like a little edge. And I think, as Field of Fire for sure.
I love kind of your career arc, right? Didn't play much as a freshman, right? Barely played. Sophomore, role guy. Last year turned into a guy. And this year, obviously, even more is going to be expected of you. What are we going to see from you this year that maybe we didn't even see a year ago?
Yeah, I think just more of a complete leader. I think, just getting the other players involved, just focus on less tunnel vision, like more aspects like simplifying the game for me, spacing, getting other guys involved, just being a leader for sure.
Were you more worried about yourself last year because your role had expanded?
Yeah, going into my junior year, I was kind of thrown into the fire as a leader, going from one of the younger guys. Now I'm one of the oldest guys on the team. I think that was really weird, and coach continues to push me to serve others, and just be a leader on the team, and keep them in mind.
Were you surprised by the level of, I don't want to say improvement, but the increased production that you had last season? I don't know how many people saw that coming, but you were a big scorer in high school, right?
Oh yeah, I mean,
he said, "Oh yeah." He said, "Oh yeah, I was a big scorer."
I mean, I feel I feel like I'm a confident dude. I feel like I always had it in me. But
really, I didn't confidence. I didn't pick that up from you.
But I mean, I feel like I always had it in me. That wasn't my role, wasn't my job right away. Coming out of high school, I feel like it was kind of that's all I did in high school. And then kind of a little reality shock my freshman year is like, all right, like these are grown men, these guys are tough, and I kind of had to work my way in slowly defensively, start doing my thing, making my way into the rotation, and then my role just kind of expanded. But I feel like I always knew I can do it.
What about Andrew Morgan? We've heard a lot about Grant Nelson here. We've talked a lot about you today. Andrew Morgan, second team preseason, all Summit League heading into the season, according to the coaches and to the people that voted. He was second team according to the Almanac, what we put together. What have you seen out of him? Where have you seen that development with Grant gone? I mean, there's going to be there's production available, shots available on the front.
Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like we haven't even seen anywhere near the best of Andrew Morgan yet. I mean, he's like a little farm boy. He's a dog. He'll get after it, and I feel like you'll see a lot of double teams this year. I think that'll open up a lot for just the whole team, and I think he'll be just a key role in what we do this year for sure.
You guys went on a trip this past summer, didn't you?
Yeah,
Costa Rica.
Costa Rica.
How was that? And again, those trips generally are like, all right, maybe the competition's not great.
Yeah.
What did you guys get out of that?
I think from just like away from a basketball standpoint, I think it was fun to just hang out with the team from like away from just like basketball.
Yeah.
Get to know them, create relationships and bonds that are there for the rest of your life. But from a basketball standpoint, I think it was cool to play different teams besides just each other. Because ever since June, we're after it.
You're tired of seeing each other.
We're tired of competing against each other. It's cool to play and just to experience a different kind of basketball for sure.
Well, probably same with the scrimmages coming up here soon, right? I mean, I'm not doing.
We don't have a scrimmage.
You don't have any? You have exhibitions?
Yeah,
Two of them?
I think just one.
One.
Here in a couple of weeks. Yeah.
Really?
When I was in college, we did our trip to Ireland, and I don't remember anything about any of the games that we played over there, but I remember all of the experiences that we had.
What's the drinking age in Ireland?
No comment. So
that's what you remember.
Let's just say I was suspended we played 4 games. I was suspended for the 4th game. All right.
Of course you were.
So you had a good time.
Yeah, we had a great time. But what do you take away from that trip? What did you guys do? What were the team bonding moments that you remember?
So I guess my biggest thing was just I like the temperature. I like the warm. I like how warm it is.
Well,
but
here today it's even getting a little chilly.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But I think it's just kicking back and relaxing a little bit. We went zip lining, days on the beach, ATV rides. So I think it was all cool. But I think just kicking with the guys, just relaxing a little bit.
All right. So what's your take as a teammate of Grant's? Last question here. With him leaving again, you said you guys are really, really close.
Absolutely.
He goes to the high major level. A lot of people don't fault him. He gets NIL plus a chance to play for a school like Alabama in the SEC. How do you look at it as a teammate?
I don't. As a teammate, I'm glad, I'm happy for him. But as like a brother, a friend, he thought it was the right move, and if that's what's best for him and his family, if that's what they think, I'm all for it. Whatever's best for him for sure.
You asking for anything out of that NIL money?
No,
kickback, anything there?
No, I'm not that kind of friend. But no, we're cool. But he's living a good life right now.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. So are you.
Oh,
So
the best life.
listen, really good meeting you. Looking forward to seeing you guys this year and what you guys can do, and hopefully end that bridesmaids deal, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Get one.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you coming here. We're going to be joined
Appreciate you,
next
You
by the commissioner of your conference here, the commissioner of the Summit League. Thanks again, Boden. We're going to be joined by Josh Fenton over here, commissioner of the Summit League. We're gonna be asking him all of the X's and O's questions.
That's right.
High level
That's right.
breakdowns.
What's going on? How are you?
Josh, thanks for jumping on, man.
First of all, listen, thanks for having us out. This has been a blast, honestly.
Exceeded expectations.
No, I usually hate media days. Seriously, I'm not kidding. I walk away from them.
So do coaches and student athletes.
I know.
And I've gotten a lot of like, hey, this was actually pretty good.
Right. No, I think honestly, I've had more fun here than I've had at any media. Like, I walk away from Big East Media Day, and I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to anyway.
Oh, boy.
No, but I walk away, and I'm like, it's a mess.
If I can get one up on Val, I'll take it.
You got one
just
up.
one.
Well,
just one.
there's too many people. Like you're like 4 people deep trying to get to Jay Wright.
Mm-hmm.
You wait it out. Like, it's just, I don't know, and it's all crammed in too.
This
has been awesome.
Well,
but this has been absolutely, honestly awesome in every way. Like, the coaches, the players have been phenomenal to talk to. It's refreshing. Part of it is it's refreshing.
Sure. Yeah.
And I love mid-major basketball. I love it. I always have. I'll go to as many games as I can over the course of the year, whether it's in Boston or when I get down to Charleston. What I do, first game I went to was Citadel.
Yeah, we heard so much about Charleston last year.
I'm
banned
just
from talking about Charleston.
I'm
anymore.
saying how much I love.
So when can we get you back in March for a pretty special tournament that occurs that first
we would
weekend
love
in
to.
March?
We gotta look into that.
I know.
We gotta look into that.
Just
and
one
figure
day.
It out.
Just one day.
The last day.
Well,
Or
no,
no, or you
I'd
want the
actually,
first-
I'd
you
actually
want
have
the
you come
quarters.
on Saturday.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe Sunday, depending on how your schedule works out.
All right. Let's talk
talk
about
a
it.
little bit about that tournament, because it's not the first time that I've heard that the Summit League tournament, the atmosphere, the intensity, the emotion, because there's so many programs. We were talking about this earlier. There's so many programs that are like a 4-hour drive, a 3-hour drive. South Dakota State's 45 minutes away.
45
South
minutes,
Dakota's
yeah.
45 minutes the other direction. North Dakota State was a 3-hour drive.
Yeah.
Omaha's 3. Everything, it feels like everything in the world is a 3-hour drive away from Sioux Falls.
Well, first off, there's a lot of land in the western side of the country. So as you
Lot
guys
more than we
know,
got to deal with.
little different than the East Coast.
Very true.
And so, yes, a 3-hour drive around here is a quick drive.
It's
but
not for us.
you guys, I was blown away the first time I saw it. The first time I saw it was in 2022, right after I had taken the job, right after I'd started. I wasn't officially even the commissioner at that point. I was the special advisor. I walked in here, and it was back when we only had 8 teams making it. So the first day was Saturday. I walked in here on Saturday, and I was blown away.
Really?
Blown away. No, there's certainly a local aspect to those that can get here more easily than others, and there's that part that comes into it. But I would argue, you guys, that it's the best combined, when I say combined gender tournament.
The women's draws
across college
incredibly,
basketball.
right?
And I get at the high major level, some are running them combined, some are separate. But ultimately, when you look at a combined tournament like this is a special environment. When all the sessions have decent attendance, and some sessions attendance is through the roof, it's just a great experience for our student athletes. So we're very fortunate. A lot of work. My predecessor, Tom Duple, Minnie K. Larson, our deputy commissioner, and our staff and our membership kind of built this thing, and we're pretty proud of it. What we need to do is we need to tell the story beyond the walls of Sioux Falls and kind of our region. And having you guys here to help us tell that story, and if you can come back for the tournament, you can showcase to people that, hey, that's a pretty darn special mid-major basketball.
Yeah, we want to be able to
It
do
helps.
that.
It helps when you have, Oral Roberts make the run that they made. It helps when South Dakota State is one of the more entertaining teams to watch. And frankly, it helps when you have guys like Grant Nelson become a star that end up transferring up. That now people, the name North Dakota State is something that resonates. The name South Dakota State, people know what that program is because of the players that have gone on to the higher levels.
Yeah, Grant, Max, Baylor.
Yeah, yeah, some really good players.
Well, like I've said to our coaches, NIL is here. NIL is not going well. NIL shouldn't go away. The opportunity to transfer more easily, obviously, with the new transfer regulations, it's here. It's not going away. Student athletes should be given that opportunity to move and do what they need to do. If we are losing players to high major, it is a little bit what it is. But to your point, I think it's also helping us build a brand. And so when Oral Roberts goes on the run that they have, or South Dakota State goes on the run that they have, or frankly on the women's side, when South Dakota State kind of combined go on the runs that they've had, it helps to build the brand of the league. And so, yeah, we're proud of it, and we got a long ways to go, though.
You were a hockey guy who just came here, like you said, recently.
There's ice underneath of us.
I saw a little bit of condensation.
That's why it's a little cool in here.
What's been the biggest difference, coming in and now trying to figure out, because obviously the rules, NCAA wise are a little bit different with the sports. What's been kind of the biggest difference when you look at basketball now?
Well, I think from a conference standpoint, the obvious one is single sport to multi-sport, right? But if I boil it down, I actually think there's a lot of similarities because we do prioritize and will continue to prioritize the sport of basketball. That isn't against any other sports in the league. And I've spoken to our student athletes and our coaches in other sports to say, hey, if we can build something special from a brand standpoint with basketball, everybody's going to win. The tide's gonna lift everybody. And so, that's what we're focused on, is we're focused on building a strong basketball brand. And so back to your question, I prioritized around hockey previously. I went to bed thinking about hockey. I woke up thinking about hockey. I maybe don't do as much of that around basketball, but there is similarities because of how we do need to prioritize basketball. So whether it's our tournament, whether it's our media rights agreements, whether it's our marketing and promotion and branding, there's a lot around the sport of basketball that has to be thought about, and that's kind of what I and we are focused on.
So when you look at the Summit League right now, I think that it's fair to say it's a little bit top-heavy, right? We see the success that South Dakota State has. We've seen the success that Oral Roberts has had. North Dakota State's played in the Summit League title game in the last 5 years. How do you get the rest of that league to, I don't want to say catch up, but the way to be able to turn it into a multi-bid league is to be able to have teams at the bottom of the conference that aren't, the 360 something in KenPom, right? To be able to make sure those computer numbers look better. What are you doing to help develop that?
Yeah, so first off, we talk about that a lot, and our programs collectively, we just had 4 hours of coaches meetings yesterday. And what I shared with them and what will be coming in the next few months is a new strategic plan. And there's a specific section around basketball and basketball excellence and basketball success and how we're going to do things a little differently and prioritizing. Number one, we're going to put a marker out there of where we want our programs to be in the metrics, in the net. And it's
hard to do when you don't even know what the net is.
Exactly. It's what it actually says in the statement. It says net rankings or other applicable metric, depending on what it's going to be. So I give myself an out on that one. But we would like to be. If you look at the conference net rankings, I think we could find our way into the top 50%. I really do. I really do. But to your point, we have to lift and elevate not just the bottom, the middle to the bottom. In the league, in the membership, understand that. So it comes down to things like institutional investment, or we're talking about things around institutional investment that matter. Scheduling. We'll hopefully deploy a non-conference scheduling strategy that's intended to get more at the competitiveness. Recruiting. I don't go into the house with the coach and the recruiting, but what can the league do to help support the recruiting efforts? We want the league to be an asset during the recruiting conversation. Right now, I don't know what it is. I'm not sure it's much of anything. I don't know that it's a negative, maybe a little bit of positive, but it needs to be something more. What are we doing to build this tournament? And showcasing this tournament as one of the best, if not the best mid-major tournament that's out there. And so things like that we hopefully can attack that middle to bottom half, lift that middle to bottom half, assuming the top can kind of stay where the top has been. And Rob, I don't know that yes, we talk about multiple teams in the tournament, but the reality is, and you guys know this way better than me because you live it every single day, is that our world is changing. You know, those 4 conferences, A4 now, have 16 to 18 members.
Yeah.
All of them, 16 to 18 members. And there was 2 conferences outside of the A6, including the Big East, that had multiple teams in the tournament on the men's side last year. The Mountain West and the West Coast Conference. Pretty prolific basketball conferences as well. Obviously, Gonzaga sits in the West Coast Conference. So I'm not naive to think that, hey, we're going to do all this and all of a sudden we're going to find a second team in the league. But if we can move the middle to the bottom half, it makes the games more meaningful for those that do sit towards the top of the league.
Mm-hmm.
And if it isn't a second team in the league, is it about moving the seed line?
Right.
Can the seed line go from 13 to 12 or 14
Give
to 13?
yourself a better chance.
Exactly. Give ourselves a better chance to win.
And-
So
and
those are some of the things
it's
we're
not
doing.
just that. It's if the bottom of the league has better computer numbers, then all of a sudden the top of the league is going to have better.
That's
computer
exactly
numbers.
right.
You get a
If
better
the top
seed
of the
line.
league has a better
Yeah.
computer numbers. There's a difference between playing the number 100 team and the number 45 team if you are a high major that's looking to bring somebody in.
Yeah.
Right, one loss doesn't look great. Another loss, it's like losing to middle of the conference high major kind of a program.
Well, think of it the last 2 years. Oral Roberts goes on a historic run, right? Now, they didn't have a quad 1 win. They tried. They came close a couple times.
Yep.
They run the table in the league. South Dakota State, the same thing the year before. They had 1 bad loss at Idaho. They don't win our tournament.
I know.
They
It's
don't get in.
crazy.
Mhm.
Crazy.
They don't get in.
I know.
And
It's one of those, I wrestle with it, right?
Yeah.
You should be rewarded for the great regular season, but you also have this tournament.
correct.
So you got to reward the team that, what do you do?
Yeah.
You're kind of damned
Well,
if you do.
I'll
damned
tell
if
you what
don't.
it is. If you expand the NCAA tournament, you give them both automatic bids.
You like that? I mean, Sankey obviously has made it clear if they want to expand, they want to expand for the big boys. They don't really care about you guys nearly as much.
Well,
That's what I think. Maybe you feel differently.
First off, I appreciate Greg. I think Greg's perspective on intercollegiate athletics is better than most because
Agreed.
he's been in the Southland
Totally.
Conference.
Totally.
So he gets a little bit what it's like to sit in the Summit League. Now, he's obviously paid to look after the best interests of the SEC.
Right.
And I go back to what I told you before in the numbers, 16 to 18 teams in those 4 conferences right now. And who knows, guys, maybe it grows even further.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's an aspect that I respect and understand. They're dealing with just more members in their league. And so they're thinking about, wait a minute, we're investing all this money in men's and women's basketball with 16 or 18 members in my league. And, it's 3/4 of the league isn't making the NCAA tournament.
Right.
And so that's pressure on that side. The thing that I say about it is, if we want to expand the field, I'm all for the conversation, but I need to understand what is the experience and the opportunity in the tournament, because I've understood this as that if we're expanding, it probably can't be expanded to the extent of going all the way to the 90 plus.
Right.
It probably needs to take place within the window that it currently fits. And so what are we looking at in terms of what the bracket actually looks like and when games are being played?
Right.
And so
you're going to have to play on Monday, Tuesday. You're going to have a play-in. My idea, here's my idea.
My idea is to be better. He's going to give you something.
No,
I promise
play-in
my idea is
tournament,
better. 16
teams, 8 mids against 8 high majors. And the winners go into the main bracket.
It's too many games. Here's what you do. You go to 76 teams, right? You have 4-team tournaments, maybe at a place like the Pentagon, maybe here at the Premier Center, maybe throw Dayton in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
And Tuesday and Wednesday, they basically play an MTE. Winner gets an 11 seed. Make it be all the high majors, all the last couple at-larges. But we got about 30 seconds here, but that's
but
my
it
idea.
but
It's
it
better
goes
than his idea,
yeah,
right? Give me a double.
yeah.
Mids versus
they're
highs.
both-
I'm
they're both
watching.
good.
I'm watching that because that's always the battle.
Yeah. And then the last thing I'll say to that is there's a financial component that we have to be mindful of and just pay attention to.
Yeah.
So
All right,
appreciate you guys being here.
Thanks
This
for
is
having
awesome.
us. This is
This
great.
is awesome.
Really appreciate it.
Yep.
Appreciate
It's been
it, Rob.
great.
Thank you.
I appreciate
And,
you being here. And we could sit here and talk with you for
Hey,
hours.
you guys call me anytime.
Yeah.
Happy to
You're-
chat.
Likewise.
You're
Yeah.
the one that brought the guy with the sign that says
That's right.
done on it.
That's right.
I
know. That's
He's
right.
the
You got a
best.
next spot to go.
He's the best. Thanks, guys.
They keep you on a schedule.
Yep. And we got North Dakota coming up here next. Can you grab that chair and pull it closer to you a little bit?
Closer to me?
Yeah, closer to you, so it's in the shot. You can see the shot over there. People are getting behind.
I
the scenes
actually
look
can't
right
see
now.
the shot.
Well, that's
What's
because
up,
your
Bob?
eyes
How
don't
are you?
work.
How are you? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
You too. You too.
Yep. Coach, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
How's life?
Life's good.
Yeah?
Are we on right now?
We're on.
live.
We're live.
Yeah,
We're live.
Yeah.
We're
going.
There are no
I had
commercials.
idea,
We
man.
just
It's
go.
no
We go.
sponsorship.
No
commercials.
sponsorship. We absolutely
Legit stuff,
go.
man. That's awesome.
Yeah, but just tell people to buy the almanac. That's what we're doing. 1999.
Is that what
buy
we're
the
doing?
almanac.
All right. I don't know about that, but yeah. I mean, listen, being here has been absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
Like coming out and having a chance to talk to everybody. And first of all, for you, this is year 5,
Yes.
right? This is year 5
Yep.
for you. Do you feel generally, year 1 and 2 are always kind of getting your feet wet, especially you not
Yep.
coming from the D1 ranks.
Yep.
Do you feel like now you have a better feel of kind of what you need to do and the foundation that you've set?
Yeah. Well, that's a great question, right? Because you're sitting here, I think my 9 months in being here, my first year, 9 months in, COVID hits, right? And then a year later, then you got the one-time transfer. And I think everybody around the world or in college basketball, wheels are spinning. You're trying to kind of search and find what's our niche.
Yeah.
How does this work? And I think with our administration and our staff and everything here at UND, I think we're starting to kind of get some traction on, hey, this is how we've got to go about it. This is where we fit. And this is how, recruiting's changed a lot. I've seen more junior college basketball than I saw in the last 2 years than I saw in the last 20 years. And that's not a rip on anything. It's just a different, you've got to prepare in a different way to try to stay old as much as you can. And you still got to bring in young guys, but you still got to make sure that you're staying somewhat old. And that's the trick nowadays.
Yeah, no doubt. If you're not old, you generally don't have much of a chance right now.
Yep.
And like you said, you might have gotten this job thinking one way, and so much has changed over the last 3 years that it's like you completely have to flip how you've done things and how you thought you were going to do it, taking over this job.
I say it's moved 20 years in 3 years.
It has.
It's
No,
changed.
it's crazy.
Everything's been accelerated, and so you're literally, like somebody says, well, what do you see in the next couple of years? It's like it's really hard to know. How are you recruit? Well, you've got to kind of recruit every position anymore. You can't, like you used to be able to look at I love doing it. Like I'd put up that depth chart a year from now, 2 years from now, and even like 3 years from now.
Good luck now.
And it's really hard to do that. And so with that being said, it's literally you are, hey, with that being said, right, that's kind of been the line. But with that happening, like you've just got to prepare for anything and everything and just keep working. I've got a great staff that's been out. We've already seen a lot of different junior college stuff this fall, and you kind of want to get that base, and then the portal's going to start happening. And then you got freshman recruiting. It's just we got a great group of guys doing it.
There's no break anymore. There's no break where you knew, right, Final Four would end. You could take a little bit of a breather because you might have had a guy here or there go in the portal, but now it's like you just keep going. Do you feel that way when you start in September?
100%.
It's like where'd the summer go?
Yeah. It's the second season. It's the next season, and it's something that you've got to put your work in to get ready for it. And so when it does happen, no matter what might happen, whatever might fall, you try to be as prepared for it as you can.
All right, so let's talk about the team that you have coming back this season, and I want to talk about BJ first and foremost.
I want to hear you pronounce T's name first.
Certainly Tsartsidze.
That's pretty good.
See?
See, when I
he
say
probably can't do it.
When I
My
say
guess is he can't do it.
Tsotne Tsartsidze.
Tsartsidze? I was
But
close.
see, here's the deal with T. I'm going to say it to him, and I'm going to look at him and say, hey, T, did I say it right? No, coach.
No matter what?
So, yeah, and because I don't always love doing nicknames.
Yeah.
But I've kind of succumbed to T. And the funny thing about it, in Georgia, in his language, T's are silent, but yet his nickname's T. So how does that work?
Not well.
How does that work?
Not well at all.
And not only is it T, but it's like 2 T's, and there's more in his name. So it's just funny. And he kind of gives you that big goofy smile.
That's great.
That's
That's
all right,
great.
Coach. You're not the only one that says it wrong. So, yeah.
Well, then talk to me about his game.
Listen,
So you took over this interview. I don't know.
Yeah.
Here's
the thing.
It's your show now, Paul.
Came from, he went to a couple different junior colleges. But the second one was College of Southern Idaho, really good JUCO. Played with really good players, didn't score a lot there. When we brought him in, we wanted to kind of, he was replacing Philip Abracha, right? Pretty good player. And he has, when we watched him on film, and Coach Kading, who's now down working in Sioux Falls, was one of the guys that kind of on film during that COVID recruiting stuff. He was one of the guys that identified him a little bit. And as we watched him, we saw some similarities with what Philip can do. Stretch it some, good skill. Wasn't the scorer yet. And his first year with us, I think he made 1-3. Was struggling finishing, but had really good moments. But just over the course of that first season was kind of learning to become a guy we can give the ball to score. I thought this last year, I think he made 35 or 36 threes. His percentage is good. He really got comfortable facing the basket, but he got better scoring with his back to the basket. His numbers went up percentage-wise. Got to the free throw line a little bit more, but he was making so many more threes. And that spring, and then this summer with the Georgia national team doing workouts and then trying out for that team, and was close. It's a really good team. I think they made that round of 16 in the Euro Cup or World Cup or whatever that was. And so it's a really good team. He got to play with those guys, and we're seeing another step for him, I think, this fall. And at a 5, he's a tough matchup. And you can play him at a 4 and go a little bit bigger as well because his skill set's developed. So I'm excited about T in his senior year and just what he can do with it.
Yeah, the combination of him and BJ looks like he can compete with any front line
for sure
in the Summit League. So BJ was a freshman. He averaged, 12 points?
12 a game.
12 points, 4 boards, shot 30% from 3. Is he one of those guys where you're sitting there, the season ends, you're like, well, we're going to see what happens here?
Yeah.
I'm sure he's getting overtures from
the way we're in right now, I think we all know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I just think with BJ right now, he's in a position where there's a great opportunity for him to play a lot, to get out and get better and improve. His percentages need to improve, and that's something we talked about. And I think, we're going to move him a lot more to the wing as well. I think that fits him. I think he doesn't have to worry about playing so against really physical players at that 4 spot. So I think his percentages can go up field goal wise. I think his rebounding stats can go up because he's not trying to rebound from the outs, from inside out. He's literally trying to rebound more from that inside in.
Mm-hmm.
Get him as a little bit more, like we let him as a 4. We gave him a lot of freedom to rebound and go, just grab and go. And he's good at making, like he really got good at buying into the right play. When you draw 2 guys, finding the right guy, he has a skill set as a guard. Like you feel comfortable. Honest to goodness, if we had to play him as a point guard, we could.
Wow.
So you want to we've got a few guys that have that skill. A guy like Eaglestaff has that same skill where at 6'6", grab and go, and give them some freedom. As I would say to him last year, man, explore a little bit. Let's see where that ceiling is. And this year we want to expand it a little bit, get him at a 3. I think it helps us play longer, bigger, and it helps him not have to battle some of these guys that are 6'8", 6'9", 6'10", 240 pounds at that 4 when we play teams like that.
You know what, Paul's claim to fame? This is, I've heard this.
Boy. I'm worried
the
about
best
this.
Snow driver in
Top
the world.
5.
Top 5 in the world.
I'm not the best.
In the world.
I'm not the best. They just say top 5.
Why? How?
Well,
like,
because
what
I'm
makes
telling you,
somebody a
man.
great snow driver? What do you do? Because I'm in Boston. I'm driving in the snow a ton.
You haven't
Goodman,
driven.
you're not a good driver, period.
Listen,
Please don't.
Have you driven through South Dakota or Minnesota or North Dakota at 1 a.m. with 30-mile-an-hour winds, with literally you're going through drifts and you're drift busting? It's like you're in a snowmobile. You just boom, boom, and I enjoy it. I kind of do. I do. I love it.
You're
that
nuts.
doesn't mean I'm prepared.
You got issues,
but I do kind of love it. And now I don't love ice. Ice is a different matter.
Yeah,
Nobody's really good on
right.
ice. But when it comes to just good snow, driving, as long as you got the right vehicle, it's fun.
What's the right vehicle?
Well, something that's got a little higher profile on it, right? Something with a little bit of lift. So a trucks can be tough because that light rear end. So you want to. I don't mind a little more of an SUV type deal. Yeah. But no, I always would make that joke because when you're recruiting, a lot of coaches in this area would say it. You're doing a lot of goofy times. Like I'm driving places that aren't just easy to get to.
Yeah.
on a Tuesday and you got to be back on a Wednesday. So you don't have a lot of choice. Like you got to get back. And so you're
driving through it.
Coach Stevens and I, we were in separate trips I think it was 2 years ago, but we were coming back and we both got stalled out just north of Fargo because like you couldn't see. Like we literally, he turned around and he let me know. Then of course my ego,
you thought you could
my
do
ego
it.
driving. I'm like, well, you know, he's an Oregon guy.
Yeah,
it's a little different out there. But yeah, I turned around too. I got to the same hotel he did. So yeah, the snow driving. Yeah, top 5.
I've only had one drive like that. It was on the on our college basketball road trip. It was probably 12 or 13 years ago now. We drove the entire length of Nebraska in the middle of January overnight at like 11 a.m., 12 a.m., 2 in the morning. You talk about wind and snow all over the place. Look. You might be top 5 in the world at doing that, but
you don't want to be doing
it. I don't want to
make a career on it.
You
don't want to make a career on it, but it's something I kind of say. Obviously, I say it just jokingly, just to let people because it's a world we're in, so you got to make light of it where we're at. Have some fun with it.
All right, I have one more thing for you, Coach.
I have one more. Let me hit him with this one because it's kind of newsy. Tyree, 2-time waiver.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard anything? Obviously, this is something that we've seen guys get denied. NCAA has kind of said, we're going to be tougher on this.
Yeah. Well, and, haven't heard anything yet. Okay. And, when we recruited, when Tyree called us back, he reached out to us and him and I had a real honest conversation about it. And, one of the things we told him was, I think it's a good idea for you to stay where you are. Because if you're thinking you're going to get one and that's why you're coming back. Yeah. And he's really good. Like I coached him, loved coaching him, and didn't want him to go, right? And for him to want to come back, I think it says a lot about UND, our program, and maybe the guys we have. And I think he enjoyed being there. But circumstances were crazy then, too. It was a COVID year. And you get that year back, and you get people in ears, and all of a sudden you're a 19-year-old kid, and everybody's saying all these great things. And so to have him come back, there's a little bit of a narrative, too, that comes with that as far as, listen, if you're happy, if you're playing well, if you're like, there's reasons why.
The grass isn't always greener.
I get it.
Right?
There's reasons why. And now there's some financial reasons why. Yeah. But like, you only get to do this once too. So if you're going to do that, make sure that you're ready to go there and really be an impactful guy.
Yep.
And I'm not talking with Tyree. I'm just talking some of these young guys that are leaving summer league type places. Yeah. Make sure you're going to be impactful wherever you go. Mm-hmm. If you're doing it just for the money, I just think sometimes that can lead to some really disappointing things. And if you're that good a player, you're going to make some money anyhow down the road. So it's interesting times we're in, right? But
no doubt,
we're excited about Tyree, and hopefully we hear something soon.
Yep, that was literally the question that I was going to ask. So
sure, it was. I don't believe him.
You are free. You are free to go.
Well, listen, we really appreciate you guys being here, man. It's a big deal for the Summer League to have you here. We appreciate you being here, man.
It's been great to be here. Man. Great spending time with you.
Great. Thank you.
Always a pleasure, man. Thanks, guys.
Good luck.
Goodman, we need the chair pulled again.
My chair?
No, that chair pulled closer to you. I love how the viewers are. No, turn it this.
I'm going to move this way.
I'm going to move closer to you. Producer Dagan Hughes is in my ear right now yelling at me. Turn it sideways.
Like this way?
Turn it so it's straight. The other way, you idiot, and pull it closer to you. This is the world. This is the world that I live in.
Don't call me bad.
Everyone here is laughing at him because he's.
Don't call me bad. That's not nice. Usual.
We're waiting on Tsotne, Tsartsidze.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm just calling him. I'm calling him T.
T.
Silent. Silent T.
I want you to try to pronounce it.
I can't do it.
Tsotne.
Tsartsidze.
Tsartsidze. And he'll be on the way over here soon.
Where is
Dakota was
there? He comes.
Picked 5th in.
He's finishing his lunch. Year. That's what he's doing right now.
And BJ Omaha, their sophomore.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
BJ
Whenever
Omaha
he's ready.
Picked as a second team preseason all
Summer
League.
All good. Yep. No problem.
So let me ask you this: with the top of the Summer League, like who?
I was going to ask you what you want for lunch later. It's on me. Lunch is on me later.
You know what you're going to do? All you're going to do is you're going to just pull out the field of 16.
Damn right I am. I finally started using it.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad.
I used it last night.
Mm-hmm.
It was big.
So we got Tsotne on his way up.
There he
right
comes.
Now. He was just finishing his lunch. What were we having for lunch, Tsotne?
How was it? Good? All right. What's going on, Tsotne?
Yeah.
Jeff Goodman,
Yep.
how are you?
Rob Dauster. We're live right now, so it's a live mic. Just be aware.
So first thing is,
let me
he's
get
going to
ready.
try to pronounce your name, but you got to be honest. All right, like if he screws it up, you got to be honest, and then we're going to hear from you.
All right. T.
No, you got to come on.
Tsotne Tsartsidze.
Close.
C plus.
Go ahead.
C plus.
Go ahead.
I give about a C.
C. It's good, man.
It's Tsotne Tsartsidze.
Tsartsidze. Tsotne Tsartsidze.
Well, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So, we were just talking to your coach for a little while about kind of your role and how it's going to change this year. Obviously, as a veteran, a guy who's played, started in junior college, came over from Georgia. How comfortable are you now? To whereas, again, maybe a year ago, even coming into the season, you didn't have that same comfort level that you do now.
Yeah, I was getting more comfortable, especially at the end of the season, and I think now it's just easier for me to just go out there and play.
Yeah. What's going to be the difference we're going to see in your game, maybe from last year to this year? What have you been working on in the off season?
I've been working on a little bit of everything.
Good. Stretching it a little bit more, shooting it from.
Yeah.
I know. 2 years ago you made 1 3.
Yeah.
Last year you made like 36. So that you got the green light now.
I mean,
Will coach yell at you if you take a 3 now?
No.
He's telling you to shoot it.
Yeah.
Good. That's what you want, right? As a big,
Yeah.
what's better than that,
That's
right?
How many threes are you shooting in the off season? Like how much are you? What are you getting? 500 up a day? They got you out there on the gun.
600.
Really?
Yeah.
So what are you going to shoot percentage wise? What's our hope this year?
Hard to say,
from
but
3?
I want to be
40?
on the ball. Yeah.
There you go. That would be. I mean, coming from where you were 2 years ago,
Yeah.
that would be amazing. I mean, that's just work, right? Getting in the gym
Yeah, for sure.
as much as anything. What? Take me through how you got here from Georgia. How did you get here? Your first JUCO was which one?
Howard College.
Oh yeah, Howard, and then you went to Southern Idaho. So like, how do you get here from Georgia? Who helped you get here, and what was that like?
So it was first time I came to the States was in high school. Actually, my freshman year in high school. So there was a camp in my hometown. There was a scout that was selecting kids to send to U.S.
Yep.
So I was one of the kids selected. So he helped me to get connected with the high school in California. So I just went
Modesto?
there.
Is that where you were?
Christian,
Modesto.
Yeah, it's a Christian. And from there I went to Howard College. I had some offers in high school, but I got injured like my senior year, so it was hard, it was tough. So I just chose to go Howard. Then I transferred to CSI.
Yeah.
Had a good year there. We won a lot of games. So that's when Coach Hayden started recruiting me. And after that, I just ended up at UND.
What was the experience like for you training with the Georgia national team? Because you were with them over the summer, right? Who were you working out with? What was that experience? What'd you take from that?
It was really good. I got to practice with them for like a week. They had a lot of pros on their team. A lot of guys from a couple guys from ACB, EuroLeague, and NBA even. So it was definitely a good experience. Learned a lot.
Eye opening a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Who were the guys? You mentioned there were a couple guys from the NBA. Who was it?
It's Goga Bitadze, center for Orlando Magic, and Sandro Mamugelashvili, San Antonio Spurs.
Mamu.
Yeah.
Seton Hall guy, yeah.
Did you ever think you'd be here? I mean, you grew up playing soccer, right? Didn't you? Weren't you a soccer player when you were young?
I didn't actually play,
or no?
I like to play like outside.
Yeah.
With other kids.
You did.
Do you ever still watch? Do you still watch football? It's football.
Yeah, it's
Football.
Football.
Sorry.
Do you still watch it?
Nah, not anymore. It's hard to catch a game.
Really?
In the States because time difference.
That's
What was
all.
your-
he
what was your
does is
favorite club?
watch.
Oh, really?
Oh,
It was Barcelona back then.
Okay, that's acceptable. That's allowed. We'll take that.
What's yours?
As long as you didn't say Arsenal, we were good. If you said Arsenal, we might have a problem.
I-
We'd be throwing
I-
you off this
I
table.
like Messi. That's why I like Barcelona.
Yeah, there you go.
What's it like playing with BJ and just kind of the way you guys were able to kind of play off one another last year?
Yeah, it was fun last year for sure, and he's gotten better this year. And he's the guy that can do a little bit of everything too. He's really good going to the rim, shooting the ball, pulling out from mid-range. So he has that all-around game to him. So it's fun.
You feel like you guys are as good as any front court duo in the league?
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
For sure. Really, really skilled duo.
Yeah.
Where have you seen him kind of develop? Coach was on here earlier talking about how he's been moving out on the perimeter a little bit more, trying to play a little bit more at the 3 as opposed to just at the 4. Where have you seen that development in his game?
Just overall, like everything with him. He's more mature, makes great decisions on the court. And just overall really knowing how to play. It's,
What's going to be obviously we know what you and he bring to the table. Who's going to be kind of that guard that has made a big jump from last year? Or maybe a new guy, maybe a new.
I really like what Trayson brings to the table, and also UI King transfer from Iowa State.
Yep.
Yeah, I like playing with
What do they bring? What types of players are they for people that don't know?
Trayson is a really good shooter that can get to the rim. He's a big court guy. He's like 6'6".
Yeah.
So he has length, and he also has really good court vision. So, and I would say same thing with UI King. He can shoot it. He can drive it. And he's a really good passer. So it's fun.
Yep. Well, listen, Tsotne, it's been a pleasure. Your journey has been a lot of fun to follow.
Keep working, man.
Yeah,
keep improving.
Working,
Keep letting it fly,
let it fly,
man. Right?
Shoot your shot.
That's the coolest part. Is
shot.
like again, you don't not taking a lot.
If coaches are going to pull you when you fire threes, man, you got to get them up.
That's right.
These shots are not going to shoot themselves.
Isn't it fun? Right? Way more fun than 2 years ago when you probably worried about every time you shot it. So, well, listen, thanks. Appreciate it. Nice to meet you too.
Yep. Nice to meet you. Best of luck this season.
Appreciate you.
Take care.
And so we will be joined next by St. Thomas head coach Johnny Tower, and we will also be joined by a guy who is one of the more unbelievable stories.
I can't wait. Yeah. Honestly, if to me, Parker Bjorklund has one of the best stories you will ever hear in college basketball. I can't wait to hear him tell it. And hear from Johnny also about the journey and just kind of where he came from to where he is now. Again, this is like a storybook, like movie almost type of story.
I can't wait to and our producer Dayton Hughes just said that was a great tease. So look at that. There you go. I can't wait to talk to this guy because as you might know, I played D3 basketball, and we got a guy coming in that went from being
but
D3 head coach to winning 7 games in Division I, to going 17.
And if he had ever had to coach you, he probably honestly would have retired.
I think they probably would have won more than 7 Division I games.
I do not think so. And your 14% 3-point shooting in your career, whatever it was.
It was much higher than 14%.
I'm not sure it was.
Yes, it was absolutely higher than 14%. He's going to be joined here in just a second. That transition, though, I don't think people realize how unprecedented that is. It's the only Division III to Division I. We've seen teams move up, and we're joined right here by John Tower
Good
now.
to see you.
We
missed you last night.
St. Thomas head coach picked 4th in the Summit League preseason poll. Coach, I'm just gonna get this out of the way because Goodman is always gonna be bothered by this.
Here we go.
I played Division III basketball and
played loosely.
We're coming in hot here, fellas. I love this. I'm excited.
Look, you know what? I was the 8th man on the bench as a senior, right? I hold a record at Vassar College as the only guy to ever get kicked off the team twice. So, you're dealing with some
Are you
royalty.
surprised? I mean,
no, but just that transition from Division III to Division I, I don't think people expected it to go as smoothly as it's gone.
Yeah, it's certainly been, we didn't have any data points, right? I could talk to people who had gone D2 to D1. I could talk to coaches who had gone D3 to a new D1 school, but there was no blueprint for it. Quite frankly, and you would know this playing D3 ball, like the best D3 teams are really good. I played D3 ball as a D3 coach for 21 years. We didn't expect to start the same 5 guys in November of 2021 that we did in April of 2021, but that's how it happened for a myriad of reasons. And so you look at that, and those 5 guys, and we had 9 former Division III guys on that team, won 10 games that year. And then last year, we were still starting 3 or 4 former Division III players. Brooks Allen, who likes to joke that He was the 9th man in an 8th man rotation on a D3 team, scored 9 total points in 2 years of Division III basketball. He had 30 last year in a game on the road. Parker Bjorklund, who was all conference last year, Parker didn't play. He played intramurals for 2 years.
I can't wait to talk to him.
I think it's one of the most unique stories in the history of college basketball. I know that sounds like a bit of hyperbole coming from his coach, but
it's not, though.
He made too much money in business. So his high school coach said, don't recruit him. He can't afford to play college basketball at the D3 level because he makes so much money. And the global pandemic hit. He calls us and he's like, can I come out for the team? And I'm like, dude, we're in a global pandemic. We probably aren't going to play any games. We're shooting socially distanced. And then the governor shut the state down. So it was January 7th. We had never seen him play. He played 6 games that year. First one, he had 4 fouls in 4 minutes. But then he started doing some stuff, and we're like, this guy has some ability. So we told him he could be on the team, and a bunch of stuff happened. Well, he ended up starting for us. We bring him back as a grad student and put him on scholarship. So none of those guys were on scholarship their first year. We put him on scholarship, and he asks, what does that mean? Like, Parker's not a basketball guy, so
he had no idea.
Our players make fun of him. One day they're talking about Bill Self, the winningest. He's like, who's Bill Self? No idea. So we find out he's on scholarship, and he's like choked up. What does that mean? I explain room and board. He's like, what if I own my own house already? So he owned his own house through all of his business. And so I'm like, this guy, he's going to be our best donor in the history of St. Thomas someday. But so anyways, it has been a magical ride. And
he's got to be the first college basketball player to ever own their own house when they were already in college.
I would think. And he's the first to play intramurals for 2 years at a D3 school and then play a year at a D3 school. And then that school goes D3 to D1. And I mean, so, when people talk about this, what's changed about your job? I always say my office hasn't changed. My business card hasn't changed. My 5-minute commute to work hasn't changed, but literally everything else has. So it's been a lot of fun.
The program itself, I hear from so many people, like, this program is on the upswing. What you have there, kind of explain to people what you have in terms of resources, in terms of a new facility new arena coming in 2025. Like people keep telling me that this could be like one of those programs that you just see coming, but it's going to come quickly.
Well, it is really exciting, and I think that starts. I went to St. Thomas. I'm a 95 grad. My dad went there and graduated in 63. Like, it was a small little all-male school.
Okay.
And I'll give you 50 years and 50 seconds. It went co-ed in 77. It went from a college to university in 1990, law school in 2000. But we have a college of nursing. We have a 2-year school. We have a school of engineering. So us going Division I in sports, which happened when we were involuntarily removed from our former conference, which is why the NCAA made an exception for us to jump D3 to D1. But it is entirely consistent with, I think, what we look like to an outsider, right? An urban Catholic school in the Midwest that if you look at our school, our profile, our endowment, we're not that different than a Creighton or a Marquette or a Loyola Chicago. And so when people talk about where St. Thomas could be, I do think there's a blueprint for that in terms of those urban Catholic schools, that basketball has been a huge part of what they have done. And it's helped them brand the school in powerful ways. And certainly a $175 million arena that we have coming, I think, is evidence of our alums and our donors and our school and the support that we're going to have.
So what you're saying is St. Thomas to the Big East?
No, that's not what I said. I rambled on. My wife says I talk too much. That's the one thing I did not say. We're thrilled to be in the Summit League. I mean, this is an historic jump. And frankly, all of those things, the arena is above my pay grade, right? The people who have done the fundraising and the designing of that, it's incredible. But I do think we have a really bright future. I think last year what we were able to accomplish in our second year got some people excited. And more importantly, I think we have really, really great recruits who are excited in the area. That we're one of only 2 Division I schools in Minnesota. So if you think about that, Iowa has 4, Wisconsin has 4, the Dakotas have 4, combined Nebraska has 3, Minnesota only had 1. And so we've had kids leaving the state for decades that now have a place to play. And it's not just a place; it's a great school in a metropolitan area.
So I keep wanting to go back to the Division III to Division I transfer thing. The thing that's incredible about it to me is you're picked 4th in the Summit League preseason poll, right? With, you mentioned 3 or 4 starters that were Division III college basketball players, and you're doing all this despite the fact that the kid that you found that was a freshman that averaged 17 a game last year just so happens to be starting for Tony Bennett this season, Andrew Rohde, obviously. So how does that happen? Like, it's something that is, I don't think anybody can.
Are you good with that projection? Are you good with being picked 4th after losing?
I didn't
Andrew?
know we were picked 4th until today. I know we were picked 10th our first year. I know we were picked 8th last year. I think we're making progress. I don't pay any attention to those, but I will say I think it's probably a reflection of people watching the way we play. Some of our core values, and every program has them. But I also think the blessing in all of this is, as we made this transition, we did have these guys. I mean, picture this: these former Division III, they're Division I players now. You and I were not, right? We were D3 players. I can say I went to now a D1 school, but I was not a D1 player. These guys, though, they had lost a total of 8 games in 3 years.
Wow.
We lost 12 straight our first year. So we won 10 games, and every one of those was magical, right? But we also lost 12 straight, and never, ever did I walk in the locker room and worry, is this going to fracture the team? Now, were they upset? Yeah, they didn't like losing. I don't like losing. But did they stick together and believe in our culture and what we're doing? Unequivocally. And so I think that has been one of the blessings in all of it, is that we have relied generally on the players we've had. We've had a few transfers, and I think we're going to build generally with high school guys. And Andrew was a great example. He was a diamond in the rough. We loved him when we saw him, and he's an unbelievable young man. I think he's going to do great at Virginia. But I think that we have other guys in our program excited to step up and compete for those minutes.
When you go from recruiting at the Division III level to recruiting at the Division I level, like we're talking about a pretty big leap in terms of
but where you're
evaluating, who you're evaluating. So how did that transition happen? Did you have to kind of readjust what you were looking for, or is it all just like, it's the same player, just instead of the 6'5" guy, you got to find the 6'8" guy now?
Well, I think the kinds of players and the system we run is largely predicated on ball movement, unselfishness. It's up tempo. We have an UST, University of St. Thomas. We talk about USST, unselfish, skilled, smart, tough. So do guys check those 4 boxes? Are they good students? Are they high character? If those 6 things match, then we like to tell
you the kind of student I am. You said USST. I'm like,
no, Vass is a dang good school. I know that. But if they check those boxes, then they're probably, we like to say he's a Tommy. Like, that's the kind of guy we want our culture populated with, those kind of guys. But certainly I think recalibrating. I mean, the first year, if you saw us playing, we were starting a 6'2" power forward, and we were starting 2 guards who were about 5'11", 6 feet. And so we were never going to win layup lines. We were never going to win any rebounding contests. We were last in the country in rebounding, team defense, block shots, lots of things. But we were first in the country in fewest turnovers. We had led the country in Division III in fewest turnovers. Now we took the same 5 guys, and we had the lowest number we've ever had. And so I think that was a testament to them understanding, if we don't play a certain way together, we have 0 chance, and they embrace that.
Well, that does fit the Summit League well, because I think the trend that you see in this conference is a lot of teams that can really score, not a lot of teams that that really want to play all that much defense. So it's a good fit.
What you return most of your team, other than a couple guys, Andrew being one of them. What's going to be the difference from to be able to make another jump, which again is not going to be easy, but I'm sure you have your sights set on, hey, can we compete for a league title probably this year?
Yeah, I think you're right. Andrew and Riley Miller. Riley was one of the most prolific shooters in the country. And then Andrew was very dynamic, what he was able to do on offense. So it's not going to be easy. We're not going to have one guy step into Riley's shoes and one guy into Andrew's. I think it's going to be more by committee. But we've got a lot of young guards that I think are excited about that. I think we're going to be deeper and more athletic. But I think to your point, Jeff, we're also acutely aware that growth is not always linear, right? So just because we went from 10 wins to 19 wins,
people are expecting
that doesn't mean we're going to go to 28 wins. Somebody today was like, you guys nearly doubled your wins. I'm like, yeah, well, that doesn't mean we're going to 37 next year. And so it's not all about wins and losses. Those are important. But Phil Eston, our athletic director, has been adamant throughout, like, we're not changing our mission at St. Thomas. Our cultural values aren't changing. And wins and losses do not cheat anything. Do not cut corners to get a few extra wins now. Build something that's going to be sustainable in the Division I level, because 5, 10, 15 years from now, I do hope we're one of those programs that you guys are talking about where you say they've been sustainably excellent for quite a while.
So if it wasn't enough taking an entire program up from the Division III level, you also went down and rated one of your rivals. Is that right? St. Mary's, to go get Raheem Anthony. Listen to the stat line, Goodman. 24.6 points, 9.2 boards, 4.6 assists, and he shot 54% from the floor and 42% from 3. Where were all the Division One teams when he was
and
coming
he's
out of high
athletic,
school?
right? Like a big, strong, athletic.
That's
kid.
Raheem
Right.
Anthony, by the way.
225, yeah.
I'm talking about
Raheem
Raheem Anthony.
Raheem is, well, again, you talk about unique stories that have never happened. I don't think there's ever been a guy who coached against a guy in Division III, couldn't keep him out of the lane. He scored us 20 points against us 3 straight games when he was a freshman. I'm like, he is going to be a nightmare. We get removed from the conference. He has an All-American career at St. Mary's, and COVID hit, so he has an extra year. I'm good friends with his coach. And so we started talking. He wasn't going to use his 5th year at St. Mary's. And so, yes, most other teams are rating Division I rosters. We rated a Division III roster. And Raheem is going to be.
Stick to what you know, right?
He's really explosive. He's really excited about this opportunity, too, right? Because I think he was another under-the-radar prospect coming out of Chicago. He went to DePaul Prep, played for Tommy Kleinschmidt.
Why? Why was he under the radar, do you think?
I don't know exactly.
I do know when
when I saw him at St. Mary's the first time, I was not happy with all the coaches that hadn't given him a scholarship because he was incredible as a freshman. So he's going to be, I think, a really unique piece. And, him, Parker, and Brooks all they're all grad students. They have this shared Division III experience, and now they're, I think, going to play integral roles for us.
More appreciative, too. A lot of these guys having the chance to do something that they probably dreamed of, right? Like
absolutely
playing D1, and not only playing D1, but like having a chance to build something.
They get a chance to build something,
right.
and I think all of our players are aware of that. My son Adam's a mechanical engineering student. He's a walk-on on the team. He's a freshman. I think all of our freshmen and sophomores who have kind of taken this leap of faith, they also know they're building something that this story hasn't been done before. And so that's pretty cool when you get a chance to be a part of something like that. I know for me, friends that asked me for years, don't you ever want to coach Division I? And my answer was sort of always, well, I love coaching at St. Thomas. The kids we had, well, now I get a chance to do it. And 20 some years into my coaching career, this is like, this is an absolute dream. Yeah.
Well, listen, great meeting you. Great seeing you, and good luck. I'd love to get out there this year if we could. So we'll definitely try to do it. I can't wait to talk to Parker here. Like Parker's story is something I've been waiting. Honestly, I've been waiting all day to talk to him.
No, he's the best, and he's fearless. I mean, he doesn't know how to play chess. He texts me on a bus ride home after a loss. He doesn't really get like, don't text coach. We're on the bus, and he's like, Coach, do you play chess? Well, I used to. You want to play? So we start playing chess on the bus. I kick his butt like 3 times. I'm like, Parker. He's like, yeah, I've never played. I just learned like 15 minutes ago. So that he has this entrepreneurial spirit that you guys are going to absolutely love.
That's great. That's great.
Thanks, guys.
Well, listen, thanks for coming out.
Thank you for coming on, man.
We'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate it.
That was St. Thomas head coach Johnny Tower. Now we're going to be joined by Parker Bjorklund. Who is your favorite player? Goodman, pull the chair closer again.
I have to do this with every single person.
Don't turn the chair.
I'm
just
moving myself further
pull
over.
the chair over. Parker, what's going on?
I'm told
man?
I have the chair in the wrong position all the time.
Yes.
I'm scooted this way, so everybody scoots over. Listen, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Jeff Goodman.
Nice to meet you.
How you doing, Rob Dauster, Parker?
Nice to meet
Good to see you, man. So I want to start you off with this. What did you do when you were playing intramurals at a D3 program? What was your stat line? Like, what were we looking at numbers wise?
It wasn't too crazy, to be honest. I mean, I had a few dunks.
Just a good piece
Yeah,
for your
just a
for
little
your
bit,
rec
nothing too crazy.
for your intramural team. Just a good piece.
Yeah, wasn't too crazy.
I mean, all right. So take us through your story here, because I still think it's one of the coolest stories in all of college basketball.
Thank you.
Let's go back to where it started. We may kick everybody else off the show just because this could be an hour story.
Okay.
You are making money doing social media in high school. You started this even middle school.
Started in middle school. Yeah.
8th grade,
7th, 8th grade.
What was it first?
So I had a network of parody Twitter accounts.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with.
I mean, his account is basically his real account is basically a parody account. So yes.
So yeah, I had a bunch of accounts that were themed pages. They could be a TV show, a movie, pretty much anything you can think of. I had a bunch of parody accounts. So throughout middle school and high school, I grew a big following on those accounts, and I got enough of a following where I've been able to monetize on that, right? Okay. So, promoting, clothing brands, apps, jewelry, anything like that. So I did that through high school, and that's kind of where my main focus was. I would say that was more of a focus in high school than basketball was at the time. Yeah.
But you played on the high school team.
Yep. I played through senior year. And then after that, I was ready to be done. I just wanted to completely lock in on my business. I didn't want to do anything with basketball anymore. So first 2 years of college, that's pretty much what I was doing. That venture kind of slowly started to die down a little bit, as everything kind of does. Yep. So then I, I think one of my friends asked if I wanted to play on the intramural team, and I said, sure, why not? So I joined the intramural team, sparked my interest a bunch. I had a ton of fun. And as I said, my business venture kind of ended, so I had some more free time. And then I decided to just reach out to the coach my sophomore to junior year, asked if I could try out for the D3 team. I remember I was super nervous. I didn't think they would have given me a shot, to be honest. Cause,
Really?
I mean, they recruited me out of high school, but I didn't show up, or I didn't go. So
And you hadn't played.
Right, I hadn't played
really
for
done
2
much.
years, so I didn't think they would give me a shot. But they gave me a shot. I played the D3 year, a few games, and then went D1. They just decided to keep me, and then kept me again. So here we are today. So
I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's like a movie in a way, like the craziness of it all. When you're doing, and Coach said, you owned a house already.
Yep.
You made enough money off this to be able to buy a house.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, that's insane to me. So you were like ahead of your time with some of this stuff. You were kind of early on.
For sure.
And you're all about, I think you're right. Isn't your dad,
my mom,
entrepreneur,
my dad,
it runs in the family, right?
Yep.
So this is kind of how you've grown up, thinking this way?
And my brothers and my sister, they all were entrepreneur minded and started businesses. So I kind of followed their footsteps along with both my mom and my dad. So they kind of led me to the route. And I loved entrepreneurship. I loved, creating stuff of my own, being my own boss, and just kind of ran with it.
So what's next? Are you going to be like Coach's agent or something? Like,
I'm not sure. We'll see. Just taking it one day at a time.
Just
now.
loving this right now,
absolutely.
loving the opportunity. I mean, is this kind of a dream for you that you never, ever even thought was possible?
Yeah, I never expected I'd be playing college basketball or even Division I basketball. So it's been super special. It's been a ton of fun, and I'm just running with it right now and just having as much fun as I can.
What was the biggest adjustment for you when you went from being a regular student, when you went from being just an entrepreneur to actually being a college basketball player? Was like the regimented time? Was it practices? Was it picking up on like what coach wanted you to actually do to run?
Yeah.
Did you know what plays were at this point?
I honestly didn't even it's like I forgot how to do like sink coverage and hedge coverage in basketball. Like I remember like they would just say, if they go for a ball screen, literally just stay on your guy and we'll have the help side deal with it, because I didn't even know what I was doing. Right. So I'd say like the hardest part was just learning, collegiate basketball, like all the moving parts, everything about it. That was probably the biggest challenge, but over time you grow.
Then the transition to Division I, was that just kind of like how did that come about? I mean, you averaged, what was it, 16 points and 6 boards last season after being an intramural role player?
Yeah, the jump from D3 to D1, I'd say the biggest thing is just athleticism and size. The competition you're going against is obviously better, but there's still some talent in D3. Right, we got a grad transfer from D3 that we picked up who should be pretty good. So, yeah, we're excited.
So what's Coach was saying he carved you up when you guys played each other in Division III?
So if I said to you, what are you doing in 10 years? What are you doing?
I don't know. Hopefully,
what do you want to be doing?
Hopefully, running a successful business. That's the dream.
The goal.
Yeah. So I don't know what that would be, but that's where my passion will probably be in 10 years for sure. So.
In terms of your game from last year to this year, what do you need to do even more? I mean, again, because last year was probably kind of crazy for you in terms of like just, again, something that you probably weren't expecting. What now that there are expectations of you, what do you need to step up with this year?
Yeah, there's a few things. Number one being, more of a leader. We lost some veteran guys last year. So, being a leader for the younger guys and, just being a more versatile player on the court. Defensively, being able to guard guards instead of just fives, and even offensively, being able to play around the perimeter, and just, trying to expand my game, learn a lot more about the game, more like the chess side of it, all that kind of stuff.
Well, speaking of chess, Coach was saying that after a loss, you challenged him to chess on the bus ride home.
Yeah, he checkmate me in like 5 minutes.
Really?
Yeah.
You better not, going to get better?
I'm a little better. I haven't been playing a whole lot. But
no. What do you like to do now? Because it sounds like you're not like locked in like some guys are to like watching college hoops every night or necessarily watching NBA every night. What do you enjoy doing when you're not playing?
I mean, I still enjoy watching, a fair share of basketball in the off season. Pretty big into gaming, hanging out with friends, just stuff like that. Yeah.
Investing money?
Yeah.
Invested it well?
Absolutely.
Well, that's good.
Were you a big Bitcoin guy?
I am actually.
Are you?
Big on Bitcoin.
Really?
Yep.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
That's why he was able to buy a house.
Exactly. There you go. Way ahead of me. The program itself, and again, the expectations now after winning 17 games, people are probably expecting another step. Why can you guys do that? And you're going to have the target on your back a little bit now because of what you guys were able to do last year.
Yeah, I think, we've Coach Tower and along with all the coaches have built a really strong foundation with culture, all the guys. We're building every single day. We're getting better every day. We got some freshmen, the grad transfer, a bunch of the other guys that are coming back have all developed their skill sets and gotten a lot better. So, we're super excited to, get out there and, I wouldn't say we, feel the pressure. We just go out there and stay present.
I don't think you feel any pressure. Looking at you, talking to you, I feel like you feel zero pressure. Pressure was probably years ago when you're starting up these Twitter accounts and had to keep them all going.
Yeah.
Right? That
true.
was pressure, right?
That's true.
How many do you have then?
I was.
Did a bunch?
Yeah, I was probably running. I think I had a total like 25 at one point.
Really?
But yeah, it was tough because during school, I would be on my phone during high school. Teachers
Seriously?
didn't appreciate that. So
Were they yelling at you like?
They would take my phone. So what I would do,
no!
if I saw him come over, I would just slip him my broken one. So I could still run.
Really?
Yeah, I only did that once, but it was tough because I would be trying to run my business during school, and high school is 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. every day, and then you got sports after that. So it's definitely.
I wonder how much it would cost for him to run your Twitter account and be able to make it like actually
My Twitter account?
readable. Like yeah, like
readable.
Like I mean, honestly, like where somebody. I mean,
So what's the price? What do we
I
got?
muted you years ago.
We need a social media guy anyways. We're in the market. We're hiring.
We are hiring. That's
I don't
true.
know if we could.
Hey, coach isn't going to want to hear that. He needs you full time right now. That's right. Starting in April. April, call us.
Yep.
Call us. All right. Listen, really nice meeting you. Hell of a story. Seriously, keep it going. Keep it going. Put everything you got into this too. But it's been a heck of a ride, I'm sure.
Yeah, it has. Well,
Not over.
Not over yet.
All right, Parker. Thanks for coming on, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You guys.
You too.
Coming up next, we are going to be joined by Omaha head coach Chris Crutchfield. We're going to be joined by Omaha guard Frankie Fidler, and I'm going to teach Goodman. Slide your seat over. Can you just put it where it was?
I don't want to be like this.
There you go. Then turn that.
I'm talking to somebody.
Then turn your body.
No,
Keep
I'd rather
yourself
turn
in the
my
shot.
chair.
This is not complicated.
I'd
This is
rather
what
turn my
this is
chair.
what we're dealing with. Thank
here
goodness.
comes Crutch.
Thank goodness Chris Crutchfield is coming up here to save
We got some catching
guy.
up to do, Crutch. What's up? I'm great. You know Rob?
Yeah. Good seeing you, man. Mike's hot. We are live, just so you're aware.
Right. That's right. How are you?
Cuss Goodman out later.
Year 2 of the Crutch era back in Omaha, the Crutch coaching era. Did you have hair back when you played?
I did. I had a high top fade. Believe it or not.
What's it like to be back, though? I mean, to take over, again, you hear about it all the time, right? Like you can't say no to your alma mater when they call. What's it like to be back, and how much has everything changed since you were playing?
What? It's been fun. It's been really fun to be back, and a lot of things have changed in the city. The city's changed a lot. I mean, it's grown.
Such a good city.
Really, really, it's a fun town. It's a sports town.
Yep.
And we're at a place right now where we're rebuilding. We're trying to rebuild it, and got better at the end of the season last year, and added some new pieces and returning a bunch. So we're excited. We're excited about the process that we're in, and I couldn't be happy to be back. And my wife is from Omaha, so it's fun. It's a fun deal. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. So you didn't even have to try to persuade her. She was all in.
Exactly, because we moved a bunch.
Oh, I know you did. I know you did. That last few years.
Yep.
You were running around, right?
Yep. So when you took over in this past season, you haven't really gone into the portal the way that other guys have kind of gone into the portal, trying to flip this thing immediately. It feels more, at least from the outside, like you're putting the effort to try to develop a program and not just build a team and not just build a roster. Is that, one, am I right in kind of the way that I'm viewing that? And two, how has that process been going for you? And is it something where are you happy with the results so far?
Absolutely. What you said there, Rob, was exactly what we wanted to do. We came in that first year and wanted to really, really try to establish a culture and an ecosystem that that's going to give us a chance to have some stability with a program. And we could have went the Power 5 transfer route with all the connections that I do have. And I thought, this is my program. This is my school. I want to do it the right way and have something that's sustainable. And we went after a bunch of junior college kids with 4 years left, with 3 years left, sorry. And we wanted to build that way with that and high school players, and just didn't want to go the transfer route because I wanted to try to establish a culture, and I wanted the guys that we brought in to really, really want to be in Omaha and not feel like we needed them to be in Omaha. We wanted them to want to be there, and we got that done, and we was able to keep them. And that's the biggest key is keeping them, the retention part of it. So we were able to retain those kids, and we returned 6 of our 8 top scorers. So we feel good about the plan.
How hard was that to get all of those guys back? Is that something where season ends, March, April, you're just kind of sitting there waiting, you're hoping that, you refresh the portal and you don't see their name pop up at the top?
Well, it might have been easier because you didn't, right? I mean, they didn't win that much too,
No doubt,
so that probably helps,
no
right?
doubt.
People are looking in the portal, and
But
you always, you always
worry.
we didn't win all that much, right?
You always worry about those top guys anyway.
Yeah,
Guys
no
that
matter
score
what.
15 points
That's
plus at our level that have a chance to move up. And there's been some guys from this league have left and went on. Fortunately, they have all won, So we didn't win, and I know how important that is for a Power 5 school when you're looking at a transfer. So that's part of the reason we was able to keep those guys. But what that does is gives us some experience coming back.
Yeah, 6 of your 8 coming back, like you said. Frankie coming back. We'll talk to him here in a minute. What does he need to do this year that maybe he didn't do last year? Is it just more leadership and taking another? I mean, the good thing is, again, you got the core back. So a lot of those roles that you had no idea, you didn't know what you had last year.
No, we didn't know. And what we did know, we was inexperienced. Right. We had 2-3 guys that have played Division I basketball on a team that we threw them into the fire.
That's daunting.
And they didn't have any idea what was going on. But I felt like we got better at the end of the year. Frankie is a all-league player. He's a talent. He's a big wing that can score at 3 levels. His thing now, just like you said, is leadership. And now it's amazing when you're a scoring guard, if you don't have a big guy to play with, it makes a big difference now. It makes a huge difference because now you can throw it inside to a guy.
Take some pressure
Take a little pressure off you, 5, 6, 7 possessions a game where you don't have to try to manufacture a shot. And you can get some easy shots off of the post feed. So he didn't get any of that last year. So hopefully that'll work out this year.
So when the year after COVID hit, after everything got shut down, you went back and you coached your sons in high school?
Yeah.
Talk to me about that experience, man.
Well, you know what? I was at Arkansas, and when the country did shut down, we couldn't go recruiting, and my kids came home. One was at Stetson University, and the other was in a junior college in Oklahoma. So they came back to Fayetteville, and we was together for like 3 or 4 months. And that's the longest we've been together on a day-to-day basis. Even in the high school, it's amazing. You live in the same house, but we're all moving at a different pace in different places, and now I had him with me, and we got to the end of the year, and me and my wife, we sitting around, and I was like, you know what? I've been helping all these kids over the years, and I need to coach my own kids. She was like, how you going to do that? I said, I don't know. We'll figure it out because they're not good enough to play at Arkansas. So the Division II thing came up, and we jumped at it, man, and it was probably the best thing I've done, man, because it gave me back a work-life balance. And it gave me a chance to spend time with my kids. And they was at the house on Sundays. And we just had a lot of fun. And I was content, guys, on being there forever.
Really?
And I turned down UNLV assistant job. Then Dana called, and that was the one I couldn't turn down. So a year later, I'm moving again.
Where are they now? Where are your kids now?
One is still in grad school at Oklahoma at OU.
Yeah.
And the other one just finished up, and he's working for Trey Young with Trey Young Enterprises, and he does Trey Young Elite. He's the director of his club team.
So when they were playing for you, were you dad? Were you coach?
Well, one of them Josh, my youngest, would call me dad. On Sundays? He would call me dad in practice, and I'll just give him a look. I would never
Can't do
say
that.
anything. But
Yeah.
Jalen, the oldest one, he kind of knew, the parameters. And
Coach.
and he kept his coach. And
That's funny. One calls you coach, the other
I
calls you
know
dad.
the youngest called me dad, and I was like, but we kept it. I mean, it was really fun because I never brought basketball home with them. When they came to the house, we never talked about it. We talked about other teams and other programs, but we never talked about what we was doing and it wasn't that high caliber of pressure at Division II.
Right.
And
It was probably the perfect thing for you guys.
I needed it. I'm telling you, I needed it. It was like a sabbatical, really, for me.
Well, must is a little bit of pressure, right?
You said it, I did.
Yeah, but it's true. You're going from a high energy guy,
no doubt,
and a
Who's
pressure
on.
packed. Yeah, it's on. It's on every day with him.
Yeah, I mean, we was trying to build a program.
Right. I mean, listen, amazing what he's been able to do there.
He's done it. He's
right?
done it. Yes, sir. He's done it.
In terms of now the landscape of you've been around a long time.
Yeah.
Watching the landscape of college basketball shift the way it has lately. If you're the commissioner right now, if you're like let's say you're running college basketball, what's the one thing you change? You've been in it for so long, you've seen it. Now you got the portal, you got NIL, you got the extra COVID year, you got realignment. What would you change?
I think NIL is good.
Okay.
I really do. I think it's good. I don't think the transfer portal is
You
a
don't
good
love
thing.
it? No.
Nope. I don't think that's the right.
You're old school.
I am old
right?
school.
You're old
and
school.
I
am too.
I think you have to go through some things in life. You can't just run from all your issues and problems. And some of it's legit, but I'm pretty sure 80% of it is not. And I just think we're losing the whole aspect of what we're teaching in the college game. And now everything's transactional, similar to professional sports. So where we're going, I don't know. I think there's something getting lost in the transfer portal and being able to teach young people how to fight through adversity and how to be mature and grow up and be productive citizens when they do leave college.
Is there a way to identify guys that you recruit that are more apt to buy into the culture aspect, the family aspect? All the people love those buzzwords in coaching, but is that something that you look for? Is that something that you're targeting when you're evaluating players?
No doubt. You have to be able to kind of dissect their home life, the parents. You got to take a look at that, and because that's usually a general rule. Like, you are where you come from. In most cases, we talk to parents, we talk to uncles, and we want to dive into all that information and make sure we know exactly what you're getting. And sometimes you still don't know because they change within 6 months when they get on your campus. But you want to have some research to give you something to go on to how you deal with these young people.
He recruited one of my favorite kids of all time, Buddy Hield. Like, listen, I went to the Bahamas and spent a couple days with Buddy's family. How's Buddy doing?
He's doing great. Yeah. He's doing great. And the trade room was kind of calmed down a little bit.
They did, because it looked like he was gone.
So he's a little more relaxed now.
Is he?
Yeah.
Give me your favorite Buddy story. From either recruiting him, from coaching him.
I got so many. And one, I think his junior year, and he started off with not being a great shooter, right? And he just turned himself into a self-made shooter. And we was getting ready to play a game, and we had just finished shoot around, and we go eat pregame meal, and our routine was to eat pregame. We come back down, and we shoot for 30 minutes, and I go do my power walk on the concourse of the arena, and he was down there shooting, and I leave him. I go do my power walk. He's down there, just messing around. Before you know it, he's in a full workout. This is game day. We're getting ready to play. Like, he's in a full workout. I'm thinking he can't keep doing this, right? I'm walking 2 more laps, 3 laps, 4 laps. I go down. I grab the ball from him. I put it on the rack, and I run up the tunnel with the ball rack, right? And he's cursing me out. What the hell are you doing? I'm trying to get better. You Crutch, what are you doing? Bring me the ball. I was like, no, we got a game, man.
Right, you got to pace yourself.
Go, get away.
He liked to work, right?
And that was him. Once he figured out that I can shoot the basketball, it was like a kid with a new toy. And he wanted to do it all the time.
When did you first realize how good he could be? Like, when did you see him go from being the guy? I mean, we saw him as a freshman, right? And he was like a good role player. It was like, hey, you know what, this guy, he could be a starter in the Big 12. Like, he could do some things. Then all of a sudden, boom, he's averaging 15 points a game. And then boom, he's shooting 50% from 3 and averaging 25 a game. First team All-American Player of the Year.
freshman year, he was a high energy defender, transition guy. Sophomore year, he turned into a driver, slasher, scorer. Still wasn't a great shooter. We got beat first round of the NCAA tournament in a 12-5 game by North Dakota State. And I remember telling him on the bus, like, you have to get better at shooting the basketball.
Wow.
And that summer, he took it to a whole nother level. We worked our butt off, and he took it to – and right then I knew, like, his work ethic changed.
Just shows you, though, again, if you're in the gym, you're shooting.
No doubt.
That's the one thing
No
that
doubt.
they always say, the NBA guys, what do they say? That can improve, right? Your handle,
doubt.
tough to improve.
No
Your
doubt.
decision-making,
No doubt.
tough to improve. But if you want to put the work in, you can become a really good shooter.
And he did it. He did it.
Yeah.
And I think that game motivated him because, we got upset. We was a number 5 and got beat. I tell Saul Phillips every time I see him, I said, you turned Buddy Hill into a warrior.
That's right. That's right.
Just by beating us in that game. So, but he continued to grow. He continued to work. And, he got invited to the Nike skill camp going into his senior year. And I think he saw all these elite guys. He's coming off of Big 12 Player of the Year also. And he saw all these guys that were potential pros, and that did it. He's like, I can do this.
Mm-hmm. All right, last thing I got for you. If Omaha is going to make that leap, is going to get up into the top 3, is going to be competing for a Summit League championship this year, what's the most important thing that has to happen for you guys?
I think improve defensively. We have to get a lot better defensively, and then we have to rely on our interior rebounding and be able to score 20 points in transition. I think we can do those 3 things. We'll have a chance to finish in the top half of a very, very, very good league.
All right. Listen, great seeing
Thanks,
you,
guys,
man. Great seeing you. Great to be here.
It's an honor to have you guys here.
No, it's great to be here.
The Summer
Awesome.
League just came up.
It's great to see you.
I appreciate
It's been
you
too
guys
long,
being
and
here.
it's great to see you.
Well, thank you.
Glad
so
you're
much.
doing well.
Thank you so much for having me on.
And hopefully we'll get to Omaha.
Cameron Brown to stop smoking fish heads.
I'm going to tell him you said that.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Tell him
Thank
to
you,
stop
guys.
smoking fish heads.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Rob.
it.
Always a
Yeah,
pleasure,
great
man.
seeing you guys. We'll get Frankie here up.
Yep. Frankie Fidler up here next. Omaha, man.
Listen, everybody kind of talked to here. It's like, man, I want to get there. I want to get there. I haven't been to a game there. And,
Hold on, Frankie.
These are the places that honestly, again, sometimes go under the radar. But Frankie, Jeff Goodman, nice to meet you.
Yep.
You too.
Rob Dauster, good to see you, man. The
They're
mic
gonna
is
yell.
hot. We
They're
on
gonna
live?
yell at me if I don't have like your chair right. So you got to go.
No, it's not. Your chair's not the problem. It's his chair
My
that's the
chair.
problem, Frankie.
Whatever.
Look, there's
I'm not
guys that are
worried.
coachable, and there's guys that aren't coachable.
Oh, yeah.
I've been told I'm
He's-
not very
he is
coachable.
not coachable.
You. I've been told you're very coachable, so that's good.
I am.
That's a
yep.
good thing.
Yep.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, you ready for take the next step here
Yep.
as a program?
Mhm.
How much more comfortable are you now than you were a year ago with new coach, new system,
Yeah.
new everything, right? I mean, the whole team was new.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm way more comfortable, and I know all of our guys are too. Crutch last year was kind of just trying to put his system in, and we were all trying to learn it. Now we all understand it, and are ready to implement it during the game.
Your shooting. You shot 28% from 3 this past season. How much has that been a focal point for you? How much
He was
has that been a
hurt.
priority?
He was hurt.
Yeah.
Dislocated, right?
Yeah, I was hurt.
Dislocated finger
Yeah.
on your shooting hand.
Yep.
I don't know how many people knew that, right?
No, probably not many.
We knew it was in the almanac.
I
so.
knew it. That's right.
But this offseason, I focused a lot on it, trying to get back to my freshman year. I think I shot
43.
Yeah. So just trying to get back to that level and still be able to, do all the other things I can do as well.
Can you keep your shoes on now in practice? I'm told your shoe fell off like 5 or 6
How do
times
you guys
during
know
a
this?
practice. Listen,
Crutch told you?
I know some shit. I know some stuff. Is that true?
Yeah, it
Your
is
shoe
true.
kept falling off.
Yeah.
Like 6 times one practice.
What,
Crutch,
you were-
finally, I think Crutch was upset, right?
Oh, he was
Crutch
real
started
mad.
to get pissed off at you, didn't he?
Yeah, we were doing defensive slides, and I cut and tried to, get out of the slide, and it fell off. But I continued to slide with my shoe off, and then I fell, and he just looked at me like, "Are you serious? Like, why are you still trying to go? Your shoe's off, and your feet are sweaty." So he was
No more. That was a
No.
one-time deal.
yeah.
Done.
All right, look, he's gone. right? He can't watch this. Yeah, he can't hear this. Were you just doing that to get out of doing the conditioning? Did you just leave the shoe untied?
No,
Is that what it was? You could be honest with us, man. I would do the same thing.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
So you guys, again, last year was a totally new team. This year you got 6 of your top 8 coming back. Like, what's the advantage with that? And we'll start with what's going to be maybe the biggest difference in your game now, having that kind of confidence in the system and Crutch and what he wants from you and your teammates around you.
Yeah, I think just knowing that the guys around me are experienced and they know what to expect from me and what I'm going to expect from them. So just knowing that's going to help us on the court together.
How much is that when you have that continuity, right? You know each other well. How much is that culture is the buzzword that everyone loves to throw around, but how much does that get developed when you have this many key people? You guys are 4th in the country in minutes coming back from last season. How much does that help that continuity?
Yeah, I mean, it helps a lot. Coach got us all in the dorms, so we're all together. We were together all year last year, and we're doing it again this year. So, and we all enjoy hanging out with each other. We took the foreign tour trip to Costa Rica, and the new guys that we got just kind of gel right in with us. We're all the same dude, D1 hoopers. So it's a great thing that we all have good chemistry.
You got big dorm rooms at least?
Oh, yeah. They're like apartments.
All right, that's good. So they're not real like what we think of as like these tiny little dorms.
Are you a good roommate? Or
I'm a great roommate.
Yeah.
Shout out Tony Osborne, my roommate. He's a great roommate.
He's a good roommate?
Huh?
Who's cleaner?
Me, for sure.
Really? He leaves stuff everywhere?
No, he don't. He's
right.
clean.
He's all right?
I'm like a clean freak.
You are?
Yeah.
All right. That's good.
I like my stuff organized.
Well, all right. Give me your when I go to Omaha, I remember I went years ago. First time I ever went had steak at the Drover with Doug McDermott and Greg McDermott. Give me your favorite spot to eat in Omaha. I mean,
who gave him the NIL deal? That's the question.
I know you need a good NIL deal to be able to get the Drover or some of those places, right? You got a good spot? I love Omaha as a city. I think it's so. Now again, I'm a Northeast guy, so when people hear Omaha, and I know you're a Midwest guy, but they probably don't understand that. Like he's really never been to Omaha, like such an underrated downtown area and city.
Yep. I think one spot I really enjoy is right by the school.
Okay.
It's called Lighthouse Pizza.
All right.
They got these big slices that you can just one slice.
One big slice.
Yeah. Or you can get a full pizza if you want, but I love that place.
Really?
Yep.
I'm going to ask you about J.J. White because one of the things that Crutch said about him was, quote, he's made the biggest jump this summer. What have you seen from him? Where have you seen him get better? And what should the expectation be for what this kid can do this year?
I think like his whole game style changed. Last year, he liked to put it on the floor, try to create for himself a lot. But now I think he's doing a lot of catch and shooting, moving off ball, finding the gaps, and still being able to facilitate as well, getting it into the defense and kicking it out. So my expectation for him is just to do what he's been doing throughout the summer and throughout the fall.
Do you agree with that? Have you seen him? Is it like a jump in confidence, jump in ability? What have you seen?
Yeah, I think just having that first year of D1 under his belt now, he's kind of seen, the proper way to play and how he'll be efficient on the floor. So I think that's kind of helped him a lot.
How good is Nick Davis, who I know came from Southern Nazarene? What will he give you as an experienced, older, big guy up front?
Yeah, he's a dominant force in the paint, underrated defender, like on guards as well.
He can switch.
Yep.
Really.
He's got a paint presence offensively and defensively, and he as an older guy is bringing leadership to our team too.
What we asked Crutch the same question. What has to happen for Omaha this year to be able to get up into that top 3, to be pushing for a Summit League championship? Because that's what you want, right?
Yep.
That's the goal.
Yep.
What do you think has to happen this season for you guys to get to that level?
I think just being consistent every game, doing what we do, like JJ White, doing what he does every game, having our expectations for each other, and maybe if someone's off that game, holding them accountable, and just finding ways to win every game.
And no dislocated fingers.
Oh,
That would help.
No, that was in a scrimmage too.
No, was it really? That hurts.
Oh my gosh, I was so dumb for that. I dove into the scores table in a scrimmage.
Yeah, well, you won't do that
That's
again.
what it was. You didn't even like Jamie. You dove into a score.
He was trying to get minutes.
I was trying to start. Yeah.
Where's your favorite place to play in the league, or where's the most difficult place? The best. Like if we're gonna go see a game somewhere,
you can't say your building.
Right. Somewhere else. Yeah, but like if we're going to
Yeah.
go see a game or somebody's going to go see a game in this league, where do they have to go?
I think the best atmosphere is up in Brookings, South Dakota State.
Why?
Their fans are just kind of on top of you. They're loud. They got a good student section.
Yeah.
I mean, the arena is I think it's older, and there's a lot of tradition in it.
Yeah.
And I mean, they don't lose rare at all in their building at home.
How good is Zeke Mayo in person?
He's real good.
Why? What? For people like me who haven't seen him in person,
Yeah.
I've seen him obviously play, but not in person. Why? What makes him so tough to guard?
He's just got a knack for scoring.
Yeah.
It's hard to guard him because he can basically score. He can score from all three levels. Yeah. He come off ball screens. If you try to bring two defenders at him, he can pick you apart by passing.
Yeah.
Because his team's so good as well.
Yeah.
So he's a real good player.
Well, Frankie, appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
Great
thank you,
meeting you.
guys.
Stay
Yeah,
healthy.
I will. Thank
All
you.
right, and
Yep.
can't wait to see what you do this year.
Thank you.
Die for loose balls. Stay away from the scores table.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Man.
We have two more. They're the home state schools.
Yeah, I like it. Finish with a bang, right?
We're closing it out with South
Very
Dakota
nice.
State, Eric Henderson and Zeke Mayo. That's coming up.
Do you know why?
Next.
Do you know why?
Because they wanted to avoid talking to you for as long as they
It
possibly
could be true.
That's what
but
my sources.
my
tell me.
sources say because they put the local schools at the end because they can drive 45 minutes and still have practice. They want to get some of the schools further away to be able to get back a little bit earlier.
Well, I
Get out of here.
appreciate that breaking news.
Yeah, I just wanted to try to help you as much as I could help you here
We're-
because
we're-
I know. What's up,
It's
man?
called Band
How are
Banter,
you?
baby.
Good to see you. Absolutely.
Right on stage.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, the best part is you guys are like right up by all the snacks and coffee. Over
I know.
here. They do
I
that on
saw you
purpose.
going to town over there.
No,
I
just
saw
water.
you.
Just water for,
Just
for
water.
now. Yeah.
All right. How you doing?
Great. How are you guys?
Good.
Thanks
Good
for
to be
coming.
here.
Welcome to
it's
South
great.
Dakota.
It's great
right?
to be
You
here.
gotta tell
No,
me
this
you're
is big
coming.
time. I
Hey,
know.
if I would have known that last night, I would have recommended a few spots for you or got you down to Vermilion.
I know. We should have. My wife wasn't feeling well, or else I would have come in a little bit earlier. But no, it's great to be here. And honestly, one of the things I think we've learned, like coming here, that it's reminded us is like we want to come out here for some games if we can. We'd love to come out for a rivalry game with you and SDSU or whatnot. And
you let me know. We'll make it happen.
No, it'd be great. It'd be great.
How awesome is this?
Oh, unbelievable!
So-
Unbelievable. This conference tournament is awesome,
It's
right?
awesome. I was here for 4 years as an assistant coach. The last time we played in the championship game, there was close to 12,000 people here.
Wow.
Right? Been through it in the Mountain West. Been in the Pac-12 tournament. Like this is up there.
That's
it really
crazy.
is.
That's crazy.
What is it about South Dakota that makes it such a? We were talking about this a little bit earlier. Ryan Miller, Mike Miller's younger brother, older brother.
Ryan.
Brother. Let's go with brother. We'll go with brother.
I don't even.
The brother
I don't even
doesn't
know
have-
who's older. I don't.
It
know.
doesn't have his jersey hanging up in the Pentagon right now.
Yeah.
But I remember him telling me that South Dakota is basically Indiana without like the publicity, right? When it comes to the way that they care about basketball. Why? Why is it like that?
Here's the deal. There's no pro sports in South Dakota, right? So South Dakota State, they're the teams.
The only
right?
game in town.
Yeah, I tell guys that I recruit, like, listen, there are no pro sports. So if you go to Walmart, you better be ready to talk to somebody for 20 minutes. It's going to take 20 minutes longer to check out because they're going to ask, how's the team? How you doing? Ask about your teammates. It's just a cool deal. I think it's awesome. It's not for everybody, but it's a really cool deal how much they value basketball in the state.
So year 2 for you.
Yeah.
You lose all 5 starters.
All 5.
Is that right?
Hey, keep reminding me. No, it's
boy.
82% of our scoring, 74% of our rebounding. Return 2 players that played any minutes for us, really, from last year. So it'll be a different team. It'll be a new look. If we lined up both teams next to each other, you'd be like, this is a completely different team.
Why?
Number one is size. Last year, our average height was 6'3". We were bottom 8 in the country in size. This year, our average height is 6'7", right? I would guess that's top 50 in the country. Yeah. When we were at Utah State, made 3 straight NCAA tournaments. Yeah. We were number 2 in the country, number 2 in the country, number 1 in the country in size, right? You got bigger guys. You can make more mistakes defensively and cover it up, and the floor looks a lot smaller. So if you look at the research over the last 10 years, the number 1 or number 2 defensive team in our conference has made the NCAA tournament, right? So if you're not good defensively, you can't get there. The Summit League is traditionally one of the best 3-point shooting leagues in the country every year. You got to be able to guard, right? That's what
because everybody can shoot.
Exactly. Yep.
So you brought in 3 guys in the transfer portal that you had previous experience with, having coached them before. The one thing that you always hear when it comes to the portal is like you never want to burn a bridge, you never want to burn a relationship because you can always get those bounce back guys, right? You can always get someone that wasn't happy at the high major. Is that and you don't hear about that, right? You hear about they lost, the player went up a level, you lose Grant Nelson, you lose Max Asmus, but there's benefits to it for you guys at this level to get some players that maybe didn't work out the last time.
Yeah, it works both ways. Everyone asks your opinion. It's a blessing and it's a curse, right? Mm-hmm. I think we can get really good players out of the portal. For me, one of the main things was, do I have a relationship with them? Mm-hmm. The 2 guys I coached at Utah, yes, for sure. Caleb Stewart, who transferred from La Tech, was on the Conference USA All-Freshman team. I recruited him. We actually played in the Rockets Arena at Utah State. And the night before that game, I was watching Caleb play. His dad was an assistant coach on his high school team. So all 3 of those guys I knew well, knew they fit our program, knew everything about those guys, thought they were a perfect fit for us.
Does it make it easier when you bring them in, when you have that previous relationship? Because one of the things you always hear about transfers, like you recruit a freshman for years, you recruit a transfer for like
3 weeks,
6 days in the portal, right? Does it help having that previous relationship?
Yeah, I think it really does. I mean, Two reasons. Number 1, just the trust factor, right? They know who you are. They know what you're about. Number 2, having Boston and Lahat at Utah, they know our stuff. Right. They know our system, right? So they were ahead of guys this summer already because they played in that system, right? Lahat left for a year, went to Central Florida, made a huge mistake, obviously. He should have come to South Dakota right away. No, I'm just kidding. He did tell me that when he called me this spring. But it just puts those guys ahead of other players because they've been in the system.
How different, even from when you were here as an assistant and you guys won, how different is the landscape of college basketball has changed so that, again, if you saw what you guys were able to do then, you might not be able to do the same thing now with the portal, with even NIL. I don't know how much NIL hits you guys. Yep. Probably not hard yet.
Not hard. But I would say a couple things. Number 1, we did take some transfers the last time and built it with a mix of everything, but those transfers had to sit out, right? So
they learned the system.
It was okay for us because we got a year to work with them and redshirt those guys, and they got a lot better. Matt Mooney got a lot better, played for Texas Tech in the national title game after we went to Utah State. So I think that year really, really helped Matt. So that's a main difference right there. But, yeah, the landscape is completely different. I think our league is different for the teams, right? There's a lot of teams that have gone in and out of the league, IUPUI, IPFW, Western's out. We have St. Thomas in the league, UND's been added to the league. So you could just go down the line. There's so much that's different from the first time I was here.
When you move over to that head coaching role instead of being an assistant, what was the biggest difference? Has it been
you didn't have to deal with Craig Smith anymore. That's the biggest difference.
A lot less coffee. No, Craig drinks a lot of coffee.
Yeah. No kidding.
Biggest difference, I would say, one of the things that I miss the most is as an assistant, you're around the players a lot more, right? As a head coach, you're more running the program, and there's a lot of different things you need to be at where it's peer. You're in the gym working out guys individually and getting them better, right? As a head coach, you're more hiring people to do that, right? And then you're running the program from afar, basically, if that makes sense. But it's a lot, right? As an assistant coach, you can be like sitting behind the scenes like, man, I don't know what the head coach is doing, or, what's he up to today? And then you're a head coach and first year you're drinking out of a fire hose. You don't know what's going on. And so it happened. I was a junior college head coach for 2 years, and the first year was just a blur, right? And the second year, everything slowed down a lot. So I was an assistant coach for 8 years in between there. And last year was a great experience for me to get back, and things are definitely a lot slower this year.
Are you feeling it slow down?
Definitely. There's no question. Ask my wife that too.
Doesn't slow down.
I work for Craig. Come on now.
Even though you got 27 new players on your roster.
I've always loved recruiting. So that's the piece. We brought in 9 new guys. So it never slows down, really. You know how the events go with AU and recruiting. It's just people are like, they send the first day of practice text. Hey, have a great first day of practice. Like, guys, we've been practicing since June 2nd. Like, it's just a little bit longer. Right. So the basketball season is year round. And I love it. I mean, I got into it. I was a JUCO coach, did it for nothing, basically, the first 4 years I was into it. And it's great that I'm sitting here now with you guys.
I love what Commissioner Fenton's already done to try to elevate the profile of the league, right? Yep. I mean, he's got some new ideas, only, been at it for a little bit here. But you guys, I know, had your meetings. I don't know how much you can disclose, but, like, what was the hot button topic among you guys as coaches right now?
Yeah, we talked a lot about the conference tournament, if the format should change, and protecting the top seeds. We talked a lot about scheduling, right? How do we make our league better? And in most leagues, there's tiers to scheduling, right? Mountain West, there's tiers. Pac-12, there's tiers. And how do we tier it to bring the bottom half up so our league gets better? And then we can start selling the league a little bit more. So that was a hot topic. I would say
that's hard, though, right? I mean, that's hard to do. If you're a team towards the bottom, you want wins too. It's hard to get there until you're ready.
You got to win games. Right. You got to win games. And I would say the biggest challenge is if you look at some of the teams in our league, North Dakota State, South Dakota, teams just don't want to come play us at home.
Why would they? It's a tough environment.
Yeah. One of the things we've emphasized is just intent to schedule. Like when I was at Utah State, we had to provide the tournament committee a list. These are all the schools we contacted that we tried to play, and they said no. Here's a copy of the email. Here's a copy of the text message. They said, no, we're never playing you guys, right? So can we try to elevate our league by trying to play better teams, maybe trying to play more neutral games to make our league better? That's been the main focus.
So I want to go back to the conference tournament here because I think the best thing about college basketball is when you get those neutral court environments where you have half the crowd is rooting for one team, half the crowd is rooting for everyone. You can kind of see it like right down the middle, like you got red on this side, you got blue on this side. When you play here, when you play the Summer League tournament here, is that what it's like? Is that the experience that it's like?
Yeah, obviously being in South Dakota, we get a lot of great fans, right? I think it's been better throughout the league where more people have traveled, right? Mm-hmm. The longer it's in one spot, they can make plans. Like they want to come to this. We talked about yesterday the student-athlete experience here. If you take it out of Sioux Falls, I'm not sure what it's going to be, right? But we have awesome fans in the Midwest that'll come and travel.
He loves it for the home.
No, I do. It's 45 minutes away from campus. I'll take it every day of the week. But we have to do our job and get better to have a chance to play in the championship like we did the last time I was here. So I think the people here do a phenomenal job. Commissioner Fenton has raised the level of our league already. Part of it is with the CBS Sports deal, right? And just making that the Midco Sports Plus with CBS Sports. And we have at least two games on national TV this year. When I was at Utah State, if we knew we were playing on CBS Sports, like that was a big deal.
You were calling every recruit.
Well, we were, but what happened was we were picked, I think, 10th out of 11 teams our first year. You were at
I know
in
Sam
Vegas.
Sam Merrill reminded me. Trust me.
You were watching us play St. Mary's in Las Vegas, and we had no games on TV, and then it was like, hey, game added.
Right.
Different rest for this game, and it like, okay, they're good. We got to change things around. So, but being on CBS Sports is a huge deal for our league, just getting the exposure for our brand.
The greatest story he could probably tell is a Crew Ains story. But
you were sitting probably
aren't even. Those probably aren't even. We probably can't tell the Crew Ains stories.
I went to Boston for the first time this year with my wife, and Crew took care of me. Absolutely took care of me. Go do this. Walk this route. Oh yeah, he's the best. So I can't say anything bad about Crew.
All right, I am going to ask you to say something bad about Craig Smith though, because he gives a lot of dirt on a lot of people. So you got to give some good dirt on Craig here.
I don't know
something good.
I mean, everybody knows he drinks like 20 cups of coffee a day, right? Is that good for you?
He doesn't. No,
I mean, like, is there studies done?
Is that you really think it's like?
I bet it's easily over 10 per day.
Yeah, that is.
Like we have when we went to Utah State, we put a Keurig machine in the locker room on the scorers table. You ever seen that before?
What?
So we're brewing coffee during practice.
Come on.
Yeah.
Seriously?
And so everybody knows that.
He's down in them.
I would say the thing I would go at him about is just how's the shoe game? Is the shoe game getting better or not? He's got the socks going all the time, but does he have good shoes? I don't know.
He doesn't have good shoes.
I got to follow up on that.
We'll find out.
You always try to coach him a
little bit. He needs that. No
so
doubt.
What you're saying is that he's not coachable.
No, he's coachable.
How,
he is.
How good? I mean, how good do you think you guys are going to be this year? Because again, like you said, with so much turnover, you don't know that the beauty of the the landscape these days is you can flip it quick.
Yep.
Right? Do you have a feel for your team yet?
I think you can flip it quick. The issue with that sometimes, maybe in the first year, is one thing we always talked about the last time I was here is trying to build a program. There's a difference between building a program and a team. If you build a team, you can be good for a year, but maybe you're down for 2 years, right? If you build a program, you at least have a chance to compete every single year, right? So last year, if you looked at our team, we were super inconsistent. We were up and down, up and down. I think this year we'll be way more consistent. If you came and watched us practice, you're invited. We practice at the Pentagon after this if you want to come over. But I put the teams together every day. I don't know who's going to win. We're deeper. We're more competitive. And everybody in town's like, Coach, how good are you going to be? I can't answer that right now. But what I know is with practice being that competitive, we're going to make each other better every day by that. And last year, I don't feel like we did. So I don't know if that's the right answer, but that's my answer to that question.
You know, I know you brought Max here, and he's a really cool story, isn't he? How far he's come, I think, right? Walk on?
Yeah.
To start, and you're bringing him here for media day. That's got to be pretty cool for him.
Yeah, and he's from Sioux Falls, right? He grew up here. And I always tell people, when you have South Dakota kids, it's different. Like this paw is different for those kids.
Really?
And, I mean, it's an awesome experience for Max. Last year, I'll tell the story about Max. He was a walk-on. And at practice, he was just deferring to other guys to play. And at Utah State, Justin Bean was a walk-on for us. Honestly,
he started as a walk-on.
He was a walk-on. Yep. Wow. And you guys don't know this, but when we first got there, we're like, man, he's got a ways to go, right? But we got our butt in the gym and worked with him. Abel Porter was our starting point guard, was a walk-on, right? So we started 2 walk-ons. So I wasn't dealing with it. I walked up to Max, and I'm like, Max, are you on our team? Yeah, Coach, I'm on our team. Well, then you need to get in the drill. Like, you need to compete every day if you want a chance to play. And he's like, I have a chance to play? Yeah, Max. Like, I don't know yet. So he took that
blank slate.
Yeah, and just ran with it. And he was the first one in the drill every day. And our deal is Gata, get after their butts. And Max is like the perfect Gata guy. And he set an example for all our new guys every day in practice.
So is that why?
Yes.
I mean, that's why
100%.
he's going to have a chance to have an even bigger role.
He's earned it that way.
Really?
Yeah. He might not be our leading scorer, but he might be the most valuable player on our team with everything.
Just because he sets that kind of culture, that toughness.
Right. And when you bring in 9 new guys,
you better have that.
You need guys like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you got to have some, and they're going to look to him, hopefully a little bit of like what to do with 9 new guys.
That's why Sam Merrill was so important to our team. Yeah. Part of it is I think he didn't want to run at practice. So he brought it every day and made our team bring it every day because he just didn't want to run. But Max just won't let that happen in practice. He won't let us have a bad practice, and he reminds me of Sam a little bit that way.
Sam is one of my favorite kids of all time, because there's no BS with Sam Merrill. Zero, right? Like, he didn't know how.
None.
He just said it the way it is.
We could talk about that for
right?
20 minutes, but we don't have time for that.
Him and crew.
Yeah.
Listen, great seeing you, man.
Thanks, Jeff.
Great seeing
Appreciate
you.
it.
Hopefully we'll get back out here.
Appreciate you guys.
I
come out anytime. You're always invited.
I did notice how Gata was get after their butts.
Yeah, I didn't know if we're live. If we're live, I didn't want to say anything.
It's fine.
Okay.
We're fine if you're fine.
I didn't know how many kids were watching, but
it's okay. It's okay.
yeah,
that might help you get recruits.
Exactly.
Who knows?
That's why I'm saying it. GATA. Get after their butts.
There you go.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Coach.
Great seeing you.
Coming up next is your guy.
Yeah. Well, great. Another great story. I love these stories.
Mm-hmm.
Like these are great stories because it gives somebody like you hope.
Yeah.
You know,
gives someone like me hope.
It does. It does.
All right, Max Burchill.
Max, what's up, man? Jeff Goodman. Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you.
Good seeing you.
We were
man.
just saying what a great story you are. You know, in terms of going from like, for me, these are the coolest stories. Going from walk on to somebody that now you're a major part of this team. And we're just talking to Coach about it. He was like, last year, beginning of the year, you weren't acting like you were part of the team. You were acting like you were timid, right?
Yeah.
And then he kind of got after you a little bit.
Yeah.
So take me through that and how that flipped kind of your season.
Yeah. You know, each coach is different with walk-ons and stuff like that. So usually I would kind of, not take as many reps as, the guys that were scholarship players or trying to, supposed to be in those positions. So that was just something he kind of got on me about. And, when he gave me that confidence, it kind of just flourished from there. And I was able to, find some minutes and, didn't want to lose those minutes. So I did everything I could to, keep increasing minutes because I still have 2 years left. So I want to, start someday and, be a player at USD that will be remembered. So
how long did it take you to kind of go from being the guy that, look, you got to get in these drills if you want to play, to being someone that took ownership of that, to being a guy that when you kind of, you know what, I might actually be a rotation guy on this team.
Yeah, I would say it probably took me, 2 months, just because that's not something, even him, giving me more confidence. That's something you really got to believe in yourself. And that was something, my teammates from last year, I came in with a lot of them, Mason Archambault, Cruz, Parrot Hunt, Damani Hayes. They gave me a lot of confidence, and Damani Hayes is a case study that he was a walk-on as well, earned his way to a scholarship, became a starter. So that's someone that I look up to and is a role model for me basketball-wise. And that was someone that I was like, why not just give it all I got? There's no reason not to.
So how did you get on the team to begin with? Tell me that story.
So it was COVID, and my basketball season was done. The state tournament in South Dakota was canceled, so I was doing what everyone else was doing, staying inside. And Casey Kasperbauer, our assistant coach, had texted me, or somehow got my number and texted me. And at this point, I only had NAI offers. I didn't even have D2s from Sioux Falls. So
really,
yeah. So I wasn't.
So like Augustana, Billiter, nothing.
Nope.
Watched you play plenty.
Oh,
didn't think you were good enough.
Yep.
Okay.
So then Casey, said, there's a spot on the table for you. And I asked my parents. I told Casey I'll give him towards the end of the day, and I asked my parents, and my mom was like, well, if you do it, you're going to do it. And I grew up a USD fan.
Okay.
My parents both went there. I have a brother that went there. My dad played basketball there. I grew up, coming to the Summit League tournament every year. I watched Stan Amude my senior year of high school, and then I played with him my freshman year of college. Just had no idea I was going to play with him. And got on the team, and it's been history ever since.
That's crazy.
Yep.
So this is like the ultimate dream for you right now.
Yep.
I mean, again, your parents must be like so proud.
Yep.
Like, must be the coolest thing for them, because again, like this wasn't like the blueprint.
Yep. So, when I play, step on the court, I hold a lot of honor and privilege with that. And, I'm blessed to be able to, even get the opportunity. That's what's really crazy to me, is like, this wouldn't have happened if I wasn't given an opportunity.
Yeah.
So
you're from Sioux Falls, right?
From Sioux Falls, yep.
Is it nice being back here? Like, is it a little strange walking into this and not, sitting in the stands and watching?
Yeah. It's crazy not seeing a bunch of fans. I got to stay at home last night, so that was cool. I didn't have to stay in the hotel, so got a home cooked meal, so that was good as well.
It's always a plus, right?
Yep.
Now, baseball guy too. You're a pretty good baseball player.
Yeah.
Did you think that was going to be your your path?
I had more offers actually out of high school for baseball, and then I was just like, my brother plays baseball at Minnesota. When I was a senior in high school, I wanted to just go be a student there. Wanted to be a business major. So I signed my deposit to go to U of M just to be a student. And then Casey called, and I was like, Mom, I'm sorry I lost you $250.
I'm sure she's okay with that right now. I'm
Yeah.
sure she'll take that. And
what position were you?
I was a pitcher.
You were a pitcher.
Yep.
How hard could you throw?
I topped out at like 88. So
that's not bad.
Not bad.
It's not bad.
Not bad.
Unless,
Not great.
if
though.
you're a lefty, maybe.
Yeah,
then
lefty,
you have a better shot.
Yeah.
88 would be fine as a lefty. Nowadays, I'm not sure that's enough.
Yeah. Yep.
So are you just cleaning up intramural softball at South Dakota now?
I haven't asked coach to play.
Really?
Yet.
So how good can you tell how good this team is going to be with so much turnover?
Yeah.
Losing 5 starters.
Mm-hmm.
You know what you had last year. What you guys struggled a little bit.
Yeah.
What's going to be the strength of this year's team?
I think we have a lot of flexibility with the lineups we can play. Also with depth. We played 7 guys last season, pretty much every game, and that was, especially being the smallest team, you got to work that much harder with 7 guys. That's it's fun, but it's hard to do for 25, 30 games. But this season, we have a lot of depth, so we'll be able to play a lot of different lineups, which will help us, on the road, in our non-conference, and in the Summit League.
How vocal are you now? Like, are you trying to get there?
Oh, yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Like, is coach on you?
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, we need your voice. We need your, again, like you said, you grew up rooting for this program. It means something more to you
for sure
than it probably does to a lot of they don't understand it yet.
Yeah. That was, coming into this off season, that was just as important as getting better was you know, being a better leader. Me and Paul Bruns, you know, we're from South Dakota, so you know, it's just it means a little bit more to us, you know, the state of the program and where the direction of the program. So just making sure everyone's on the same page, and you know, we're playing to win and to win a Summit League tournament. So.
Did you get a scholarship? Did you get on scholarship?
I did not.
Oh, we got to work. Come on,
That's all right though.
We got to get that done.
What have you seen from Paul this summer?
You know, I think a lot of confidence coming from UND, and you know, the state of our program and the guys we had a pretty solid and solidified starting five. So it was kind of tough for him to, you know, mix in with that group. Just kind of, you know, because he's best when he's aggressive. And I think this season he's kind of taken off the reins. And not that he doesn't care, but he's like, you know, I've deserved these shots, and he does. And everyone on our team knows he's deserving of those. So him being aggressive is him at his best self.
He's another South Dakota kid, right?
Yep.
Did you guys have a little rivalry?
No, we never played. We were in different classes of basketball, so we never got to play each other.
Who was the bigger class?
I wasn't.
You were.
Yep.
So that's your bragging rights, right?
Yeah, but I think they won state tournament, so that's his ultimate bragging right.
Last question: What's it like playing in Brookings? What's that game like?
Oh,
Talk to me about it.
You know, a lot of people are screaming at you. There's about in the whole gym. There's probably 30 people in red.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? That's it?
Including your team.
Your family?
Yeah, your team.
Yeah.
There's about 15 on the bench, and then there's about 15 in the
That's
stands.
all you get?
Yeah. And, you know, it's so much fun, especially when you hit a big shot or, you know, it's coming down to the wire and you guys go up two. It's like the place goes quiet. But then, you know, when they score, it gets pretty crazy in there. You can't hear a play call and all that stuff, but it's a great time.
Good. Well, listen, congrats, man.
Yeah.
We got to get you on scholarship.
Yeah.
That's
nice, man.
Yeah.
Hell of a story.
Yeah.
And good luck this season. All right.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Last but not least,
Max Burchill right there. That's a cool story
It
too,
is.
man.
It
Like
is.
I'm telling you, like this was fun. I know what
Pull the
chair again.
Yes.
The chair
Keeps
again.
you- yeah, you need it in the
You know what the
shot.
problem is? Here's the problem.
This
No.
is not
Can I
difficult.
tell you the problem?
The problem is that we let Goodman have control of
Here's
one
the problem.
single thing.
There's a bunch of flies. I think it's because you didn't shower today. There's a bunch of flies
I did
around
shower
here.
today. I did
They're
shower
all
today.
they're all around. So I think these guys are trying to get further away from you and the flies.
That's definitely not what it is. But don't even.
All
worry
right,
about it,
here we
Dave.
go.
We're gonna be
There we
joined by
go. It's
Eric
about time,
Henderson,
you know.
South
How you
Dakota
doing?
State head
How are you?
coach.
Good to see you.
Great to see
How's
you.
everything?
Eric, what's going on, man?
How you doing, Rob? Good to see
Good.
you,
Good
man.
to see you. Mike is hot. We are live.
Yes,
won't
we're
be hot
live.
long
We're
here.
live.
It won't be hot long
Oh,
here.
it'll be. Man, yeah, it's cool out. It's cool out here this morning. Wake up.
Leaves
and-
are changing.
I know. How you doing?
Awesome.
Good.
Awesome. Good
Yeah.
event here put on by our
great
people,
event.
man.
No,
They did a terrific
great
race.
event, right?
Yeah. How about that?
I mean, you've been here long enough now to whereas this is kind of the first time they've done anything like this. And to me, they hit it out of the park.
They hit it out of the
Commissioner
park, man.
Fenton, like great job, right?
I hope they didn't hit more home runs than Twins tonight, but they certainly hit a home run with this. I'll be honest with you.
No, this has been great.
They really talked about building our brand, and this is a big part of it.
Yep. No, I agree. We're glad we came out here, and we can't wait to talk to Zeke after we get with you. And he's special, isn't he?
He really is, boys. I mean, I'll tell you what, he's really matured so much.
Really?
Too. That's the thing I'm most excited about because everybody knows he's pretty talented, right? He can score.
Yep.
You know, he's really gotten better at becoming more of a consistent playmaker and getting everybody around him better. Too.
Yeah.
You know, and that's really what's been special to watch.
That takes time, though, right?
It does.
I mean, you're freshman, you're a piece. Then last year, you're kind of worried about more of yourself, right? And now it's time to you're good. Now worry about everybody else around you. Make them better.
Let's make winning maybe
Right,
a little
right,
bit more
exactly.
important too. And you saw us a couple years ago
Yep.
in
Oh,
Buffalo,
my goodness.
and and he was a freshman,
Yes.
and he was much more.
But you
of a-
could see it.
You could see it.
I'll tell you what, like it was. I just remember saying then, even like, how did this kid get out of Lawrence? Now again, it'd be interesting now to talk to Bill Self. Like, did those guys see him a lot? What did they think of him? You know, being the local kid, and now like, do they regret it?
Yeah, time will tell.
Right,
You know,
right?
And,
Totally. This will be a big year.
It'll
Like,
be a big year. And,
yep.
Baylor left, and had a great season at Creighton last year. And, Zeke
it maybe was a little early for him, what we thought, but he just got thrown into the mix, and you learn by fire a little bit, and he got better all throughout the year, and I can't wait to see him this year.
So Zeke was the Summit League preseason player of the year. But he is not the only first-team All-Summit League preseason pick that you have on your roster. Luke Apple was that a broken hand last year that he
broken shoulder, had a little shoulder issue, and then some foot issues. He had a lot going on, Rob.
Did he did.
Yeah, but it's good to have him back.
How is he now? Is he healthy?
He's healthy. He's moving as good as I've seen him move. And 2 years ago, he had 41, I think, at Oral Roberts. He really knows how to score. And once, he kind of called it quits last year and got the medical red shirt, it really put a lot of pressure on Zeke because he just had so much of that playmaking responsibility on his shoulders as a sophomore, where I think we'll be a lot more balanced this year and being able to score it in multiple ways, hopefully play a little faster again, get those possessions up again.
What's it like coaching at SDSU? What's it like? Take me through like being in Brookings where it is everything. And the pressure, the expectations, all of that. Describe that to me.
It's unique, I'll tell you. It's a college town at its finest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The beautiful thing, there's not a lot of distractions, but there's no pro sports team. So we're it, and you don't see Chiefs gear, you don't see Vikings gear, you see Jackrabbit gear, and you go to everywhere you go, and there's high expectations throughout our whole entire athletic department. The culture that our administration from President Dunn to Justin is incredible, and you're either going to have good expectations or bad ones, and I'd rather have good ones. I can promise you that. But the people that surround us are so supportive in many ways. Our facilities continue to grow, and so it takes a financial piece, but maybe more importantly, the environments that we get to play in front of are pretty special, and that comes down to people.
Yeah, we've talked about that a lot today, just the way that South Dakota, and not just you guys, USD, like the Summit League tournament, like the state embraces basketball at a level that I don't think a lot of people realize from the outside.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, and it's past pheasants hunting season at that time, so I suppose there's not much else to do. They're like, let's celebrate, boys and girls. So it's pretty cool, but they do embrace it. And it's not only the men's tournament, but in the combination with the women's, it's incredible.
Yeah, that's what we've heard. The women's really draws so well, right?
It's incredible.
Yeah, we got to try to get here for that.
In our women's team at South Dakota State, they're as good as anybody.
Really,
yeah,
really,
they're really for 20 years.
Hey, what's it been like? You lose Baylor again, and I know this is old news in a way, but still the overall landscape, right? Even with Zeke after this year, they're probably they probably came coming after last year.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Like what's that like? Because again, you don't have necessarily the NIL to compete. You saw that with Baylor. Like, listen, McDermott's got NIL.
Yeah.
You probably have pretty good NIL for mid-major level, but you can't compete with Creighton. What's that like now? How do you approach this?
Well, it's challenging, but here's the beauty of it. There is a little silver lining. Whether it's the NFL, whether it's in our sport, NBA. Yeah. Guess what? They're finding them from everywhere. Right. They're finding them from everywhere. And in Zeke's situation, Zeke really, you have to look at short term. You have to look at long term. What is the best for you? Right. And it's different. That doesn't mean Baylor made a mistake. Right. But you look at Zeke and Zeke's ability, the role that he had is going to have with our team. This is the right spot for him.
He may not have anywhere else.
He may not have anywhere else.
Right. But it is interesting because generally, a lot of times, especially from some of the smaller leagues, they'll always use, all right, that's the one guy who succeeded. So, like, Zeke might look at Baylor and be like, all right, I'm going to do that. All they need is one. To look at one, there might be 10 total. 9 of them didn't do that well. One of them transferred up and did well, and all they think is, I'm going to be that guy.
I might have mentioned a few of those to him, too.
Yeah, no, but it's true. Like, it is. It's one of those,
true.
It's not always Baylor Shireman. Baylor's had a good run at Creighton, part of a winning program. But like you said, it's not for everybody.
that's what makes it unique. You know, you have to look at your situation and what is best for you. And I'm just really thankful Zeke decided our situation was best for him.
Is NIL how much? Because again, it's some of these schools of the Summit, NIL isn't really a factor yet at all. But for you guys being the probably the flagship program right now in the league, how much of your day or your week or your month is trying to raise some money for NIL? Are you trying just to be competitive so you don't lose Zeke? You know, like what are you doing?
You have to be you have to be unique for your situation, right? You have to take a look at your situation and make it as good as you possibly can. And for us, is NIL a piece of it? Certainly. Okay. But you have to look beyond and look at the student athlete experience, to be honest with you, and the support that you get from the people in Brookings and all of our fans. And so that's what we try to preach to our players, to value that student athlete experience. And it doesn't mean that we're minimizing NIL.
Sure.
We try to have opportunities for our guys to take advantage of that. And some it works and some, don't get as much. And that's the way it is. But we always want to give them opportunities and what they can do with them. It's great.
The level of expectation that the program has, 11 of the last 12 years, you guys have finished first or second in the Summit League. The only year you didn't finish first or second in the Summit League, you won the Summit League tournament and made it to the NCAA tournament. When you head into a season, you're picked first again this year. Like, do you embrace that? Is that what you want? And like, how do you wrap your mind around the idea that, like, if we're not winning, then it's a disappointment?
Expectations are something that aren't new to us. You're right about that. But I remember about 8 years ago when TJ took over.
Yep.
And it took us a long time to win a basketball game. And it was hard. Like, it was hard because Coach Nagy had done a tremendous job of the transition from Division II to Division I, had a few lean years, and then Nate Walters shows up, a few other guys, and things can start to change in a hurry, right? And so it was tough during that time, and we were able to get it turned around and going again. But those expectations are something we embrace, to be honest with you. We like to play with the target on our back, and we try to do it in a humble way. But our program's at a spot where anytime we step on the floor, we feel like we're going to win the basketball game. And that doesn't matter if it's Providence in the NCAA tournament, playing Alabama last year, playing at Kansas State this coming year. We want to have a humble confidence in ourselves that we can win the basketball game. But we know we're going to get everybody's best shot in the Summit League, and people know who we are, so we're not going to get overlooked or anything like that. But we're pretty proud of what we've accomplished, and we're excited to keep this thing rolling.
You mentioned Nate Walters. You mentioned Mike Dahm, Baylor Shireman, Zeke now. Where do you keep finding these guys? Like, where is this just never-ending run?
It's crazy. It is crazy, this program.
It's
you take all the credit for it?
I can't do that. I'd love to, but I think it speaks of of just the community and the support that we get and the love that the people feel like they get when they're there.
But you got to evaluate them too.
But evaluating is a big piece of it. We've always really valued dribble, pass, shooting skills at a high level, and obviously there has to be some athleticism involved. We understand that. But we've always valued that, and the credit goes to the guys. They have to put the work in and the development piece. But we've been fortunate to evaluate, and things have worked out pretty well.
Talk a little bit about the rivalries that you have in this league with North Dakota State, with South Dakota.
What's the better game for us to come to? If we came to one game, and I know this is putting you people are not going to like you, but you know me, I'm going to ask the tough questions. What's the game we have to come to? If we come to one game,
say both of them.
I have to say.
Oh, you are. Come on. Such a cop out.
I can't put
That'll
that
be
on
all
billboards,
over. That'll be all over,
put
baby.
That on anywhere. I'll tell you what, they really are. Both of them uniquely are special, and obviously that you talked about it. The pride in our state. So that game, the USD game, is so special. North Dakota State. has just been, our schools are so similar in how we look at things. I worked for Dave for 2 years up at North Dakota State.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, so I'm very familiar with both of them, and they're very, very similar in the way they look at things. And so there's just such a mutual respect for each other of excellence and how we look at things. And so I ain't going down that road.
Hey, when McDermott recruited you to Wayne State, right? $1,000, is that right? Your scholarship, right? Am I wrong?
Hey, this is how I feel it went. Now, this is probably not true. Back in the day, you know, Pell Grant got involved, right? Yeah. So I feel like he gave me $1,000, but took $2,000 of my Pell Grant, so I probably paid him $1,000.
Probably true. What was it like playing for Mac?
Special person, obviously. The way he interacts with young people and the confidence that he can instill in young people and the belief that he has is incredible. I mean, obviously a tremendous mentor of mine, and the job he's doing at Creighton is special. I mean, it's one tough call from the Final Four, you know, but just a unique guy that knows how to deal with people. That's for sure.
I like how you say tough call. We've been calling it the wrong call, but that hasn't made it super popular in San Diego.
I bet not.
Very true. All right, the last thing, you don't have to answer this one. Your boy TJ, the Sunday guarantee he told me to ask you about. But we're not even going to let you answer that one. We're not even going to let you answer that one. We're just going to let you walk off the stage.
I should expect.
I had to do it.
I
had to
from
ask.
TJ.
I
can promise.
I had to mention it at the very least. I had to mention it.
Sunday may be the best day of the week, boys.
Great seeing you, my man. All right, we'll bring up the real star now. That's right. That's right. We'll send that response to TJ too.
That was exactly the kind of response that you were hoping to get out of that.
Zeke, great to meet you, man.
Zeke Mayo.
How are you?
Preseason player.
We finished with the best here, right? This is the way to finish. We had to wait all day for you, but we still got energy.
I had to wait all day.
We're good.
To be here.
We're good. How you doing?
My question. Good. Last name of Mayo. Where's the NIL deal with
I know
with
it's
Elmans,
true.
I've been pushing it.
Really? You haven't gotten anything yet?
I've been pushing it.
All right, we're gonna work on that for you.
Yeah.
We're gonna work. I gotta write it down to remind myself, but we're gonna work on the NIL deal.
Yeah, I've been pushing it.
All right, so man, I gotta start with this. A Lawrence, Kansas kid ends up at South Dakota State and in his preseason player of the year in the Summit. I want to know how many times did Bill Self get in the gym and see you play? Do you remember?
I do recall 2 times. One, my freshman year in high school, playing in an AAU tournament in Wichita, came down there. And then once we went to their team camp as a high school, I had him in the gym.
And were you just not good enough, or what was it? What was the evaluation?
Hey, I couldn't tell you. That's not a question for me.
What do you think it was? Honestly, what do you think it was that maybe people passed on you at the high major level?
Probably my physical appearance. I wasn't the biggest kid, wasn't the fastest, wasn't the strongest. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about development. Yeah. So, I mean, they missed out now. So, there's no going back. But, no, I'm blessed to be here.
When you go back to Lawrence, is it weird now, the reaction you probably get from people, like, why didn't we recruit you?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I mean, people know. They've seen my name out there. They've seen film.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm in a great spot right now. I'm successful. So
I'm the right spot for you.
Exactly. You know.
Sometimes
I don't think enough people realize that. Yeah. Right. Like maybe if you end up at Kansas, right? You don't get the same opportunities to develop. You don't get the same opportunities to play.
And that was kind of my approach during this offseason. Like, it was situational for me personally. Like, if I were to go somewhere higher, would I come off the bench, play 15 to 20 minutes versus staying here, average 30, 35 minutes, still have the ball in my hands, got the green light. It was just all situational.
Pretty good. The freedom.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
The freedom you have here, you're probably not getting.
I can't pass up on
at some of those other places.
But then also look at the I don't mean to cut you. Actually, I do mean to cut you off. I talk too much as it is. But look at some of the star guards in the NBA right now, right? Where did CJ McCollum come from? Where did Steph Curry come from? Where did Damian Lillard come from? Now, I'm not going to say that you're going to be an all-NBA point guard. I'm not going to put that level of expectation on you. But if you're good enough, they'll find the level that you want to get to, I'm sure. They'll find you if you're good enough, right?
No doubt.
Speaking of Dame, how was that?
Fantastic.
Damian Lillard camp he went to this
fantastic.
Awesome.
I had a great time down there. It was a great experience just to be surrounded by, you know, that whole crew and some of the best players in the country. I mean, both high school and college. So, it was amazing.
Last year was kind of I don't know if it's surprising for you. You can tell me. I mean, did you expect to do what you did last year and break out? There were a lot of factors that went into it. We get these flies, man. Obviously Baylor leaving, some injuries as well. Like you were thrust into it and you delivered.
Yeah, I mean, it was a quick adjustment.
Was it?
I mean, going into the season, it was just kind of like we don't really know who's going to be the guy. So in my mind, I understood that, I feel like my talent can get me in that position, and not just from a scoring standpoint, like creating plays for my teammates and being, taking on that leadership role. But yeah, losing Baylor was obviously huge, and then the injuries, it all got thrown at me pretty quick and thrown at all of us. Yeah. We all had to take on some roles that we weren't used to, but that's what basketball is like. I mean, stuff gets thrown at you, you got to embrace it, and then you got to deliver.
Timing, man.
Exactly. I want to ask you about two players. So we're going to start with Luke Apple. Obviously, he was banged up last year. Was named preseason first team all conference. What have you seen from him this summer? What are we going to see from him now that he's going to be at full strength?
Nothing but hard work. I mean, the kid can play. Like, his interior presence for us is going to be so huge this year. He's very, very physical, and he competes at a very, very high level. So I'm expecting big things out of him, and I think, first team was exactly where he should have been listed. He's a great, great player for us, and I can't wait to have him back out there with us.
The other guy is so we produce the Almanac, which is a preseason publication, all college basketball.
If you haven't seen it, we'll get you a copy for free.
We'll get you a copy. And what we did for every league was we had an anonymous coaches poll.
Say that word again?
Anonymous.
You really screwed that word up.
I messed it up. Damn. I'm not even going to say his last name.
We're 4 hours into this show, I'll give him a mulligan on that one.
We got for breakout players, player who scares you the most, best pro prospect. Breakout player was Matthew Moores. Anonymous. There you go. I got it that time. Coaches poll for coaches in the league. Do you see a big year coming from him?
Absolutely. I see a huge year for him because, I mean, he showcased some of his talents last year. Coming from Wisconsin, like, he's been at a high level school. And when he came down here, he wasn't used to, being out there. He didn't play for a year. So, but I mean, it takes time, and he's got the talent to compete and play alongside, some of the best players in the country. So I think this year is definitely going to be huge for him.
All right, what is it like playing for Coach Henderson? I want the real stuff here. I don't want this like player speak that you've been giving to other people here. Give me a good story. He's got great energy, and he's not here, so you're not going to get in trouble. There's only a few people watching.
He's an amazing coach, man. I mean, I'm blessed to be playing under him. He brings energy to our team every single day, whether it's 8 in the morning, 8 at night. But no, I mean, we've butted heads a couple times. But
over what? What are you butting heads over?
I'm not going to go there. But
shot selection. What are we at?
No. But no, he's a great coach, and he has high expectations for each and every one of us.
Good energy too, right?
Oh, fantastic.
Right? I mean, he brings it every day.
Never a dull moment.
Really?
Never a dull moment.
Yeah, it seems it.
What is it like playing for South Dakota State in general? I think the thing that people don't realize, this has been a talking point for us the whole day, but the state of South Dakota, the Summit League, I think North Dakota as well, like they love basketball in a way that I don't think people from outside this region really truly understand.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, like, just being here in this arena right here, this is where the tournament is held, and we fill the seats every single year. But for South Dakota State in general, like, the community, the culture, the environment, it's incredible. I mean, we fill that arena up every time we play in there, and I mean, it's been proven we have the best home record in the last decade or so. So, I mean, it's a blessing to put this blue and yellow on night in, night out, and go out there and compete.
You've lived in Lawrence, and you've seen what it's like for Kansas players.
Absolutely.
In the city of Lawrence, in the town of Lawrence. What is it like for South Dakota State players in Brookings, and how does that kind of compare in terms of the way that the community embraces you?
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly pretty similar. Like, Kansas is obviously a much bigger school, but I'm not going to say they're as, like, tight-knitted of a community as Brookings is. Like, we embrace football, basketball, volleyball. So, like, there's every single sport you can name. The community of Brookings really loves it, and they support it.
Yeah. Last thing real quick is just you look at the run of players that have come through the South Dakota State program in the last decade, from Nate Walters to the Dominator Mike Dom to Baylor Shireman to you. It's really impressive. One, the talent identification, right? The guys that you can get in. But two, you watch them grow over 4 years. Like these guys, everybody gets better in that program. What is it about the just SDSU that allows that to kind of happen?
Yeah, I think it's just understanding, where we're at and where we come from. Just as, mid-major players, like your name is not at the top of the list of, everywhere in the country, but you're more than capable of getting there. And the coaching staff does a great job of, developing us over the course of the years and improving our game in every aspect you can name. Like, my position coach specifically has done a fantastic job of working with me and, getting in the gym with me whenever I'm available and whenever he's available. So they take a lot of pride in that. And, each and every player that's been through this program is very, very thankful for that.
All right, so what is it? Hellman's mayonnaise? What's the big Mayo?
Dukes,
is that the big one?
Kraft.
What else we got?
I like Kraft.
I'm writing them down. Kraft's your favorite?
No, I'm
No.
not gonna say my favorite.
What's your favorite?
Dukes.
Dukes. I don't even know what Dukes is.
What?
No, I got
favorite
nothing.
is whoever
Dukes?
drops the bag, Zeke.
Yeah, that's true too.
That's true.
We're just gonna. I'm writing them down. We got options.
Dukes, Kraft, Hellman's.
Anything else? Have we tried? Like, is anybody?
I've
Not
tried,
really?
I've tried Kraft. I've tried Dukes.
Nothing.
Nothing.
All right, we're gonna help you here. We're gonna help you here.
I can work
Dukes,
with
I have no idea what it is,
I
but
can work with
we'll
that.
get you a number later. We'll try to orchestrate. We won't even take 20%. That's the greatest part of it.
All right.
We take nothing.
Hey, whatever you say.
We take the big goose egg.
Whatever
It's
you
all
say.
yours.
Whatever you
all
say.
right.
Whatever
Listen,
you say.
great meeting you, my man. Great meeting you.
Pleasure.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Can't wait to see you this
Yep.
year.
Pleasure.
Best of luck this
And
season.
Appreciate that.
pick up that leadership,
I
right?
will, absolutely.
Leadership. That's the biggest thing that you got to make the jump this year.
No doubt.
All right.
No doubt.
Can't wait to see you, man.
Thank you.
You
Thanks,
got it.
Zeke.
All right, Zeke
Hey.
Mayo, way to close it out,
You
right?
survived.
No, this was
Four-
a hell of a show. Honestly,
hours-
this was
4
awesome.
hours next to you.
We got Ryan Powell over there, who runs everything for this league and got us here, and we really appreciate it. We really appreciate it. This has been great. And Shon, you coming in? All right, let's do it.
I have to take care of my entourage.
Yes, you do. You do. Perfect. All right, we got Shon Morris here, and the guru.
What's going on, man?
This is the guy who knows everything about the league, everything.
Looks like my wife, you're getting ready to be sorely disappointed.
We had, honestly, this day was awesome.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so happy we did this. I'm so happy that the Summit League helped bring us out here, and hearing the stories, seeing the coaches again. Sometimes you lose sight of again what the mid-major basketball is all about, right?
Yeah.
The guys, they don't get as much maybe attention as some of the high majors, but honestly, they're more appreciative. They understand it. You're talking about guy, Max Burchill. We just talked about what it means for him.
Sure.
To play for South Dakota. Like, you can just see it, you can feel it with him.
You can see and feel it with the players. I've been around the league now, in different degrees, especially for the last 3 years. And it's not just the players, the communities that they play in. And it all culminates, coming to this very venue in March. And I'm telling you, the atmosphere here is outstanding.
Awesome. It is.
It's,
awesome,
I mean,
right?
it's
all we've heard.
It's
We'd love to
fantastic
get that.
because, almost without exception, you're playing 4 days for one thing.
Yeah.
Everything that's happened
That's
before
the best
that.
part of it. I mean, best and worst, right?
It is.
You feel bad.
Yeah.
If a team like, South Dakota State runs the table and they don't win it, you feel bad, but that's what makes it the environment, the atmosphere. I've been to enough of those, the one bid league tournaments. They're awesome for that.
Yeah, it is. And, the last 2 years, this conference has had undefeated teams that go through the regular season. But even with that, if they were to come here and stub their toe, chances are they're done.
No,
They're
you're
done.
done.
And it's a really good league. There's outstanding players, not they're just coming back, but it speaks to where some of these guys have gone to, right? Asmus goes to Texas. Grant Nelson goes to Alabama.
Right. Those are two of the top 5 transfers in the country.
Yeah, and there are outstanding coaches in this league.
some really good players. Guys play different ways because they have to, right? I mean, there's a little bit more of a variety of how teams play because they have to find something that makes them different, because they're not going to just be able to
play the same way,
yeah,
right? You're not beating South Dakota State at its own game.
No,
right.
It's and especially there,
right?
Which brings up a whole other thing.
Yeah,
ain't no one want to play these guys, right? I mean, their biggest thing is trying to get teams to come and play them.
Can't do it.
No, they can't do it. But
they won't even play 2-for-1s,
right? So it's a fun atmosphere. Yeah. I'm glad that you guys took the time to come out here and see it. And
it's great.
The way that they've got this set up, it's been a really efficient use of, I think, of the players and the coaches' time.
Well, like these media days, you've been to enough of them.
Yeah.
Like coaches, they don't really want to come to a lot of these. They feel like it's a waste of their time. And I hope, we provided a little bit of that of like, hey, you know what? We'll spotlight a league that I think deserves it, and needs it.
Well, you've done more than a little. I mean, it's really cool that you guys are here.
Yeah.
It's you have to deal with people like me, but there's a price to be paid for everything in life.
So, how many games are you going to do for Mako this year?
Do
you know yet?
I don't know.
Do you know your role?
They only let me screw up one thing with one sport, and that's just the analysis on the games. I've enjoyed it as much as anything I've done.
Really?
I really have. I've had a chance to steal money sitting there courtside talking about games at a lot of different places, and been grateful for all of them. But the people here, there's an outstanding coaching in this league, and it's a lot of fun, right? And unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, it kind of flies under the radar until March when everyone comes together. Like, oh wow, they really care about basketball. Well, they do. Yeah. It's just at a different visibility level.
Yep.
So the league as a whole, it's been kind of top heavy the last 4, 5, 6 years with Oral Roberts, South Dakota State, and North Dakota State. We can talk about them in a second.
Yeah.
But out of that next group, there's 6 more teams. Who do you see kind of cracking that top there? Who do you see on the verge of being able to make a league?
I think this year, as you look at it, I'm going to keep an eye on North Dakota. I mean, they've lost guys to the transfer portal. They've been really young. I think they have a chance. They pushed. They won a game here last year in the conference tournament. That's a tough place to play. I think that's somebody to kind of keep an eye on. Paul Sather had a lot of experience and success at Northern State. I think that's a team to kind of keep an eye on. And a guy who's been around, as you guys know, that I think is just a tremendous coach is at Denver.
Yeah,
and he took over a place that wasn't exactly rolling in it.
Nope.
And he's incrementally gotten them better. They've got some good players. They've got a guy in Tommy Bruner who I think can make a difference. So those are 2 teams just off the top of my head that I would keep an eye on. And it's not inconceivable to throw a third team out there that a St. Thomas could pull a Merrimack.
I was going to ask you about that.
They could pull a Merrimack.
I was going to throw that at
they
you.
could make. They could pull a Merrimack because they're good. They're well coached.
Yeah.
They take care of the ball. They can knock down some threes, and they're just a different matchup for a lot of places. And they pushed Oral Roberts here in the conference tournament last year. It was a 1-possession game. And
have you been to St. Thomas?
No.
I want to go there. I just want to see what it's like because everybody talks about again what their upside is.
Yeah. Well, and they're pouring some money into facilities, and they're in a metropolitan area that there's guys that they can recruit.
Yeah.
So
I just hit Howard Pulley and
go
get the guys in Minnesota that maybe doesn't get from Howard Pulley, and you're good.
Yeah. So those. Yeah, I think St. Thomas is a really intriguing story. Just with how they play. I mean, the guy you probably already talked to him, Parker Bjorklund. He was.
Oh my God!
He walked on at a Division III school, and he's a nice player.
Such a good story,
and really well. Yeah. That's the cool thing is that there's some good coaches in this league. There really are.
No doubt.
So those are 3 off the top of my head.
Well, because I feel like that generally that's what you're looking for, and especially recently, right? Like you're looking for some of those maybe D2 or D3 coaches, and really good X's and O's
make that
guys.
transition.
Yeah.
You mentioned Merrimack. We've seen it with Bellarmine, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that you see some of the guys that are just D2 transfers stepping up a level.
Right.
Max Zagorowski at Stonehill.
Right.
The difference between the best players at the lower levels and guys that can succeed at this level is not really all that much.
No, and you could like, there's some guys here that can play. Yep. Right, and some of them are coming back, some that have moved on, but guys come here and they get better. Right, and they're going to get well coached. I mean,
less distractions.
Yeah,
right.
Well, and
well, they're not think. You know, they are thinking. I mean, obviously Zeke Mayo, I'm sure, is thinking about the NBA, but not like 1 to 13 at Kansas are thinking about the NBA,
whether they should be or not.
Right. Correct. Where here, I don't know if it's 1 to 13. You know, it might be 1 and 2.
Yeah,
might think. You know, they're. So I think there's fewer distractions. And they're more appreciative. They're probably a little bit more coachable.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. Let's call it what it is, right? Like
there's less voices in the ear.
Yeah, that too. That too, right? Because those, you know, let's face it, the agents aren't all over everybody with these programs like they are at the high major level. And I think that makes it easier for these guys.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of challenges that you know coaches here have. I think they deal with far less of some of the other nonsense. I mean, they're not immune from it.
No,
right?
No, the portal.
Because exactly, all that stuff and the
but
fact
NIL's not, you know, generally, you know, you probably have a couple halves here in the league, NIL, but most of them are, if you get a good deal with like Subway, you're doing okay.
I mean, I'll take
the Subway thing
in a heartbeat. You know,
I heard
Rob
you were
doesn't need it.
He was more of a Quiznos guy.
I did. We passed Quiznos like 4 times already.
I can't remember the last time I saw Quiznos.
I might go over there.
There you
when
go.
we're done.
See.
Yep. All right, three more things, and then we can let you get home. Goodman's getting tired; he needs his afternoon nap.
I have that impact on people.
Quiznos.
Let's talk about these top 3, right? How do you see that shaking out? It seems like the overwhelming majority have South Dakota State as picked first. Is that right in your mind?
I would say so. You know, you've got Zeke Mayo, who was just up here a little bit ago. You've got a guy in William Kyle who is a kind of an intriguing big, especially for this league. Had a really good freshman season, and they brought in some size, so they're going to play a little bit differently. And they've been there, you know, right? They've kind of been there. They've got a 6-year guy, Matt Mims, who's a really good defender, can knock down a shot when you need to. So I think if you're looking at it, you know, as they all say, looking at it on paper, you would rightfully put South Dakota State at the top there because of what they've been able to do and what they have coming back. You know, you take a look at the other schools in there. You're talking about North Dakota State. Look, I don't care what league you're in. You make it to the championship game of your conference tournament 5 years in a row. You're doing something right, okay? And they've lost guys, but they and everyone talks about wanting to get better throughout the course of the year. You're not going to find a better example than North Dakota State. I mean, they started last year, I think, 1-8, and then, you know, part of it's who they have to play, you know, in the non-conference schedule. But by the time they got here, they were playing really, really well. And Oral Roberts is
I was going to ask you. So here's my question on Oral Roberts. Straight, like, are the expectations too much for this Oral Roberts team this year? I mean, let's face it. Like, I get it; they got McBride back, but like, is this? And I know their fans won't want to hear it, but is this a little bit of a rebuilding year for them? Is picked second in the league too much?
It may be a little bit of a stretch. I really like McBride. I think the fact that they had a kid there as well that didn't shoot the ball as well. They had a kid named Trey Phipps who came in, was a big time scorer, didn't shoot the ball as well. That's not going to happen again. And you know, are you going to have another 7'5" guy? No. You know. I mean, Connor Vanover he'll be playing, you know, as long as he'll
make a lot of money.
He is, you know, so they'll be a different team. But some of the other things they've got coming back, you know, Kareem Thompson, they'll be
in
a good team. They'll be in the hunt because they know how to win. They've done it. They've got some guys that are coming back that were banged up a little bit, but they've got guys that have been around, Deshang Weaver. They've got dudes that have been around. They've got some experience that I think, especially as they go on the road, may give them a win or two that some of the other schools that you look at in terms of like just flat out talent, they may not win those games. Oral Roberts will find a way to do it because they've done it before. Now, it doesn't help when, you know, a guy that could have scored 3,000 points there moves on, but you understand why. I mean, he gave him 4 good years, right? So you can't argue with that.
No shame in that.
No.
So make your prediction. Who's making the NCAA tournament?
I would just say I'm going to go with South Dakota State. I don't think no school is going to do what South Dakota State did 2 years ago in Oregon. I don't see a team running the league. I just don't think it. As a matter of fact, I think the league champ could have regular season could have 3 losses. I don't think that's crazy. But with Mayo, with a guy in his backcourt, Mims, who's really good, especially he's not the biggest guy, but man, he sucks the life out of the other team's best player. He just does. And they're going to be big. They'll be able to rotate some guys in there. And they've got another guy that was sixth player of the year, Luke Apple. I think he may be my age, but he's back for an unprecedented whatever. But, to have a guy like that around, I think, especially, again, going on the road.
Take the pressure off.
Take the pressure. When you got 2 6-year guys who've been there, they'll be able to win a couple games in tough environments that have put them in a position to, I think, to be in pretty good shape. But I wouldn't rule out once they get here. Again, St. Thomas can pull a Merrimack. It's not crazy. It's not.
The one thing that we do know about this building is that it's built for March. The environment, the noise, the crowd that you get in this place that holds 13,000. Is as good as it gets at the mid-major level. This has been a blast.
An absolute blast. Listen, we'll do it again next year. Hopefully, if they'll have us back. I don't know if they'll have you back. But
no, what they need to do is they need to make sure that there's a requirement in the contract that you have to that you have to shower and that you cannot move your seat. Shon, you missed it. We could not get him in the shot in the camera shot.
I was doing this, and they were yelling at me the whole time.
Because you weren't in the anyway.
It is. I'm a rookie.
This is what happens when you have to work with guys like Jeff
Wilbrun. And then you throw this in here. I mean,
we're in trouble.
Yeah, hopefully it was worth it. But it's been great.
Really a blast.
because I love what you guys do. Other than Robbie Hummel, I mean, what a difficult guy to deal with. I mean, he's the worst.
He holds us all back.
Yes, what an albatross he is. But you can tell when somebody really loves the game of basketball because they'll take the time and delve in to leagues that may be overlooked. And this is a league that deserves, more than just a couple days in March. It's a lot of fun. So I'm glad you guys were able to come out here, and
I'm glad we came down.
Yeah, me too.
It's not our only stop this week. We are in about
we're going to Vegas.
2 hours and 40 minutes from now. We are hopping on a flight. We are heading to Vegas. We're going to be at Pac-12 Media Day tomorrow. We will not be live streaming.
I'm going to be at the blackjack table tomorrow night.
We will be
That's where I'm going to be.
Interviews because he can't. He needs to be able to go out at night. We can't get him up at 6:30 in the morning after a night at blackjack. So tomorrow we'll be at Pac-12 Media Day. Expect to see a series of interviews coming from there. Thursday, it's going to be a long one. We have 8 a.m. until noon. We're going to be at Mountain West Media Day. And then noon until 4, we'll be at WCC Media Day. So it's going to be a long.
Are we going to be able to do the show from a blackjack table?
Yes.
Is that part of the deal?
Yes.
Mark Few would like that.
Yes.
I'm telling you.
We'll get better interviews if we do that.
Hell yeah.
Listen, for Shon Morris, for Jeff Goodman, for the Summit League, my name is Rob Dauster. See you guys again on Thursday.
Big news. The Almanac is officially back. The most exhaustive and comprehensive guide to the 2023-24 college basketball season is available for pre-order now. If you go to cbbalmanac.com, link is in the description below, you can pre-order for just $15.99 or 20% off the sticker price. The format is going to be a little bit different this season. Instead of an 850-page PDF, you'll be getting access to the full site with league-by-league PDFs available for download. The preview will be live on September 20th, so you have until then to be able to get your pre-orders in. So for insight for all 362 Division I teams, from their head coaches and the experts that cover them, make sure you hit that link. Are you a college basketball junkie? Are you the kind of fan that gets frustrated that this beautiful sport has such a lack of national coverage outside of the month of March? Well, let me tell you about the Field of 68, an all-encompassing digital network of podcasts, live streams, and newsletters that cover the sport at every level on every platform. From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors, the only way to keep up with college basketball is through the Field of 68. Rob Dauster here. I got Jeff Goodman with me.
Hell no. John Fenton.
Are we still live?
Field of 68 till I die.
I'm sorry, man. I blacked out.
Randolph Children.
DJ Khaled, you not a big DJ Khaled guy?
Hands thrown up and in.
Goodman needs to be fired all the time.
Josh Pastner. You're going to beat people straight up.
You know the deal. Drink responsibly tonight. I'll be drinking with you.
Jarrell McNeil.
From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors,
This is Field of 68 after dark.